We have two Jalen's, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Gracie, I just see Jim. Yep, okay.
Well, we have our MCTT who's coming at noon today.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
perfect,
All right.
okay.
All right, yeah, so I think Jalen's coming, and then I think there's agent services for First Atlanta is on Zoom.
Is on Zoom? Oh, okay, so there's people on Zoom right now?
Not right now.
Oh, I was like, oh, fabulous, okay. Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, welcome to our first annual growth workshop with the Rawls Group, Attracting Through Value. First, I would like to just have everybody go around, you know, say who you are, what market center you're with, what position you have, because I know we have some new faces and people, so why don't you start?
Sure, might as well, I'm standing.
That's right.
So I'm Stephen Wright, I'm the creative director for First Atlanta.
Woohoo.
What was the other
How
part?
long have you been with First Atlanta?
So I've been with First Atlanta, I guess coming up with 3 years
3
now.
years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
Nice.
yeah.
Awesome.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen. All right, who's next?
BC,
All right, my name is Brittany, Director of Operations at City Side, been there for about 3 months now.
5 minutes.
But then she was with us for over a year.
Yeah, Peachtree
So,
Road for over a year.
yes, exactly, right.
I
Welcome.
was going to say, the assistant team leader, city side, I've been here since November.
Awesome. Go ahead. Go ahead, yeah.
Hi, I'm Jalen Walker. I am the assistant team leader at Atlanta North. I am still with them on first 30 days, so it's
I love
so
that
good.
smile that he has right now. He's like, I am brand new. and
It's
still
good
with
for
it.
recruitment, you know?
I love it. It's perfect. It is. It's
But,
an attractor.
yes, and so still with them my first month. It's been such a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to this great session today.
Awesome. Welcome.
Kimberly, Agent Services, East Cobb, been here 8.5 years.
Oh my God. Hi, Kimberly. We have talked multiple times. I've never met you in person. Thank you for all your help.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Jim Alexander, 13th year as a team leader, 41st year in real estate.
Unreal.
And this is my new puppy.
And he is so happy and has the cutest dimples. I love it. Yes, sir.
Ray Duvall, team leader, actually made 5 years as team leader on the 29th of this month.
Woo! That's
City side,
amazing.
Team leader, city side. Looking forward to today.
Good.
Looking forward to today and sharing information and enhancing what we already have.
Yes, I love it. Go ahead.
I'm Amy Chenault, I'm also new, I think like
60 days, we just
7
hit 60 days.
So, and I am the Director of Agent Experience at Peachtree Road, and loving it, taking it all in, and happy to be here today.
Welcome.
Trey Hunt, I'm team leader at the community office. Been here for a year.
A year, yes. There she is in the back.
Hi, I'm Cara Epstein. I am the proud team leader of First Atlanta here. And I've been with the company for 9 years and in the role since January.
Nice.
So, but I've been in leadership for about 5 years.
That's awesome.
And we knew we'd be in our out of our comfort zone at times today, and so we've turned the heat up for
Yes.
you. Just kidding. They
I know,
are
I already
working
have
on-
started.
on bringing down the temperature for those that are warm. So
I love it.
we're
Yes.
just gonna make everyone sweat it out a bit.
Sweat it out. Hey, that's good sometimes. You, sir?
Michael, I've been in real estate for 24 years. I've been here with the Rawls Group now. This is started the 3rd year, and the opportunity to work with Gina as general manager. And this is our, as Ahndea was saying, our first step in our growth journey together of model systems and processes. This is the #1 thing that came up from the ALC retreat that our leadership wanted from the OP office, and we are very fortunate to have somebody who's doing it at a high level. And I'd love, Ahndea, for you to give just a 5-minute of what led you to this, right? The history that you have and the expertise, and also the pain of, right?
Yes.
I believe that's going to help, because I know when I sat, and I had the opportunity to sit in the team leader seat a few times last year, it's okay if you feel a little panic at the beginning of the month, right? Because you don't have, you know, as let's call it as robust a pipeline. And I felt the same thing as an agent. So I'd just love to hear more. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Michael, you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Michael New. I don't know what my title is. I realize that. So.
All things. He's done it all. You've been here a long time now.
Yeah, I've been here since 2006, 2007. Wasn't really staffing for a while.
All right. Awesome.
Master of all.
Master of all things, yes. And of course, we have our incredible OP, Jean, in the back.
Everybody, I'm so excited for us to be here today, and truly, I want everyone to be open-minded and lean into some new ideas and try to figure out, while you have what you're currently doing, how there can be a beautiful blend of operations that you have in growth that are currently going very well, how you can bring new ideas in to even make them better. So, this
Love
is the
that.
first step of great success in 2024. I truly believe that. I'm sorry for the voice. I've asked it to come back and it's
I'm still there
temporary.
with you, yes. And of course, we can't do anything without Stephanie Janowski.
Oh.
So thank you so much for making it all happen. Yes, appreciate you. So yes, I'm Ahndea May. I have been building businesses and people for 23 years now, and that is my absolute passion. So I got the opportunity to come to Keller Williams back in 2019, so I'm hitting my 5-year mark as well as a team leader this year. Woohoo, Ray! And it happened because I was working with a team as a branded business development consultant who had been at a Keller Williams. And they were at Compass at the time. I was working with them on their business and developing their systems and helping them grow. And after about a year of working with them, they said, you know, you're like KW. And I said, what does that mean? And they're like, you're KW. You have the culture, you have the, you love people, you need to be a team leader. And of course, I was not KW, so I didn't know what that meant. And she connected me with an OP, and I, within a short amount of time, became a team leader in May of 2019. And it was to the North Forsyth office, so the only kind of standalone individual office that has one owner in the area, and that's in Forsyth County, which is where I live with my 5 children, which is my superpower. And so I had the opportunity to really dive in head first to a team leader role, not coming from KW, right? So not having that background, and coming into a market center that was challenged. They had gone through a lot of transition, and when I say that, they had had 12 team leaders in 12 years. So now that I'm KW, fast forward the years that I have, I realize what a challenge that was when you have a lot of turnover in your leadership team and you have to make that transition. It's a heavy lift. And so, my job really was to dive in and understand the people and understand what they needed. And so my first, step in that process was creating an idea box and meeting with every single person I possibly could in the office to say, how can I make a win for you? What could I do to help you move that needle? And that's what we did. So I was there for a year, saw some great success, brought over some incredible cappers that are actually still at that office, and several reached the top in the region on a regional level. So their businesses and lives have changed, so I'm very thankful for that opportunity. And then COVID hit in 2019, and so I made a transition at that time and was given the opportunity to come to the Rawls Group. And so after interviewing with all the offices, I really felt like Peachtree Road was a great opportunity. Something you learn as you fail forward is I knew that I didn't want to do what I did before, which was start somewhere brand new with no relational collateral. And so to be able to come in as an assistant team leader or as a PC coach or as something else and grow into the role was hugely beneficial in a transition plan to have built relationships and be able to establish credibility before getting into the role. So a little of our story at Peachtree Road, when I came over in 2021, we had our best year ever. We had grossed 168 agents that year, so black belted in gross. We netted a good number. We were a millionaire MREA market center in owner profit and profit share. So we were like flying high, balloons going, this is the best thing ever, we're number one, and then all of a sudden, the next year hit, and we started to see our numbers going down. And all of a sudden I felt that angst that I'm sure you've all felt, that we don't have a pipeline. Like, we don't have enough people to be able to have enough conversations. We're not in relationship with enough people. You know, the market's shifting, our back door is exiting. You know, our top performing agents are feeling that burnout and that there's grass is greener on the other side and the shiny new object. And we started to see our numbers really shift. And what I learned in that moment was we didn't have the right systems for sustainability. So we were able to achieve something and almost reach that 500 mark in agent count, but there was no way with our current systems, talent, structure, the way that we were working our programs, that we could maintain that or sustain it or scale. And so what you learn is when you're building businesses, we have to have the ability to not only sustain where we are, but scale for future growth. And so that was a big lesson, and it was painful. Because when you hit a really high, what happens in your market center when you're bringing in cappers and you're winning? What happens to your environment? Feedback, you can speak.
Energy.
Energy.
Awesome energy that becomes contagious that other people want to be a part of.
Yes. Are your agents happy when you're winning and when you're bringing in people? What's the narrative? What's the story that's being told when you're winning and you're bringing in people and you're seeing success? This is the place to be. Now, on the flip side of that, what happens when people think everyone's leaving?
Something's wrong.
Something's wrong.
That's all they talk about.
That's all they
Did you hear
talk
so-and-so's
about.
leaving? Who's leaving? Who else might be leaving? Who are they friends with? Are their friends leaving? Should we be leaving? I think I need to start looking.
It immediately
It's like chickenpox.
changes, doesn't it? When it's like you start and you think, gosh, you know, what happened to where we were last year? Everyone was high-fiving, right? But so quickly, it can shift, and the story becomes, we're not winning. And then when you have to deal and lead through, we're not winning, and still manage everything, and still try to get everything growing, is that a fun place to be? No, it drains. It starts to really become that heavy load where you're going like, okay, and Brittany and I have felt this, that anxiety, right? That pressure of just, oh my gosh, like we're not gonna make it this month, or we're not gonna hit it, or we have way more people leaving, you know, than we do exiting. And the reason all of that's even important is because what are we called to do at the end of the day? What is our calling as team leaders? Growth. And that means we're growing people. We're growing people in our market center, and we're attracting people to grow. That's really, it's as simple as that. And so if we're not getting to grow people because we're not operating at our highest capacity, you know, we're not really enjoying and thriving our positions. We're coming from the back. Instead of leading it intentionally, we're coming reactive. How many of us have experienced reactive leadership? We're all leading, and a lot of us we're reacting to what's coming up, the next fire. This was me yesterday. I was in the meeting with Diana. It was incredible, but we had some fires going on in the office, and I had to react, and I had to step in and, you know, try to fix it. And, you know, so we want to be proactive. And with proactive, what does that require us to do to be proactive?
Have systems and plans.
Strategy, systems, forecasting. Forecasting is anticipation, anticipating what could happen, and then being prepared. And I think that's really my biggest lesson in this whole 5-year journey of failing forward, okay? I'm not up here because I'm so great. I'm up here because I've actually been in the trenches, and I have done the really hard work of sometimes stepping into every position, working a 15-hour day, sacrificing my time with my children. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a mom of 5 and a single mom. And so I've got many things happening on my home front that I am managing, you know, all the time. And yet I am also in this huge responsibility as a team leader, because if you're a team leader or supporting a team leader, you know this is a calling. This is not a job that you just go, I want the job. People are not lining up to take this job. If we're transparent,
You're gonna be called to the crazy.
you've got to be called to people, and you have to have some desire for purpose, something bigger than yourself, because that's what's going to be your motivator and the fire. We talk about our big why. We as leaders need to know what our why is. Not just, you know, what is my why as an agent in Keller Williams, but what is my driving force that is motivating me to get up every day and do what I need to do to pour into people and help build other people's lives. So that's really my journey and how I got to today. And then how we turned that around was basically I kind of got to the point where I just had enough. I was like, I will not, do this another month. I will not struggle like this another month. I don't care, how many of us have reached a breaking point in our business, career, or life that you're just willing to do whatever it takes. And it could be weight loss, I've had 5 kids, so I have been to the point where I'm like, I will not carry another additional pound, and I will be in that gym 6 days a week at 6 a.m., and I will make sure that so we all have something that we would have to say, I've had it. I've reached my breaking point, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes. And I got to that point. I mean, we had about $500,000 of company dollar, walking out our door. We were in a situation where we were in a deficit in our pipeline, and in 2022, we were negative 52. Doesn't feel good. And what that does for us as leaders is it affects our culture. And the most important thing is our culture, and we lead over our culture. And we're gonna start today with the brand side and the vision side. And the reason we keep beating this down is how many of you were in Diana's meeting yesterday? How much of what Diana talked about, y'all, was value and story? So much. Because if you don't know who you are, how can you then lead other people? You have to know who you are first, your value, your worth, your mission, your vision, right? To then cast a vision for others, to then lead others to a vision, to then attract people to it. And so we're gonna start there, and we've been beating it down in multiple ways. Some of you have had meetings with Brooke, we've talked about it, but today we're gonna hyper focus on value. Mission, vision comes from Keller Williams, the mission of Keller Williams, God Family Business. We have all of that as a company. They give us those tools to really have the mission, the overarching, right, a value of what we offer. What we're gonna talk about though is what is your specific value, and then how do you become a value attractor? Because that is where it's at. If people do not see you as valuable, if they don't have a clear understanding of who you are and what you offer, perception is reality. So, Cara and I talked about this the other day. If someone were to think of Trey Hunt, or Ray Duvall, or Jim Alexander, or Michael Cheever, or Cara Epstein, or Peachtree Road, if someone were to say, think of them, what would they be thinking? Do they know anything about you? If somebody in the industry at another company was like, oh yeah, Atlanta Perimeter, or First Atlanta, what's the story that they have about you?
And is it the story we want them to have?
And is it the right story? And most of the time it's not. And as much as this part can be frustrating, I understand, it is the most critical piece. Because perception's reality, and we know this. We all scroll through. How many of us have bought something off of our phones? Yes, okay. We're looking at it. I mean, it's just what it is. It's right in front of you. And whoever tells the narrative first wins. And it's unfortunate because it might not be true. But whoever's leading the narrative is the one who's winning. And so that's where we're gonna start today, and we're gonna dive in. And when we talk about brand is that overarching piece. And of course, I didn't mention this, but building the business that I've had, I started with John Maxwell at 21, worked with him for about 10 years of time as I also developed my own consulting coaching company. And what I learned from John was the piece about developing people, identifying their strengths, helping them get into their lane. But then where my skill set really lended was understanding brand value and how to build a business around somebody's brand. So I've worked with hundreds of brands in my career, and not just real estate, all industries, because truthfully the model applies to any industry. So that's really where you're gonna get some of this today, is coming from a background of understanding this piece. If you have the brand, you're going to see the targeted growth, the sales, the right customer, the right awareness, and the success, okay? So we're gonna dive in, and we're gonna talk about value leading, okay? And this is for those of you, I emailed you the digital version, okay? So those of you that like to look at the screen and you have your laptop, I have emailed you the digital version of this. It's on the screen, and it's also in print. So if you prefer to look at it on your page, I'm trying to cover everybody's, different styles, and you can take notes. Let's talk about value leading for a second. We already know everything rises and falls on leadership. So when you think about value, The questions you're asking yourself are who you are, what you offer, what are your superpowers, so what makes you different, what are your unique pieces, and then after you know those things, you must become the evangelist of your story. So that's really as simple as I can make it, because this can get very complicated. Because I mean, even somebody like you, Ray, who clearly has an ability to attract people, and you know your culture is amazing, but when it gets down to like, well, you know, really understanding that brand piece and the value proposition, it can get confusing. It can be overwhelming. So I'm going to try to simplify this for y'all, like super, super simple. So when you think about who you are, that is starting with you as the leader. Because even though you're leading the market center and you're thinking about the value of your market center, the law of attraction says you attract who you are. So you are the attractor as the team leader. You are the face. You are the one who is, you know, connecting with people and attracting people in. So it has to start with you, and you must know that clear identity around who you are and what you offer as a leader. So I want you to write some things down and think about it. When you think about your name, Trey, Cara, Ray, Jim, you know, all of you in the room, when you think about who you are, write down a few things that come to mind right out the gate as this is who I am. I'm an excellent coach. I'm a great listener. I'm great at affirmation. I can really encourage people. I'm an excellent teacher. I really know how to find people's gaps and create solutions. I'm really good at, you know, creating systems. You know, like think about yourself from a perspective of who you are and what words associate with that, and write those down. And then the what you offer is essentially the value that only you can offer. And that comes from who you are. The who you are is what determines what you offer. Because my story, and I shared a little of my story with you all, my story is very different from yours, Cara, right? Very different from yours, Michael Cheever. We all are uniquely qualified for something great, but you have to use your own uniqueness to be able to then create the value that attracts. So think of your story. Think of your journey and how you got to where you are today. Think of your previous skill sets. What industries did you come from? What other worlds were you a part of that you were adding value? How can you use your gifts and talents and make it a transcendent theme into what you offer now? So let's just role play that a little bit. How many of you, what industry outside of real estate were you in before getting into real estate?
Luxury retail, and then on the luxury side, wine, liquor. It's basically all sales, but luxury
So
sales.
luxury sales. Okay, but that creates what for you? You come from an elevated experience background. So you have this unique ability to be able to engage with high thinkers, high level, you know, people, and create a luxury experience. And that transcends right over into what you're doing today. So don't miss opportunity on what you've already done. It needs to be plussed with what you're already doing. Trey, what was your background?
Sales, marketing, and construction.
Okay, so construction on the sales and marketing side, and is that new homes?
No, just separate times in my life.
Oh,
Sales,
okay,
marketing,
different buckets.
construction, yeah.
Okay, and so how have those skills qualified you for what you could bring into the role today?
Well, individually, sales, the understanding how to engage, how to present, how to overcome objections, how to close, the marketing piece, the branding, telling your story, creating a visual brand, and then construction, just better understanding how to coach your clients, how to understand home inspection.
Right.
All of that.
Yeah, and see, as you're saying that, you start to think about, now how would I word that when I'm talking about presenting myself to somebody, right? So when you meet an agent and you meet a producer, right? And you think about how your history and your value needs to show up in that conversation. Ray, what did you do before real estate?
Well, gosh, I've been in real estate full-time for about 21 years. And I spent maybe 4 years or so in banking.
Okay.
Investment banking, private banking. But I think what prepared me most for this opportunity is making rank at an early age in the military.
There you go.
Leading people at an
There
early
you go.
age in the military. And probably, what year is this, 24? Probably around 2004-ish, just intentionally working on myself really positioned me for an opportunity like this.
And see, that's the perfect awakening right there to be able to say, because when you think about your value, that's only your experience.
Right.
Only you have gone through that. To be able to say, well, actually, it started, getting to where I am today started with this incredible opportunity, and I actually knew and saw my skill set as a leader and was able to rank, and now you're weaving that in to where you are right now, and see how that builds, see how that creates this this uniqueness of the fact that this is how I've arrived to where I am today. And people identify with that, y'all. Do you know how many times in conversations when I share my story that somebody resonates with what I'm saying? We have to be better storytellers, and I'll tell you one this week. I had a adorable girl come in. She's a capping agent. I got referred from her from somebody else. We sit down, we have a conversation. I felt, and you have to be willing to read the room in these conversations to know when to lean in and when not to lean in, okay? And I could tell she was carrying something heavy, and we got through all the real estate stuff, and I could tell that there was something on her heart. And I said, well, share with me what's going on in your personal world. And I wouldn't always ask that, but I felt led to ask her. And she started to tear up. And she said, well, transparently, I'm going through a divorce after 15 years, and I have 3 little kids. And don't you know that, and some of you don't, but my story uniquely qualifies me to have a conversation with her in that moment, because I've gone through it too. At 40 years old, with 5 children, going through a divorce as a single mother, and how Keller Williams came into my life at that very moment and has changed my life, that I was able to make a connection. Do you see how that deep connection could make her feel secure, confident, trust, value immediately? And we both had tears. And that was just our experience, but it was purposeful. It was meaningful. And you better believe when I went to go pick up Diana Kokoska that night, guess who I got a text from? Her. And she said, thank you for pouring into me today. And she gave me a referral of another capping agent that she thinks that I would like to meet with, and I'm meeting with him Monday. Now, the reason I'm telling you that is because I leaned in with my story. It's not gonna, when you talk to people, that's what value attracting is. It's how many ways can I connect with you? How many opportunities can there be that we can, in a conversation, through asking the right questions, be able to hear where can you make an intentional connection? A lot of us, when I started this journey, when I met with and I don't like to say recruit because I like to say attracting talent. Recruiting for me is a word I've never used in my career. I've always built relationships, and that's how it's worked for me. But the truth is, when you're in those conversations, it's easy to just talk at them. It's easy to just, Keller Williams is amazing, and then vomit Keller Williams. Keller, this is what we do, and we're awesome, and da-da-da-da-da. And then by the end of it, did you learn anything personal about them? Do you know their journey? Do you know anything about them, their struggles, their challenges? Do you know how to be prescriptive, in the conversation? And this is why I'm leading with this today, because this piece is so critical to you becoming a magnetic value attractor. It will change the game in everything, not just bringing in talent, but converting at a high level and getting more referrals. You have to be able to make the connection. And so you knowing who you are is what's most important, because you're leading with authentic value. And they can tell if you're real or not, right? People can tell if you're genuine and authentic. So asking those questions, but you have to know. So write it down. you know, who you are, what you offer, and then what makes you unique and different that only you are qualified to be unique for. And then how you take that to your team is it starts with you, and then it goes to your team, because you're the leader. So then you bring to your team the value proposition, and thank you all for filling out the questionnaires, and a lot of you did do a lot of work on those with filling in your value and, you know, kind of what your uniqueness was. And so we're gonna, you know, dive into just a little bit more of that, because I don't want you to leave today without having clarity. I don't want you to leave today feeling like you're still trying to figure it out. So that's why we're gonna, you know, hone in on this and make sure that you feel confident with where you're at. And the reason why is because once you know, leaders, your next step is to create like a reboost, a relaunch. Okay, in the marketing world we say relaunch, right, Stephen? You know, so you're always trying to kind of reset that energy, and you have to recast. So you're recasting the vision, you're getting everybody on board, and then you're doing like a campaign launch, right? And you're creating all this energy to come around what you're doing. Because if you just come out of today and go, okay, well, here's our value proposition, we're out, and then you never talk about it, and then you've never brought it to your team, and then no one became an evangelist for it, and we didn't put it in every single, you know, marketing piece and collateral and everything that we have, and we're not sharing it from the rooftops, is anything going to happen? We will have 0 results. So this is why this piece is so important, is because I want you to leave today knowing, okay, this is it, and we're sticking with it. And then we're gonna run, and we're gonna share it with everybody, and we're gonna talk about it, and it's gonna be put in everything that we do, and it's gonna be in every team meeting, and it's gonna be part of the language. So let's dive into the leadership team. Leadership team, you must start with vision, which creates the energy to get them in their lane and then to grow them. And that's ultimately how we operate as leaders, is we're always fostering, you know, the people around us and identifying their strengths, helping them get into their lane, you know, get more productive, and get all those plates spinning that we juggle. We know that it starts with leaders. I mean, Ray, you said on the call a couple weeks ago, success through others. You know, there's no way that we can win as team leaders without our leadership team. It's absolutely success through others. There is no way that we could do what we do. You could not hit double digits in your market center. You could not have an incredible team meeting every week. You could not, you know, get people onboarded. You could not do what I do in technology without cannot. So we have to take care of our most important people, which is our leadership team. So if we're not growing them, and we're not helping them see the vision, and they're not bought into the vision, how many of us have had people on the team that you can tell are not bought into the vision? We know that as leaders, right? You see it. They're not as productive. You know, the energy might be, and then what happens when there's negative energy? You know, now we've got... It's contagious. And again, everything that we do becomes, you know, explosive, right? In the world of people, because we're in the people business, if it starts, it's really hard to rein it in. So, and when you get it reined in, you want to keep it reined in. So, you know, this is why when you start with the value and then you lean into your leadership team, guys, this is the vision. Here's our value proposition. This is what we're going for this year. You know, like for Peachtree Road, you know, our goal is 200 cappers, 200 gross, and $75,000 in company dollar a month. And if we hit that, we'll hit MREA. We will break our record, you know, in gross. We will black belt at net, and all of the things will happen. We talk about it every single day, every single Monday meeting. You know, I talk about it with the ALC. It is the story we are telling that we're going to do this. This is the vision. This is what we're doing. You know, and it's a constant conversation. And if they're not bought in, you're not going to get the help that you need to reach your goals. And then agent leaders. Once we do this with our leadership team, we must do it with our agent leadership council, because they're the ones who are the voice. They're the evangelists. Look at your agent leadership council as the evangelist for what you're doing at your market center. They should be out there with a megaphone talking about how amazing your market center is. And I have been a part of ALCs that is not the case. Okay? So I understand that it's hard. It is not easy to get the right people, who are all on board and ready and eager and willing to actually do work. A lot of times we have teams that aren't really doing anything at all, right? So, but it takes the constant, conversations around aligning them to the right activities, to the vision of what we're trying to accomplish. So last night, for example, our growth committee, we do a call night once a month. And we have 14 people in the room, literally working to build their profit share and fund their lives. That's serving them, right? Is it also serving me? So I'm not saying, guys, I need your referrals. Give me your referrals. Who's got their referrals? ALC, you didn't give me your referrals, so KWKers for you, right? Yes.
And not to get in the weeds of it, when they're calling, what are they calling to? Like,
Yeah,
what are
so-
they calling about?
So Mokel pulls the list, so we always have the list, so we have the names. What I've learned is that you have to give them everything. Okay, so I have failed forward with the idea of like, let's do a call night, come together, and then it's like, they don't have a script, they don't know who am I calling, what am I doing? We have to give them everything, okay? This is a spoon feeding scenario. So we have the lists, I write the scripts, okay? And it is basically, here's all the script options, here's the lists, and everybody's calling, and I have a couple key leaders who are really good, who are leading out and like teaching them, because guys, they have to be taught. Let's just be honest. They don't know what they're doing, so they have to be taught. And every single one of these scripts teaches them how to do a three-way text with me and make that introduction. So last night, I had 14 text messages connecting me to people. Is that helpful to me?
Yes.
But I'm doing that through them. And how I'm doing it through them is through through value leading. Because they don't feel like I'm asking them for something, because I've created an opportunity for them to fund their life. This is about them, not me. This is how can I help you? Growth committee, I'm so excited, and they lead it, guys. This is not Ahndea up front going, hey, we're doing the growth committee thing, everybody's in here and this is me. No, this is my growth committee. I've got 4 guys, powerhouse rock stars on my growth committee this year on the ALC. And then they've recruited another additional 14, 15 people within the market center, and they're leading. I'm giving them the tools, but I'm elevating them to lead, so it's not me. There's a big difference there, because I have done it before and been in many meetings where I'm like, guys, we don't have enough people, I need your referrals. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Is this connecting? Are you seeing the dots on this one? Okay,
I
yes.
do have a question. So on the scripts, right, those tie back to, if I heard you right, tie back to the value that you're providing at the market center.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, and we'll go into a little bit more of that this afternoon, some of the, what that is, because the truth is when you're leading with value, you're going to be inviting them to something of value. Now, there's levels to how you do this. There are professional people who've been doing this a long time who can get a quick conversion from just literally asking somebody, are you getting what you need from your brokerage right now? I mean, Karen Smythe, she sent me like 7 people the other day just by asking, are you getting what you need from your brokerage? No, I'm not. Guys, people are desperate right now. We have 68% of the market that's dual career, and that's growing because they're not making enough money in real estate, but we have the tools to help them. So that's why this is so critically important, because we are right on the cusp of a huge opportunity to become those magnet attractors, and we have what they need. They just don't know it. So what we're trying to do is help you tell them that we have what you need so that you can attract them. So value attracting, and all of us coach with Michael Bastian, right?
Yep.
Okay. So from a John Maxwell standpoint, there's 5 levels of leadership. When I started in the role, I started as a recruiter because I was told to do that. I was told that my job was to make 20 cold calls a day. Now, coming from my background, I do things through building relationships, and it didn't feel right to me. I wasn't comfortable, but did I do it? Yeah, because I'm gonna do the job, right? I'm gonna do what I'm asked to do, and what I'm gonna tell you is the results were the people I called saw me as a recruiter. Do you think I was really successful? I could still get appointments, I could still convert some, but I was working way harder than I needed to. It was it becomes how valuable is your time. You should be in that 20%, and for me, my time is way more valuable spent in belly to belly and relationship building than to be cold calling people and being already perceived as someone of no value, which puts me at a deficit. I'm already at the very bottom. So I then realized, light bulb, through my education and training and background with leadership, that I need to be seen as value. People need to know me as somebody that is offering them something that is for them. Again, not about us, about them. What can you do for them? And then all of a sudden they start to see you a little bit differently. So when we look at this value attracting is who do they see you as? Because your activities are gonna show you who they see you as. If you're just doing cold calls, you are seen as a recruiter. If you are calling a co-op, you're still seen as a recruiter, but you may come in at that permission. You may come in as maybe a nice person because you're calling to say, oh, Sarah said that you were amazing on the co-op. You know, it was so great. You did a great job. I'd love to have a conversation with you about your business. How can I add value? Can I invite you to an event? Right? You're a nice person. Or you can be seen as you actually know something. And then when you get a referral from an agent in your office, you're seen immediately, y'all, at level 4. At level 4. If somebody gives me a referral, they've already decided I'm valuable. So in those 3-way texts or in those referrals I'm getting from agents, I'm converting those at like 100% because they've already seen me as valuable. If I was meeting people at a level 1, am I converting at 100%? No, no. So this piece is important to understanding as you're learning to become that value attractor. We want that conversion piece to flip. We want you to be shown up immediately as somebody of value so that you can work smarter, not harder, convert more, and automatically be viewed as somebody who's of value, and you will start to see that flow and that change. Because otherwise you're coming from the behind, you're coming from the rears, right? So, and then finally, you can get to the point where you're a dream maker, and that's where you're meeting with your top people and you're changing their lives, and you're attracting top people and you're changing their lives. I'll tell you a quick story about Mira Liniato, who joined us from Compass the end of November. She has been in the business 25 years. She knows everybody, Jennifer Barnes, you know, all the people, okay? She actually came to me as a referral from somebody not with Keller Williams who sees me as somebody of value. So she saw me as valuable and said, you need to talk to Ahndea. We made that connection. She joined us. Now I did the hard work of working with her for the next 90 days, coaching with her, getting her with Mokel, getting her tech set up, working on her marketing. You know, we did her brand. We did all kinds of things to get her in the business, right? Because you can't just bring them in and leave them. If you're going to create a success story with a capper, you have to do something to get them successful. So she has just had the best first quarter she's ever had in 25 years. Is that a story? Because she is over the moon and she's telling everyone she can possibly tell. And since that's happened, I've now gotten 3 more appointments with people. Oh, I heard what you did with Mira. Oh, I heard. Now, again, is it about me? No. It's about me helping her so that she shines, so that she's excelling, so that she looks great. So do you see how if you show up from value and then you can change somebody's world, that it creates a cycle of attracting value. And that's where we're trying to get to. We want to level ourselves up to a point where we're living in that attraction. And when you're in it, guys, it's a flow. It feels like you're flowing. It's an energy. Jean's laughing. But it's like, it's so exciting when you haven't been there, and then when you get there. It's a night and day difference to go from disappointment, frustration, anxiety, to like, oh my gosh, I have like last night, I have more referral connections than I can handle at the moment. Get prepared, Amy. We'll be handling that on Monday. But it's just, it's insane. It feels so good, but it's a system of adding value, attracting value. That's all it is. It's just around and around. But do you see how if you don't know what your value is, that could be a problem? Okay, so we're gonna take a minute to go through this this sheet. We're gonna do a little break on it, we're gonna do a little workshop experience on what is exactly your brand. So you're gonna get with your team, everybody has this. You're gonna get with your team, and you're gonna answer these questions, because again, I'm not letting you leave today without clarity. Because if we leave today without clarity, we almost can't even execute what we're trying to accomplish today. I could tell you all the systems in the world, I could give you every system I have, but if you don't know this part, this is the igniter. This is the piece that ignites the systems, okay? So, do you all have this?
I
Everybody?
don't.
Okay, there's that. I think each team leader got one, so
Yes.
you're gonna
Yeah,
work
if
with
you
your
have
team
one,
member.
work
Alright,
together.
Yeah, because you're gonna do it as a team, a group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never mind, let's go.
Okay, so your brand is how people perceive you wherever they interact with your business, both the impressions you can control and the ones that you can't. Okay? You're gonna go through your value. What 3 problems are you solving at a high level at your market center? What 3 problems? Let's start there. Michael knew you want to put on a little undertone music as we work on our project. And I'm gonna like, like I need the vibe.
Yeah, it's good,
Problems you're solving are for the agent.
Yeah.
You know that, right? Okay.
I think if you're, right now we are training
So now
Okay, guys.
Okay, has everybody got their 3 problems that you solved? Are we good on the 3 problems we solved? Are we
Yes.
close on that? Okay. We're gonna, all right, Michael. Sorry, and then I'm gonna give them another lip here in a second. All right, let me have you share your 3 problems that you solved. Who's ready?
Let's go over here.
All right, let's go.
We actually have 4.
Okay, good.
Culture,
Yes.
all right, training, development, consulting, that's 1.
Yep.
Right, or 2. Technology,
Yes.
and 4 is inspiration.
Love that. So
Right.
that's a unique.
That's me.
Yes. See?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
We're getting this. Very good. I love that. All right. Who's next? 3 problems that you solve. Mokel.
We solve education, but we give them systems and, marketing.
Ooh. That was good, Mokel.
Yeah,
Good
thank
job.
you.
Okay. What else?
We said, and this is in the sense of because they can feel alone, connecting and building relationships with our agents and making them feel part of our community.
Community. I love that.
Training and consulting, elevating the agent brand.
Okay. Very good. Love that. What about y'all in the back?
We went down a cul-de-sac, and I took us down into.
Oh no, Jim.
Oh,
He said
no
cul-de-sac.
way. No
Oh
way.
boy.
Who believes that?
I asked Jalen, from his perspective as our new assistant team leader, I said, what do you think we do best here? And he said, what did he say?
Our synergy amongst our production and with our producers.
Okay. Love
And
that.
And I asked the question, I said, so how does us being a very productive office, how does that help agents that are not productive?
Jim, through training to the top, through inspiration. The one thing a lot of offices don't have, Jim, are productive agents.
Yep.
So you have a very unique value proposition at your office because you guys have a very high level of productive agents that you can use to your advantage and your value to attract people because they're gonna, top agents are more likely to be attracted by top agents. So you guys have a huge opportunity because that's one of your unique pieces.
Because, as you all might not talk about, we struggle all the time, because during 2021, when it was arguably our best year ever,
Yep,
we still only had 30% of our agents capping.
right.
And capping ain't no great big deal, I mean, that's $40,000.
Yeah.
Not a lot of money.
It's not a lot of money.
How to make the ones that are not productive is probably,
But you're thinking along the right lines because that right there, even if you focused on that one thing as the problem that you solve, you already have the solution and now you need to drive everything to what does that look like to get them to go from not productive to productive? Or if they're at that 40,000, how do we get them to 75? How do we get them to 100? So your whole value could be that.
actually, how do we get them to show up?
How do you get them to show up and engage? If they will engage if they feel value,
That's it. Engage, yeah.
right? They will engage if they're getting value. They will also engage if they feel that you're doing something for them. Listen, we all talk about nobody cares, you know, what you say until you show them how you feel. You know, how you make them feel, how you make them feel. Yes.
I think now that you're saying that, when we were saying relationships, I think something that we are doing at a much higher level is making them feel seen, valued, and heard.
There you go. So that's more specific. So once you get into this, you can really drill down. So, you know, at First Atlanta, we help our agencies be, you know, feel seen, valued, and heard by, and we're gonna get into it, guys, we're making you write your statement. It's actually happening today, okay? So that was good. What else do we have?
Team building.
Team building, okay? And so do you have success stories of teams being built in your market center?
In the process.
There you go. You just need one success story, guys, but you gotta have one. The success story becomes more success stories when you can lead from your value with a story and just go crazy with sharing that and how you helped that team and then they're sharing how that you helped them. Are you valuable?
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. What else?
Already been covered, tech, training, with a.
Okay.
big
So
components.
I'm hearing you're unique as team building, you're unique as helping them be seen, heard,
Connecting
connected. The connecting piece is huge. I like that because that's,
It's a
you guys are the
relationship.
first home base, you know, First Atlanta has that history. That's something nobody else has.
Correct.
Okay, so you lean into that of fostering this, you know, we were the originals, we're gonna create this community, yes.
The only thing I would say to that, and I think the team would agree, is that we've leaned on our history for so long that if we don't attribute the future to it as well,
Oh,
then
absolutely,
our focus has really just been on the history.
right,
But it hasn't been on what the history does for our future.
yes.
And that's the difference of where we're going now.
That's perfect, and that's what you need. You need to connect to the future because that's what we were talking about earlier, where you've been gives you credibility to where you are now, but that will not carry you further.
Yep.
You must be able to connect it, so you're nailing that, Cara, yes. Anybody else? Did I miss anybody? Okay, so the next piece is, now that you know those, so everybody write down that unique thing that you had, okay? Those become your value. And you're gonna create the value statements to attract the agents to the pain point. And this is really marketing. If you can perfect, guys, listen to this. If you can perfect your value proposition, you can increase your conversion rate over 50%. Who would like a 50% increase on your conversion?
Yesterday.
All of us, yes and yes, okay? And how many of us also know that if we can do this as leaders and for our market center, can we not train our agents to do this in their business?
100%.
We are modeling, right? So it's us leading and modeling, really running an MREA team. We are just like them. We are just like the agents running a team. You're gonna improve your marketing strategies. Learning to present the value of your company and products that you deliver in a compelling way is one of the most high value, wide-reaching marketing activities that you can lead with. It just is. I'm not making it up. It's not what Ahndea says. It's the data. And I'm a very data-driven person. The numbers don't lie. Okay, now we're gonna make your statement. So you're gonna build a brand from the ground up that stands out. It is no easy task, y'all, okay? Your positioning statement is gonna go like this. We offer whatever your product and service is for whatever market that you're trying to attract to whatever value it is. Unlike something else and the key differences. So here's an example of something really generic. We offer coaching for new agents to learn the foundation of real estate while building a life by design. Unlike other brokerages, we focus on culture first. So that's a very generic way of tying it in, but you need to make it more specific with your specific things. But that framework, do you see the framework of how we're putting that together? The framework is what's key because this is your 30-second elevator pitch. Okay, so you've got to have it. When you meet people, are we not networkers? We, team leaders, are marketers and networkers. That is what we do. We are those people, and so are our agents, by the way. They may not know that, but now they have to know they are marketers and they are networkers to be able to stay top of mind in this market. So you need to be prepared when you are networking and talking to people. What are you saying when someone says, what do you do? Who are you? You know, oh, well, you know, I'm Ahndea, I'm in real estate. Great. Does that tell me anything? No. You need to be prepared to say things like, oh, well, I'm Ahndea May, and my passion is to be a lid lifter and develop people in real estate. And they're like, oh, okay, well, what's a lid lifter, right? Like, however you say it needs to give them a desire to want to ask you more. Has to. That's the power of that 30-second elevator pitch, is to be able to get them to re-engage with you so that it's not just a drop. And if you say you lead a real estate office, I mean, that's not enough. It's got to be something unique that's going to make them want to engage more. And it needs to be your specific unique value. So think through this statement and how you want to incorporate what your unique one thing is that we identified. So if it's team builder, now by the way, you will do this for really every one of your buckets. So when it comes to, you know, your coaching program and how you coach up new agents, right? You're going to have a statement because, by the way, when you get advanced at this, and this is what we learned last night in our meeting when we were calling agents, we're prepared that by asking you a question, I'm going to identify quickly where you are in the business. Are you brand new? Are you dual career? Are you in production? And I can see it through looking at your numbers, right? So I have yes.
What time of day do you do that calling, or what time?
The call night is from 4 to 7 once a month, so it's at night and people pick up. But my point is, when you identify what their need is or who they are, now you immediately apply a prescription of value. So but you got to know it. Oh, well, we happen to have one of the top dual career coaching programs, at our office. I'd love to be able to connect you a three-way call, a three-way text to our leading, dual career coach, and invite you to an upcoming, mastermind that we have this next week. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you have to be prepared to be prescriptive. So you have to know what your statements are to be able to reactively give them something of value. Yes?
Could you just repeat the stat on how many dual career?
68%.
Okay.
It's 68% and growing. And the reason why is because they're not making enough money. And so people need to have multiple streams of revenue. But we can turn that around to be something positive, can't we? We work with Keller Williams. We are multiple streams of revenue. So when somebody says that, they're coming from a lens of no brokerages offer anything for dual career. Nothing. They're getting no support, no training, no coaching. In fact, for a long time, even with Keller Williams, it wasn't really like a happy, positive thing. It was kind of like, we really don't want those people. A lot of our investors, even when we brought it to Peachtree Road 3.5 years ago, it was kind of like, do we really want that? But to be honest, this last month, we have two dual career people in our top 10 of our whole office, and we're very productive. That's a big deal. Is that a story? You better believe when I talk to somebody and I know that they're dual career, oh, well, actually, we're able to, we have a program to help you be able to do your career and retire you from that career on a growth path to full-time real estate. And by the way, we just had 2 of our dual career agents in our top 10. I mean, they're like, who can I talk to? Right? But it's because we're being prescriptive with our values. So I'm going to give you another 10 minutes now as a team to go down and practice writing that value statement to the one thing you shared today that was your unique identifier. So just the one thing. If it's your team building, if it's, whatever yours was that was unique, create your value statement to that. Okay? Michael New, hit it. You two are killing me.
She's looking at mine.
Our value proposition.
Like, that's not good enough.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, you going about the hard way.
It's our value statement.
Okay, we got AT&T over here. Okay, no telling you, okay? Look.
Oh, for sure.
What are our values?
And you know what, they don't have to know about real things. Because knowledge is power. No, it's not right. Just change the tone of that. Yeah.
Right. No, but that's
We offer training
We offer the training model system to help operators really scale it. We are really
Oh, no, two.
like that.
Well, no.
I like other brokers.
No, there is like,
Think about it and you're able to think about it. But if you don't, it might not resonate like that.
How many RTs did you all last year?
29.
Might be how we end our value statement. Let's go, unlike other brokers. So how do we not take claim for what they've built?
We don't have that yet, right?
And unlike other brokers, you take claim for what they've built. It's already as opposed to, so how do we not do that?
It's that general thought.
I think you have to be an idea.
I think we do empower them to build well.
Well, maybe we listen to the information how our agents do well.
But it doesn't necessarily answer the problem of other brokers take advantage
All the way up, all the way,
Well, I guess that's great. Yeah.
Like other brokers, we take what you've built, we empower our agents to build their brand, their wealth, and their empower our agents I love it all. I think that's about it. Say that one more time.
Maybe we just have to empower agents to what makes them.
Okay, is everybody close?
We need like
One or more, okay.
Yeah,
That's good, I like it. Progress.
right.
Yeah, what I'm making. We offer systems and tools to top producers grow and scale their business. And like can brokerages, well, even that could be stronger.
This is a start.
Top producers
Good.
grow and
Start, I feel like it's starting to
scale
cool off.
their business. Too much to say and will. Grow and scale their brand, business, and too much. Unlike other brokers,
on that one.
Marketing resources.
No, that was it. Yeah. Great song. Who was the young lady who used to do that? What's up, Pussycat?
But make sure you be specific. We're not marketing, we're taking up, they own stuff.
I think we should talk about giving our agents some tools and to give our agents.
I like that. I'm not gonna steal it, but I
It
like
puts
it.
us ahead of the
I like that.
That probably like
Yeah, we do.
the robot.
Yeah.
Make it shorter. See what it is. I did like too. Like when you try to put that on something, you know, market material, stuff like that. Thought it was like that.
No, but also, in fairness, they're like, yeah, honestly.
Okay, write it down. You know what the.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's sort of
Okay, is everybody got it? We got it? Okay. We're close? Okay, Michael, I need to keep running.
I
Okay,
think
we're right here.
it's all what makes their personal brand unique.
I was like, what am I doing? Oh. Oh, awesome, so I can manage it? Thank you, I'm sorry, I'm like, Michael, help. Okay, how do we feel? Are we getting somewhere?
Confusion.
You're confused? Okay, let me have some
We're
people.
gonna need like another run through, cause
That's okay.
like, there's too many words and we
Yeah.
need to just condense.
But that's
it a
what
bit.
this is, where you're starting and then you're filtering down. Guys, this is work. It takes time to really you're gonna practice, you're gonna put down 15 different words. I mean, it's part of and by the way, if you go to the back sheet, you know, there's a ton of words on there, you know, provided if you need some power words to kind of put in and institute in your phrasing. I call them power words because those are the things that kind of magnify what you're trying to say. It gives it legs, right? So there's some words back there. So who wants to share with me their first run? Cityside?
Yeah, this is exactly our
First run,
right?
yes.
To get the conversation
Mhm.
started, right? So what we have right now is we offer an environment that's rich in culture, top-notch training, collaboration, and coaching that inspires our agents to reach the highest potential, to reach their highest
Their
potential.
highest, that's fantastic. That's a perfect starter. Now, what's beautiful about that is it gives an overarching enough that then you can drill down.
Yeah.
So that's the overarching statement, and then what you're gonna do is have everybody on your team, so you need one for technology, you need one for your coaching program, you need one for your top agents, cause that's the overarching, and then you're gonna have and the reason that's important is because now when you're marketing and telling your story, you've gotta be able to rattle those off with everyone that you're talking to so that you can come from prescriptive value. Do you see how it would be so much easier if you already knew what to say? Because when you don't know what to say, you're like coming from, okay, that's, you know, but when you know what to say, what are you? What are you when you know what to
Confident.
say? Confident.
Yep.
Guys, people follow people who are sure. At the end of the day,
Right or wrong.
you could be failing forward. You could be failing forward and not even know what you're doing. But if you are confident
Yep.
and you know what you're saying, they're going to buy in. I mean, you better believe that I was coming from the very back here. I had not been with Keller Williams You know, I had not had a 25-year real estate career. I've been building businesses, entrepreneurs. I've been in real estate since I was 21, but not in a capacity of what maybe the normal was. So I had to create my own value that made sense with what I was doing. And it comes from a background in leadership with John Maxwell, building businesses, having a branding agency, like being in real estate, going through the '08 market and losing everything and having to sell our custom home and literally move into a 900 square foot house with 3 kids and a carpet in the kitchen and no dishwasher. We lost it all, right? So that's the story that now can connect as I'm having conversations with people to build my value to then share the value of my office. Make sense? So, okay, who else? Who wants to share? Yes.
We are still coming to agreement within ours, but
Good.
just a framework of one is, as a highly awarded market leader in production, we provide an abundance of leverage, opportunity, and synergy to sustain and grow our agents' businesses while turning their dreams to reality.
That's fantastic. I got chills. Jalen, Jim, I got chills. That's awesome. Yes, in this hot room.
If you get chills in this room, it's working.
Yes.
But the question is, the thing we talked about was though, our superpower though is our productivity.
And you're gonna plus it. So that's the overarching value statement. And then you're gonna go deeper once you've done the overarching, because that sets the playing field, okay? Then you're gonna take it deeper and have one for the target R2's top producer, for my newbies.
We're gonna have different ones there.
You're gonna have different ones that go into the same framework. So you're still leading with the culture and whatever your value was, but you're tweaking the first sentence. So like you're tweaking that first sentence to say, you know, we provide top agent, you know, development to help you grow and build your business through our intentional masterminds, you know, with the high-level leaders. Unlike other brokerages, we focus on developing you first so that you can build a legacy life. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you'll tailor that first sentence then to each kind of bucket that you have so that you make sure there's a value to every area that you offer. All right, who else? You got yours?
And we started with a smaller bucket, not the overarching. So we offer coaching and training to producing agents to plan and implement the systems needed to launch and grow a team. Unlike most brokerages that just want you to write another contract, we want to partner with you to grow a successful, profitable, and sustainable business.
Perfect. So with that, now you have a framework, and that was specific to coaching and training, okay? Now you can change those buckets out, and maybe it's about technology. It's our award-winning technology and how we're going to use that. You know, maybe it's about our that we cater to dual career. Maybe it's about our get sponsored to our real estate school. So you see how if you have the framework that you can change it out, and then you have a value story for every single thing that you offer. But it doesn't change your magic, your uniqueness. The uniqueness of who you are and what you offer, that's the overarching, and then underneath it is the tailored buckets, okay? So, yes.
I'll give you ours.
Oh, yes, please.
And it's a work in progress. We offer the training, model, systems, and tools to equip our top producers with the advantage in growing and scaling their brand, business, and wealth. Unlike other brokerages where your hard work is building their reputation, we empower our agents to own what makes them unique in growing their personal brand. We are where entrepreneurs thrive. We are where legacies unfold.
Fantastic. And then you'll be able to, I mean, you're gonna be able to tailor that down, you know, a little bit, so it's about, because the goal is to make it needs to be soundbite enough that like you could rattle it off
But I
quickly.
do love we are where entrepreneurs thrive. We are where legacies unfold.
And then what happens with those guys is they become your taglines. So inside of these, now you're gonna have these little sound bites, you know, where Cara, when you're talking to somebody, it's gonna be top of mind for you what your value is, and you're gonna go, when it's needed, you're gonna say, well, actually, you know, we really are where entrepreneurs thrive. We are where legacies unfold. You're not gonna say the whole statement.
No,
You're gonna
it is.
pull out the sound bites that are necessary to who you're talking to, but you're gonna know it.
Yeah.
The challenge is we don't know it. And so then we're trying to like come up with things to say, but it's not, again, we wanna bring it all back to your brand, to your value, to what you offer to tell your story. Do you wanna share yours?
Sure. We offer a developmental platform for leadership to implement proven, scalable growth models and systems. Unlike other brokerages, we partner with you to create and experience unparalleled excellence in life.
Fantastic, very good. Okay, so we'll keep developing these now that you understand the tool, because this is a workshop experience you should do with your whole leadership team. You as the leader are gonna lay down the first kind of, the high level vision of this, but then you're gonna work together as a team, and I already said to Mokel, I want the value statement for technology. I want value statement for the agent experience. Everyone on your leadership team should know what their value statement is in relation to the overarching value. Okay, because now you've got everybody who knows what to say. It's not just one person, everyone's clear on what they're doing, what they're offering, and how they can help serve agents. I mean, how amazing is that, right? To have your whole leadership team understand your value and just be constantly, like an agent walks in and they can just rattle off, well, this is what we do, and here's this program, and we help agents do this, and I mean, it's like, it's amazing. So when you look at these two circles up here, the role of the team leader, and this has been kind of a all over the place thing since I've been a team leader at Keller Williams. It's kind of shifted from, it's growth, it's this, it's 50,000 buckets, okay? But at the end of the day, it is that we lead culture, we cast the vision for the market center, and we lead the culture in our market center. We know if our culture is thriving or not, and if it's not, it's our responsibility. We have to get it to be thriving. And that means you have to recast the vision, get everybody on board, get everyone bought into your value story. That's how that's how, if your culture's struggling, that is the solution to solving it right now, is to recast the vision. And I don't care if you get 2 people bought in. I don't care if you're newer to the role and nobody really knows you, get 2, get 1, get somebody bought in that then can duplicate, but you gotta start somewhere.
We're gonna need our raving fans.
You need your raving fans, and you need them to be bought into the vision, but if you don't know the vision and you don't know the value, do you have raving fans? No, okay? And then the second is growth. And at the end of the day, no matter if you're doing all the growth or someone else is partnering with you in growth, it is still our responsibility as the team leader to understand every lever so that we can help lead those things. There are some market centers that I have been in where the team leader knows nothing about what agent services does, knows nothing about, what technology does, knows nothing about how to onboard somebody. Like, it's like just out of sight, out of mind, like, I don't know, is that a challenge when you're trying to lead a business and lead people? Is it a challenge when you're trying to understand your gaps and where you need to improve? If something's not working and you're not seeing the results, it's a system issue most of the time. There's a gap somewhere. When we audited our system, and I'll move to the next, because now we're gonna move into the fun part, and this is all in your printed piece, but everyone was asking me for like the 42 lead levers. They're like, how do you have 42 lead levers? Okay, this is where I started when we were auditing our business, and when I realized, where are we even getting like our people from? Like, how are we even getting pipeline, right? And honestly, it was like Wright Brothers that nobody was coming from, Red Careers, and agent referral, which was like almost nothing, and that was it. And so I was like, wait a minute, we got a problem. Houston, we have a problem, because we don't have enough funneling in and ways to attract people, and we need to revisit that. Now, this is a lot, and you're not gonna do all of these things. I'm just giving you an overarching view on what all could be possible, and we're tailoring this way down to 3, or 4 main buckets that you're gonna flow through, okay? So you've got that in front of you. You're gonna take a look at that with your team, identify kind of where's some things that you can really kind of start to add under the main buckets. But the truth is, it starts with your value story. The value story becomes the attractor. That creates the agent referral. You then develop your agent referral through growth plans, your divisions in your market center, wealth building, and it all goes around together. So at the end of the day, your gold mine your absolute gold mine, if you had to start over, if I had to start over today, right now, the gold mine is in your people. It is in the people in your market center. It's just like agents. What do we say? Referral-based business, right? Database, your sphere. It's the same thing. Our database is our agents. That is our gold mine. We all have at least about 200 to start with, right? So you're focusing on the people because they know the people. They're the ones that you're going to work through. So the number metrics that we look at to understand if our value story is being heard and understood is how many agent referrals you're getting a month. And when I looked into that, that number was very low. And I'm going to pop over to this so that you can see. We had, we really were under 5%. So if you look at what is a standard, you want to be attracting about 10% every month of your agent referrals. So if we have 485 agents, we should be getting close to 50 agent referrals a month. Like that should be the goal, okay? And you know, if you have 300, it's gonna be 30, okay? So you wanna hit that 10%. But what would that do for your world if you were getting 30 referrals? Because we already know the referrals are gonna convert way faster and way better than something that's cold. And what would that do for your agents if 30 agents a month were adding somebody every month to their profit share? It's incredible. It's life-changing. So these are the buckets that we focused on to make the immediate shift. And this is just our story and journey and how we were able to move that needle very quickly with making our shift and how we were focusing our systems. So when you look at K-score, how many in the room have K-score? Is the person that's doing K-score in this room for your office?
We no longer have that person.
Okay, so we are diving into that a little bit today because there is also a massive opportunity in K-score if you do it correctly and you have a system around it and you can actually have a follow-up strategy in a way that you're doing it so that you can be generating 5 to 7 people a month.
We were getting 5.
You know, from your K-score. So it's a big deal. So for us, when I jumped into it, now when I say when I jumped into it, I mean, I literally had to go to kscore.com, figure out like what our login was. I didn't even know our login. I had to get our login, I had to create a Google Drive, I had to find out where the templates were, I had to pull it all, we didn't have it. It didn't exist, like I had no system for us with K-score. So I went into it, got on the call, called the people, you know, at International, and was like, okay, how do I do this, right? And so we built a system with K-score to where now we're able to see, okay, we've got actively around 120 to 150 students going through our program at all times. Now, that means nothing unless we actually have a follow-up system in place and can move them from not doing well to actually completing. Now, the truth is that that conversion is a lot smaller than you would think. And if you're doing K-score now, you understand that a lot of people get excited about, you know, doing it.
Top of funnel leads.
It's a lot of top of funnel leads, although, I mean, we've had people knock that thing out in 2 weeks. I mean, it's interesting when you get to in relationship with them, you know, that some can be very motivated to get it done. So for us, we increased our K-score from agents actually in school to completing it by over 180%. Like that's how bad it was. Like we were not getting a conversion. So we were paying for this and agents were getting into it, but they weren't finishing. So we realized if we added some layers of systems from what does that onboarding experience look like to get them signed up, at 50% through, we're inviting them to a study session so that they actually get into the market center, that they can create some of that sticky, you know, we have agents leading that in our office. And then once they complete, somebody's gotta be watching every week to see who has finished their exam. If you're not meeting with them right after they've completed, before they go take their state test, they're going somewhere else.
Will you talk about even before they take their state test, some of the things you've done that you found successful with the practice stuff?
Yeah, the study session. Yeah, so basically, you know, I'm gonna actually pull up K-score, okay? Because I want you to be able to see so that you as the leader know how this works.
So Y'all,
Okay.
she's pulling this up. Think about busting your tail all year long, and you don't have K-score implemented, you're not doing it at a high level, right? And you're net zero, right? Okay? Net zero, and at the end of the year, right? What we've heard, Cara, how many was First Atlanta getting with
We were getting solidly 5 a month.
5 a month, right? Ahndea, how many you get in?
We're between 5 and 7.
5 and
Yeah.
7 a month. So what happens to net zero if you're 5 a month from K-score?
Plus 60 for the year.
Plus 60. What does plus 60 mean?
Black belt.
You go from net zero to black belt with that one difference.
Well, and I will say this too, I think we're all in the trenches together on tackling AR. And even if it means for the first however long that we're able to release where we need to and offset some of that, do you know what I mean? Like, I think we earn the right to go, okay, this is gonna get us there, and this helps to alleviate a pain point that, at least for us at First Atlanta, we're currently experiencing. And so you don't feel like you're going into the month negative, and you don't feel like you have to hold on to people out of scarcity, and then your roster is truly in integrity, right, with where we're at.
Love it.
Yeah, and it's great.
And there has to be a who, so this is a system that when you work the system, it works. And a lot of times what happens is we end up losing, hold on. I might have put the wrong password.
The fact that you can remember any of them, I can't remember a single password.
I think I just
It's
forgot.
not business fund, it's not spreadsheet.
It's gonna be,
KW.
What is it?
KW.
Oh, that's right, at KW.
That's probably why.
Yeah, that is. Okay. So the reason this is a big deal, because of what Michael said, right, was the fact that if you can have as many funnels in as possible, the better, right? As many ways as you could be generating leads, the better. And we just keep adding, as we go. But if you don't have a stable, consistent double digits right now, you need to start with the foundational ones. You need to lead and get excellent at the 3 to 4 main things that are gonna help you succeed. So agent referral is number 1, K-score could be number 2, using broker metrics and heat seeker could be number 3, and then a niche, maybe one niche one, that you guys have that's specific to you, okay? So my point is, in scaling something, you have to start by laying the foundation. So if you get creative and you start doing 50,000 things, it's not gonna work. We have to first lay down the foundation to get you to the double digits consistently, and then we can start saying, okay, we're gonna add another thing, or we're gonna add another thing, okay? Yes?
It's just like MREA says, it's the upside down
The
triangle if
upside
we
down
start
triangle.
with the
Yep,
creativity.
exactly. So, does everybody know, has any team leader logged into their KW before?
K-score?
K-score? I'm sorry, K-score, yes. Okay. So, the thing about logging in is the ability for you to be able to see your enrollment and where they are in the process. This is so critically important, because it's one thing if you're like, oh, we have 170 students. Okay, well, where are they, and what do we need to do with them to move them to the next place? So whoever is doing this in your office is going to be, every single week checking this system, and they're gonna be going over to the enrollment report. And from this enrollment report, you're really just choosing, what real estate it is. It's already connected to us. It doesn't need to really have like a student group. I choose licensing, and then we're gonna go to search. And then we're gonna go to export, and you're gonna go to Excel. And the reason you're gonna choose Excel is it's gonna put it into like a, Google Excel sheet. And this is very important, because whoever is leading over this is gonna be managing the system and making sure that there's a tracking system attached to it, okay?
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. You're just
You're
going to
okay.
the full thing and then you're exporting into
So you're
Excel.
you're going to enrollment report.
Yeah.
And then you're going to export, and then now I'm pulling it over to the sheet. So I know it's kind of probably hard to see, or it's a lot of information. But then what we do is the who is going through this, and they're looking to see they're highlighting. So right here in this bucket where it says last activity completed date, completion date, score, that's where you want to be focused. So you're looking, whoever's the who, you, remember, team leader, are responsible to lead over this, okay? So you are leading this person to a system of accountability, and they need to either be reporting this back every Monday in your team meeting huddle or on your huddle every day. There has to be a system and accountability of reporting, or you don't know what's going on. So that's the leadership piece, okay? So when we look at this, you know, final exam right here, November 5th, so it's telling us final exam, are they in their last unit, where are they? Why is this piece so important?
Tells you to reach out.
It tells you where they are in the journey. If you don't know where they are, can you help them? No. So obviously here you can create several things. You could have we have a smart plan system that, you know, stays connected from once they get enrolled, and then we have a phone call at that 50% through where we're checking in, pushing. They need a cheerleader. They need somebody motivating them, and that can be leveraged through command smart plans. But when they get to that 50%, you know, inviting them into something, some sort of a study session, a training session, something to get the sticky to bring them into your world is very valuable, okay? And then once they get towards the end, you know, that person, that who, is looking to see, did they complete their exam? And guess what they're doing? They're immediately making an appointment for you on their calendar, or whoever's leading that. So like in my case, it might be Brenda, it might be Amy, whoever is leading the K-score appointments.
And when did you say you meet with them? When they're where?
When they have finished their school
Yeah.
exam. That is where you can capture them.
Yes.
Now, obviously, we've already captured them in the study session, so we're building relationship here way before we get to that point. Because they all have friends, so they're all gonna be talking to other people, right? So once they get that, now I'm getting appointments, or someone on the team is getting appointments booked from that system. Would that be helpful to you?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to make the appointments, it's already being booked for you. So if you're, so like, this last week, I probably had 3 appointments that were just put on my calendar, you know, from the K-score. Now, when I meet with them, and we'll talk about the representation and talent and all that kind of stuff this afternoon after lunch, but it's critically important that I know, you know, that they are in K-score, that they just passed, because what am I gonna need to prepare them for when we have a meeting? What will they need so that they can be a part of our office?
Next steps, sponsoring broker forum and.
Yep, if you're meeting with somebody who just finished their school test, in that appointment, you are setting their expectations and you are giving them the next steps. Who's leading?
You are.
We are leading. So every piece of this is what's coming next. So when you meet with somebody that just finished school, it's awesome. Here's what's next after you've met with them, okay? I'm gonna give you your sponsor form with our brokerage. Here's your citizen form. You're gonna take this to a bank or a UPS and you're gonna get it notarized. You're gonna get a background check. These are the 3 things that you're gonna bring with you when you go take your state test. That means that when you pass your test, yay, you're gonna be active. If you don't do that, you're gonna have to leave and go back and like get all this stuff. It's just, you know, it's a lot more hassle, and I want you to be streamlined and be able to get it efficiently done. When I say that, everybody says, I wanna be efficient. No one wants to have to waste their time, but I'm leading them through exactly what to expect. Once you pass, so then I say, I'm gonna send you a text, and now you're gonna have my personal phone number. And then when you pass your test, you're gonna send me a text and let me know you passed, and we're gonna book your onboarding. Now, you better believe I already know when their test is. I'm not waiting for them to tell me that they passed. We have it tracked, we know their test date, and we're following up. But we then connect with them, we then say, congratulations, you passed, we then book their onboarding, and that is the system. So,
Ahndea, I have a question. What's your close rate out of people who graduate from your K-score?
very high.
Roughly,
Yeah,
I mean,
very high. I
yeah.
would say probably 95%.
It makes sense.
It's very high because it's not cold. It's no longer cold. Remember, it came from a referral from our agent or someone, you know, to the office that referred, and then we had somebody personally onboard them into the K-score experience. Then that person follows up and we're doing smart plans and then we're talking to them at 50% and then they're meeting with me. I mean, the relationship's built.
Yeah.
So it's a very high conversion, yes.
From your office or from any of the offices, do you all have any K-score success stories to share?
Absolutely. Des is an agent that literally is in IT and works a full-time career in IT and makes 6 figures and got his real estate license. He completed the K-score within literally, what, was it 30 days, Mokel? So fast. You know, got on board, joined us. He's already in coaching. He's already got a piece of business. I mean, we get our people right into production. And so we've got a ton of success stories of agents who were able to go through the program very quickly. We've also, because of this system, we have shortened the time in which they have passed their test. Because we are staying their cheerleader. We're right on it. If you let them go, guys, I mean, Brittany knows this. Brittany was leading over this when she started with us. And we were looking at the numbers going, okay, these people are not finishing. Like, no one's doing it. They're not completing. And we just had to keep refining the system to get it right. But that's why leadership is so important, is because if you just leave it to somebody and you as the team leader are not holding it accountable and you have no conversation and no system around how this is working for you, are you leading? No, you're not leading. You're leading when you say, you know, Amy, here's the system for K-score, right? Here's our process. Let's role play this. Let's go through it. Let's see how this works. Okay, great. Every week you're going to report to us the numbers of how many students are in K-score and how many we have almost ready to be completed, how many came to study session, right? We need a metrics. You have to report your metrics and your numbers. Why is that important? Because you used the word earlier, forecasting. If I'm leading a business and I can't project and forecast what's coming, am I going to be successful? No. So this helps us forecast, okay, Ahndea, I've got 7 in the pipeline coming from K-score. So that means I've got 7 here, I've got 15 referrals from my agents, you know, I've got 7 in process with, you know, booked for onboarding, I've got, I mean, now you know your pipeline. Do you know your pipeline at that level, at that depth, where you can just rattle off, where is everybody, what are, you know, how do I know who's coming, when are they coming, what am I projecting and how am I forecasting?
And so this year, Ahndea, how many do you think you brought in from K-score? How many did you get? Just an estimate.
I would say, so we're at 40.
Cara, did you say you're getting 5 a month? Or-
So we were, and I'm actually going through the list now, because this is my call list, for after this and or for Monday. It's like I've got immediately right now, and I'm highlighting in red anybody that's joined us, and I'm looking, and I've got 2 success stories
Good.
in the last, like, maybe 3 months of people, and I'm just being totally transparent as a leader here. I didn't know they came from our K-score.
Wow.
I didn't know they came from our
Right.
K-score. In my mind, they were referred by someone, but I hadn't made the connection that they did it through
Where?
K-score.
Right.
So now when we go tell our story and build our testimonials, we put it in our recruiting packet, on the page about K-score is going to be testimonials about Kayla and Zod and like our agents that are here. And when someone goes, oh, I'd really like to talk to someone who went through it, fantastic, let me connect you with Zod. I know he'd love to connect with you about it. Hey Zod, I've got someone, blah, 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 blah,
There you
blah.
go.
Great, you've done such a great job. Would you be open to giving just 5 minutes to someone who's going through the same journey you have?
So the 5 a month,
We used to.
you've converted to this year.
I need to look, cause it looks like.
Yeah, Jim, for context, sorry, I think I know what he's
Yeah.
asking. They're not getting 5 right now. There
We're
was a
not, we were.
system,
Gotcha.
there was
We
a
were.
system that was being.
There was a
imp-
who.
There was a person.
with
There was a
sys-
who leading a system.
So,
Right.
can I share something that we
Sure.
have failed forward
Uh-huh.
on? Something that we've done well here is we have built systems for individuals.
Right.
Yeah.
And at such time that we part ways with an individual, we've lost the system. And so now our audit is on a system in every role built by and owned by the market center. Such that if we lose your email address, your Google Drive, your everything, we have not lost the system. And that is what we were doing. We're doing it now from the ground up.
And that is one of the things I noticed early in my career as the TL, is that the system, whatever the system was based on an individual. So like even when Brittany made her transition before she left, we had her video screen share every single system process of her role that we now have in the drive, so that moving forward, I'm not going like, well, how do we try, are we good leaders if we can't give people a 30, 60, 90 and actually get them up and running efficiently and successfully? We're like, oh, I don't know.
And that's the pain point now,
Right.
is reaching out to everybody here and saying, hey, do you have a 30, 60, 90? What is your onboarding checklist? What's Kimberly doing? Because we need to do whatever Kimberly's doing, right?
Right.
Because that's truly where we are, and it hurts.
Yeah, so, and to answer your question, we brought in 52 this year. I would guess that we're around 15 to 16 from K-Score.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, we really do have,
And what did you do to, because when there's a lot of them, never finish their class.
right.
You have to-
It's that
I have a
system.
final interject here. What I heard sitting back here is there was a system to cheer them on. If you think about what a person is going through in life who's enrolled in K-Score right now. Do we think that they have a family that's encouraging them to become a realtor? Probably not.
Right.
So if we are the cheerleaders for them to become a realtor, they will go back to that computer and finish that class. And without that system, they will drift away. They feel alone, they feel lost, they don't feel encouraged, and I can guarantee, we all know that. They're transitioning from some type of occupation, whether a student or a job, and they're coming into an occupation that doesn't have a salary. Who's encouraging them? It's us in here through this follow-up.
Yeah,
And I'm keen to add that I heard part of that, and that is automated. There's a smart
Yes.
plan,
yes.
and
Yeah.
not every single touch requires a who.
A human,
In
right.
the moment.
You're right, it's very true. It's being led over by somebody, but there is this automation piece, which is why you'll be so thrilled that we're gonna help you get doing that with Command, yes?
Well, I think another thing that's cool about the smart plans is the aspect of, and it's one thing that originally that we were kind of drawn back from because it wasn't shared at a market center level. So from a system standpoint,
Right.
it's like, well, how do we share the system if it's on an individual account? But the beauty of smart plans is you can share them with any individual. So as y'all discussed on your
Yeah.
meeting last Friday, there's aspects of you can just share that system then at a market center level and say, hey, build this into your individual
Correct.
smart plan.
Yes. Oh, so you were on that call?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So it's great that you can build that system and still share it.
Right.
Even though you're not building the system and doing it at the market center level.
Right.
You're sharing it with your leadership where they can.
Where
it
they
empowers
can
them to
utilize it.
Run with it.
Exactly.
Share that smart plan.
You're exactly
Yeah.
right. And I would say, so just so you know, on the digital version, I've tried to give you every possible tool to help you win here. I actually ripped off and duplicated an incredible system from a team, a market center in Texas. And so you're gonna see that here.
Oh, did
You're-
you share this
Yeah,
with us?
you get, all of this is in the email that I sent you. You're gonna have the
Missed that.
drive links, yeah.
Did you steal that?
No, it was shared with us in the team leader drive. So I went.
It's the road. Jason
Got it.
talked about the road.
Yes.
Rip off and
Yeah, a little
duplicate.
R&D,
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
because
road to success.
I wanna show you that there's other people doing this well, and this system was just one that I thought was really good. So it actually has like the template, the whole follow-through plan, tracking spreadsheet, like the whole 9 yards, everything's linked here. So that way, if you don't have it already developed, you can take it and customize it to your own market center. But this is how you're gonna win. You're gonna win with a system, you're gonna win with somebody leading over it, and leader, you're gonna win by having an accountability piece that's attached to this, or you will never know what actually is happening, okay? So we have to have whoever the who is, has to take the accountability to telling us, here's our numbers, here's where we are, here's what the projected is for the students completing, this is how many appointments I got on your calendar that just finished school. See what I'm saying? Okay, so that's the K-score piece.
Ahndea, does
Yeah.
it have the cram course in there?
It does on theirs, yes. So
Okay.
on this, it has like the KW prep. So when you click on this, guys, like this is just an example of a K-score tracking template that you can customize. And then this one, right here, this document in here, this is, look, it's got KW prep. I mean, this system is very robust. They tell you, step one, and all you're gonna do here is customize it to your market center. So you're gonna go get your K-score link, you're gonna put it in there, you're gonna tweak the wording to match your market center, okay? But between this piece giving you a lift of about 5 a month, and then increasing your referrals from your agents by 5%, just 5%, that's your 10 right there, done, okay? So those two things alone, not including all the other additional things, can get you there. Let me go back to,
Y'all, Barney Fletcher has a great cram course as well, and I think the
Capitus, Barney Fletcher,
Capitus.
Georgia MLS have the best cram courses.
and Georgia MLS, I heard that one's good too.
And then if
Night
they
before
can't
the
go in
exam.
person, night
Yeah.
before the exam has a phenomenal 16-page review packet on all the important, and I think it's about $65 for the agent. That one's been a huge
Yeah,
resource for
those are a
everyone.
big deal for somebody who comes out of an online class to pass the state test.
yes, absolutely. So we're gonna switch here in just a second over to command, and this is gonna be your favorite part, but this is gonna be the game changer to you creating an automated system and being able to start automating to elevate, okay? We want to get that automation going as a partner to you, as leverage, so that you can get more hyper-focused and strategic on what you're doing. But I wanted to make sure to finish this because, obviously, the agent referral piece is so critical, and we increased that by 160% over that year. And how we did that, y'all, is exactly what I shared with you with the value story. You create something very exciting and a value add of, hey, we're helping you fund your life, right? It can't be give me a referral. It's gotta be more creative than that. Come up with something that you're gonna use as a way to celebrate people for who do you know that I need to know, right? Who in your world do I need to know? Yes,
My apologies, when did you send the Google thing?
this morning, when I got here. I sent out the link to the presentation so that you could view it digitally and through
And
here.
it's in there, thank you.
Yeah, everything's on the link, cause I wanted to be able to give it to you multiple ways. So, but y'all, right now, think about your team meeting. What are you doing in your team meeting right this very second about agent referrals? I wanna hear it. What are you doing to celebrate agent referrals? What are you doing to talk about it? Yes.
So this past Tuesday in our team meeting, we actually did in our lessons learned portion, I did a short agent panel on profit share. I did research on 3 of the top agents that, within my percentage that I'm covering, that were successful with profit share, and did I asked them 2 questions and then did just a quick Q&A with the agents that was in the audience. And it was something that you could tell when a light bulb goes
Mhm.
on, because a lot of agents just aren't educated within the opportunity that they already have in their back pocket. So just being able to reintroduce it and present it was something that worked well for us, and it drove a lot of conversation after the meeting also.
I love that. And what you focus on expands. If you're not talking about it weekly, if you're not doing an activity to make it fun weekly, it's not top of mind. One of the things, I'll get to you because I wanna hear yours. One of the things that we had to shift, y'all, is the fact that it cannot feel that you need something from them. It cannot feel that you need something from them. The wall will go up. They're not there to help you succeed as the team leader. That's not their job, right? So it has to be about them. So when we started switching the wording from, can you give me a referral? Are you building your downline? We never say downline, ever. We do not use the words that would trigger people to negativity. We use positive words like fund your life, build your life by design, wealth building. We use words that are all positive to reframe their thinking so that it's about their goals and dreams, not what we need as a market center. It shifted everything. And then we gamified it and made it fun. So now we're gonna celebrate you. You brought somebody to team meeting, you get to spin our wheel, you get a prize.
I like that.
I'm sorry, but the real estate agents love prizes. They don't care what it is, right, Mokel? They don't care if it's
Free swag.
if it's Starbucks, if it's whatever it is, they just wanna get to spin that wheel. And I'm telling you what, y'all, one week we didn't do it because we had the NAR settlement meeting and we had 150 people in the office and it was insane. And I had 4 people come up to me. I had a referral. I brought somebody as a guest. I didn't get to spin that wheel. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, I mean, so it's just, they care. So you've got to come up with your own gamified approach to make referrals not referrals. So that's the key piece. It's the K-score, the agent referral, and then the lead piece for us, we increased our leads by over 346%. And you know, how we did that was through the next strategy I'm gonna show you of what we did in Command to use broker metrics to pull the lists. And Brittany will remember this because it was a project.
So much fun.
It was a project, but you know, we had to really create our farm. We had to create our target lists. We had to create, we didn't have the leads, so we needed them. So we had to go get them because we just didn't have them. So this piece of generating the leads to put in your pipeline, so now you have people to talk to. Now you have people to invite to something. Now you have people to put on a call list, on a call night with your but if you don't have it, you don't have it. So that piece is huge. Our appointments were up by 70%. Like, we were struggling. How many of you know the amount of appointments we're supposed to get as a team leader a month? 40. So the benchmark has been, since I've been here for 5 years, 40. Now, in my mind, if you can get 16 to 20 gross a month with less appointments because your conversion is great, fantastic. You know, if you can get, but if you need 40 appointments to hit the metrics that you need to hit, then you need to get 40 appointments. And hopefully between all the different lead levers, you're gonna be able to get those 40 appointments. 40 appointments is not easy. It's not an easy number to get. You have to be very hyper-focused and have more than one bucket that you're bringing in those opportunities for appointments. And so, you know, that's the metrics that they give us. So, and then also, once you get this system, y'all, and your 3 buckets can be agent referral, K-score, and then, like I said, the leads is what we call broker metrics, heat seeker, like the people that you can talk to. It can be social media. We use social media on a very high level to attract talent. But I would say start with those, lay the foundation, and then build from there. And then what that did for us is that next year, so 2022, negative 52. Okay, not a great year for us, negative in company dollar. 2023, highest gross we've ever had, 174 agents, highest appointment count we've ever had, most R2 appointments we've ever had, most company dollar that we've ever had. In a single month, we had $82,000 of company dollar come in, and we had the most cappers recruited, 29 cappers last year. And so all of that success was hinged on not just the system, but the system amplified by the who and the leader, right, is what ignites the growth. Because you can't have one without the other. You could be an excellent leader and attractor, but you don't have the systems to scale, which is what happened to us. We had great success, but guess what? We weren't set up. We weren't set up to be able to keep that sustainable and to scale to the next level, so we had to go back to go up. You know, or you maybe attraction isn't your number one thing and it's an area that you've got to grow in, but the systems will give you leverage to be able to still see the results. Okay, so we're gonna shift now, and the email that you all sent with the list, do I have it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be sending you all something so exciting. This is huge. Okay, so Michael and Brooke, and we have been working on helping you because, you know, it'd be really easy. Is this what this is? The MCA one?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, probably not.
No?
No, probably not.
I was like,
Mine says list.
Ahndea,
yeah.
how about a quick break?
Sure, do we need a quick break?
I think a 5 to 10
Yeah.
would be great.
Do a quick five-ish minute break is fine, go to the restroom,
Right.
and then we're shifting into technology.
So it's almost 11:15.
And it'll give me
Can we say
time.
11:20?
Okay, 11:20, take a quick break, we'll come back. Kara's pushing you.
Give them a break.
I know, because we're gonna have lunch at noon, y'all.
I know.
That's the only thing, because we gotta get through this foundation piece with the tech, but yes, 15 minutes-ish.
11:20. 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
8.
8
All right,
minutes.
go.
Okay, run. All right, so
Jim had
let's
the same
forward
thought as
this
me.
to all the team leaders. Michael,
Michael,
what's your email?
Oh, Stephanie, that's her room.
Writing on parallel excellence.
Steve, Steven, what's your email?
We're gonna do a circle. Can I have a
Jalen, remind me of your email.
Jalen, Jalen, Walker, Walker, @kw.com.
Jalen, who does your,
Jalen, I don't know if you put a Y in that.
Yeah, I did.
Alright.
Oh, there you are, okay. Who does your tech at your office?
Our tech is Scott.
Scott Hardy?
Um,
I'm trying to think who I'm missing. Trey, does Trey have something? I think we have Steven. Michael?
Jalen, y'all have a pet trainer, don't you? Like, there's like a third party.
Michael
Yeah, I don't
Plotty.
have, she's here.
That may be
Oh,
she.
God.
She.
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay, sorry, that may be who she, okay, sorry about that, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Jim, Trey, Michael, do you want me to put Steven, the guy, the command guy,
What time
on
is he?
here? Or I was gonna send him this email with all the command lists.
You can go ahead and send it
Did
to
I
him.
send it to him? What's his email, do you know?
Yeah.
Sorry. Patrick Mauden is actually the person, I gave the wrong name.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
Patrick Mauden.
So Stephen, STEPHEN,
Yeah, he can.
MCTT@gmail.com.
He has an appointment on
Oh, that's
Monday, so he's gonna talk to me.
Okay,
Don't
I'm
say
just
right
sending
now.
everybody.
Don't say it to Patrick.
No.
Hey.
Okay, so I'm sending all of those. And then let me send, yeah.
For the painters and for the card. You give them, it just has to be one file and a key, so they can get in. Okay, next Friday, they're coming out. We're gonna start doing the thing on Friday.
All right, so you're back.
We will stop. I had a great time.
But all the crap. Yeah, no. She said there wasn't, but we do double check.
Good time to redecorate soon.
Okay, comment.
So I don't find you.
How are you?
How's it look at you?
No, you look great.
He's kind of bustling his budget.
So I just happened to see, I was overlooking furniture.
there for remodeling.
Yeah.
That confidence monitor, huge.
Here's a photographer. It's really cool with line of art.
What cool is that all missing?
And so this is very colorful, but it's photographs.
I can wait.
That's Cross Street underpass. I don't know if
Do you
it's-
want a bar or anything in the meantime?
I have bar, thank you, I'm gonna wait though.
There's the Ferris wheel. So I don't know if you might wanna do a couple.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Is there a way in the case score to add an extra admin, or do you have to contact them?
No, you can just have the login. All you need is the login and then you
You would
can
just use,
access.
like Jalen would use mine?
Yep. Yep, and then that way, if he's in there managing it, then he can log in and pull the reports and everything.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool. So I was like,
Where did you get that, Amy? Did you bring it in? Or there's a button of it? Do you want me to get you one? Well, you know, it has to be a Coke Zero.
I don't think it,
Oh.
Coke Zero.
I can't drink Diet Coke. It's just something. Thank you, Doug.
Two different places. Finally, I had to Google it.
what I was gonna do is see what other
Use the directions.
pictures he's got.
Now we have to
No, that's all good. No, that reminded me also.
Yeah.
But you were saying your friend.
So like every week, like remind us, just like Tim and Mokel did today, everybody has a, and then either a fabulous guy, or they have their own person, you know, that's into it. I have to figure that out.
Yeah, I think me and Steven answer questions.
I am.
Funny segue.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would be all busy, so I would be going through all of the command work, and then Steven would go text me.
I like it.
And for me, because I was gonna read it, so if I was in 12. Why is that happening? It was something to do with the account,
Right.
like
Where did it
blocking us
evolve?
to certain
Where did it evolve?
pages. So just certain hiccups like that. But yeah, I would be me on command, and then past that, I have to create marketing systems for. So she a lot.
We're gonna go through some of that this afternoon. Like, do they have still verification? Do they have a landing page for that? You know, what's their system for that? The collateral they have.
When is that? Because that's.
And if you like that.
Well, and that's where I feel like, you know, I love that movie better because
Okay, I'll do that.
really knows either
Yep, that's exactly what I'm about to show him right now.
he's going to
Because he's so funny not to combust.
collateral piece needs to be created, what, you know, what could be missing that needs to be developed.
Yeah, like even the way things, like the actual, them coming into office system and feedback system. Because if they're, if something goes wrong, you need to work it down and be able to track it, track what's going right.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and also.
Deja.
All of the things, I'm gonna have to document all of this.
Yeah.
And continuously update it so that it's task and job for every single organization.
Yeah, you put your missing,
Yeah. So standardization.
Yep. Yep, okay. Is everybody back? Everybody back? Everybody got a little burst of energy before lunch, okay? Because now we're diving into tech. So I sent all of you an email. On this email, this has your command heat seeker list, okay? Looking at your questionnaires, you know, some of you were kind of getting into heat seekers, some of you are not. But I need to explain a very vital piece of information that is really gonna be the game changer to your efficiency and able to communicate well, is the fact that if you were on the Friday call that I did for the team leaders, I really was explaining the fact that Command Market Center has a lot of limitations in what you can do from a, you know, conversation standpoint. Right now in Command Market Center, you can only send Smart Plan through email, and that's it. Okay, so there's no Twilio, there's no texting, and there's no capability to run ads. So what we did was we pivoted and created our own way of doing it so that we could have a workaround. And Mokel does that really well. I'm like, how do we work around this? We gotta fix it. And so ultimately what we did is the OP office now has the capability of downloading the heat seeker list. This is brand new. They did not have the ability to do this before, okay? So you have in your email box your Market Center's heat seeker list that was downloaded from the OP office. What that's gonna allow us to do is we're gonna be able to upload that into team leader, team leader, into your personal command. So in your command, if you have, pull up your commands, all of you should have your commands open. If you have your command open, you can see at the top, you've got your right, Command Market Center on the right, and then your personal command on the left. Now, because we're running it through your personal command, it all of a sudden gives us the ability to run text campaigns and to run ads. This is huge, because I will tell you, from a marketing background, we have our numbers, the ability to be able to reach people and actually get a response is literally 75% more effective through text message. Like, email is not working. And we tested this. When Heat Seeker came out, we sent out email smart plans like crazy. We didn't get a single response. Okay, so that approach, and especially when you've got a ton of Keller Williams market centers, you know, all sending like the same email to different lists, and I know some of them do overlap, okay? It's a little overwhelming. So that has not been effective. So we want you to be effective. So we're gonna take and move your Heat Seeker into the personal side so that you can start running those smart plans through text campaign. And then eventually, teaser, okay, this is phase 1, but eventually you can start running targeted ads to those people directly. So you could have, you know, your smart view set up for Heat Seeker producers, Berkshire Hathaway agents, R1s, K-Score, whoever it is in your pipeline, and you can actually be running targeted ads to those people directly, which is huge.
Could you do that through the Market Center demo account?
No. This only can be done through your personal market center, like your personal command. So it's almost as if you're an agent. So it's
Do you know what the demo account is?
No. Mokel, do you have words on that?
The demo account is like for me when I am teaching, like say opportunities, and I don't want to create real opportunities for my market center to have to, you know, worry with. It's for demonstration.
It's like a sandbox account.
It's not
basically.
real. Like you're
It's
not
not real.
actually gonna be running ads and like doing active things through there. So it's gonna be set up in your command as if you were an agent with a database. That's how we worked around it. That's how we got creative, because we had to, because we weren't getting the results, and so we were like, let's fix it, okay? So I'm gonna have you guys get the opportunity to do that too, which is gonna level up your attraction, okay? So everybody has the CSV. I'm gonna have Mokel walk you through how we have set that up in command so that you can see it, because again,
When did you send that file? I don't think I received-
just a few minutes ago. Yeah, literally, like just right before this. The reason this is so important is because again, leaders, team leaders, we are such an innovative company, and technology is one of our main core tenets. A lot of the team leaders that were a part of the transition to us becoming a tech company didn't learn the technology, and that is a deficit to you as a leader. You must know our value proposition with technology, because it's literally, we are the only brokerage that has a partnership with Meta. We are the only brokerage that can provide, you know, a database and a cloud and the ability to be able to protect the client's data and be able to build a machine, a lead generating machine. I have won so many R2s because of our technology. But if I didn't know it and couldn't talk about it, I wouldn't have won them. So this is key. You have to understand the power of our tech, and also remember, you're leading, and if you just leave this to somebody in your office to do, and then they leave, what are you gonna do? You have to at least know it on a high level. So Mokel, do you wanna show them how to do it? So we're gonna show you, and you can do it right now. Like you could literally right now upload it into your command. We also have Steven, who is a virtual kind of command support. So if this is difficult and complicated, we will have support that can help you to upload the CSV for you. If you can do it and you kind of have some tech savviness, then you can go ahead and do it now.
Hold on, so I'm so sorry, I missed
Yeah, go
this.
ahead.
Are you uploading it to command or command to MC?
Your command, Cara.
Personal command.
Personal
Okay.
command.
Yeah,
Yep.
rewind that because she wasn't in here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so
Sorry.
we have a big difference between capabilities in Market Center Command
Oh, yeah.
and your individual.
Totally different.
So we're shifting, instead of you working out of recruiting and your pipeline inside of Command Market Center, we're having you work out of your personal. You still have to work out of Command Market Center now, mind you, to follow the steps and, you know, when the agent joins to when they're, you know, in process, and all of that has to stay.
And
Yes.
is this heat seeker year to date, heat seeker 1 week? What's the timeline of
This
this
is-
heat seeker?
what did you guys
Let's go over it.
Okay, go ahead, let her go over it.
Thank
Take
you.
it away.
Okay, so one of the ways I support Ahndea is by making sure this heat seeker every week gets into her database, right? So when Brooke and I was in Jean's command, we did not eliminate any columns, okay? So normally, how many of you guys are familiar with importing into database? Okay, so you know when you import, you have to match the column,
Template.
you have to map it, right? It's unnecessary to upload things that doesn't matter. So normally I would go ahead and not even have these things selected, when I, get these, lists. So when I get to my list, I go ahead and start cleaning it up. Alright, so just so you know, so all these columns are actually in the way. So you would definitely select them and get rid of them.
Which ones are you taking out? So if we're about to upload.
Well, that's really up to you. I know Ahndea likes to have, their current production, their brokerage, their phone number. So I take out everything but those.
That's about it, y'all.
Yeah.
Phone number, current brokerage, and what's their production.
So you might want to add maybe their email address or,
Email, yeah.
or something like that. So it's up to you what you wanna keep, right? So I go ahead and clean it up and get rid of all these unnecessary, columns, right? So once it's done and you save it, right, save it how you want it, let's go over to command and say yes, right? So hop in command.
I still haven't received mine, just.
Did you send it?
Will you,
Let me
will
see.
you forward it to him real quick?
Sure.
Ray, maybe I left you off. I apologize if that happened.
So you don't keep, for example, the status of where they are in your pipeline or et cetera?
No, that's not what
Love
she
it.
asked for.
You keep a tag, Ahndea? You take your tag?
Yeah, we have a heat seeker.
Forward
Yeah.
that.
What's your, is it Ray?
Ray Dot Duval.
It's in there. Yep, you got it.
Sure
Oh,
is.
right there.
Sorry, Ray.
No worries, thank you.
So yeah, so I just eliminate every column that I do not need and save it, and then I'll come over to command, and I'm in regular command, and I'll go, to her contacts, her database. I keep going here. Alright, so it's such a large import, so we're gonna use the import, and I'm gonna browse for it. So I'm gonna find it, which is here. Now, I'm not actually gonna do it because I've already had these things, these contacts in her database. But I'm gonna show you,
I'm sorry, did you download, it is a CSV. Okay.
it has to be CSV.
Yeah, it's already in CSV.
It's already, yeah, it's already in CSV.
And you don't have to map anything.
You do have to match.
You do have to.
And that's why I got rid of those columns that didn't matter.
Yep, yep.
Because that's like
Oh,
more
oh,
work,
yeah,
the
okay.
skipping,
More
now I
work.
have to skip over,
That's right.
you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, but normally before I get here, it takes too much time to clean it up. But yeah, just have the columns that you need, way more efficient, right? So now you map it. So this right here is equivalent to first name, last name,
Was it something like that? I don't know.
Full name.
looks like his full name, but I would've got rid of that one too. I would've got rid of it. Okay, so.
But you can skip it too, right?
Yeah, you can hit the skip button. So yeah, if you don't need it, you can just skip through it, you know, like that, like so. You can have the brokerage in there, the tags. I tag them all, heat seeker, and whether or not there are two.
Alright, so we would separate heat seeker with heat seeker R2, so that way I know, are they a producer or are they not a producer?
Okay, so under,
Where are you?
I'm just on production status, just cause like I typed in production to see if it would show up as a column and it doesn't, so
Oh,
I'm like, how do I match that?
you're right, it doesn't.
How do I match that?
Well,
You have
that's
to
another
create it.
thing to learn.
Well, you created the tag.
Basically, well,
No?
you can create a tag, but that's not gonna show up as a column. You have to create that. In command, if you go to your name and go to settings, go to, command settings and contacts. Come down to custom fields, and now you can create the
So
fields.
she
that you
created
need.
these
So it's
for
under
me.
general settings or command settings? Contacts, I see it, and
Yep.
then, I'm sorry, you said custom fields?
Yeah.
Create a custom field.
That's right.
Mhm. And this
And
is
you just do
something that you can
production, or
work
you do,
on,
like-
you know, with your
You name it to
team.
what you wanna name it.
Got
So,
it.
yeah, so when I create it, I come up with these names.
Mhm.
And then, very important though, after you create it, make it default field. If you don't make it,
It won't automatically pop up.
it will not.
Yep.
So when I go over to, back to her database, and then I go to, customize columns, if I didn't make it default, it would not show up in this list on the right, on the left here. Okay, so then I would just, now this is based on the heat seeker that I created, you know, the smart view. So so it can come over here on the right, and then you arrange it the way you wanna arrange it. I don't wanna change it, okay? So, if you guys were, importing, we can get back. The worst thing about importing.
Is anybody trying to import?
I'm doing it right now.
You're doing it? Okay.
All right, so the fact that I left and came out, I may have to, no, okay, good. Sometimes when you try to import a CSV file and you sort of like mess it up, you have to change the name, like add a 1 behind it or something to give it a new name, cause it feels like you've already imported this one. Let's see, yeah. So yeah, so basically, once you have mapped it out, selected, skipped it, and all is done, then you would say continue, and then finalize. I'm not gonna do it because I've done this week already, right? So once you finalize it, then it should, start populating. Now, based on, a smart view is nothing but a saved filter search. So once you create, or you can be like I call it mini, like tiny databases. So you have one big overall database, and then you have tiny individual databases. But a saved filter search is good. So once let's see, I always go by tags. There you go. Tags, and then heat seeker. Alright.
She is a secret weapon, man.
So I choose heat seeker. So everybody in on that list, it has heat seeker on it, but then the R2s also have R2. So that's how I get around just using one tag. And then I would apply it, right? Okay, now I've already made this smart view, so I'm not gonna redo it. So as you can see, basically, if I go ahead and customize this, I can just have I like to use created, cause I like to know when things got in the database, tags, phone numbers, and brokerage. So I have all that in the smart view. Let me show you the actual smart view. And of course I named it. Now I don't know, something's new going on, but I cannot get rid of this legacy tag situation. There's nowhere to get rid of that, so I'm gonna just slide it. How many of you guys knew that you can actually slide these columns over? Some people be like, they
Fun
move.
fact.
Yeah.
Well, but that gives me, as a team leader, if I'm coming in the office and now I pull up my database, I can get a very easy view on where everybody is, are they a producer, are they not, what their production is, and then what conversations I'm having, and it helps us identify then, who do we need to talk to and what do they need? Remember, what are their pain points and what value are we adding?
So this is the actual smart view. So these are my columns that I have in the smart views that you can, go over. Pretty clean, pretty neat. So it's important that you create those columns that you wanna use, tag everybody, cause that's how you're going to make the smart view. And that way you can start making smart plans via text message. So let me show you. So as you can see, I just put these contacts in here on the 15th, which was Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I noticed that when I come in Monday, they're pretty much ready for me to import. So I get those and then I put them in. So that's why I like to have the date created in here, so I know when they've been imported. I felt like I missed a
No.
step on Monday. I missed a step. I didn't put them on the smart plan, sorry.
Does everybody have that part down of how to get them from your CSV into your command? Does everybody get that part?
I imported them, just not
How to make it all
date list of it.
Did you remove any of the columns?
feels, yeah.
I did it, and then I did the batching or whatever it's called, and they're in.
Okay, so now, once you're there,
I'm back in my
let's
contacts.
go back to the whole database, boom. So once they're there, they're probably on top. Now this is your time to make your own special heat seeker, smart view. So now let's go to filters and find that tag. Did you tag them?
I have
Did
to
you use the
just-
tag, the heat seeker tag?
And then I have to just, give me 1 second. Cause it's got columns that I don't want right now,
Right.
so I'm just moving them real quick.
you mainly tagging by levels of production?
No. Heat seeker, and then if you're R2, R2.
That's it, just two filters,
So
because
it was the
otherwise it's.
created that I was missing, cause I
complicated.
actually like that you've got created as your first column.
Yes. So yeah, so I thought you made the whole thing. So yeah, so basically when you go to the customized columns, just make sure you select, create it, and then, you know, move it around where you want it to be, you know, so.
Do you mind really quickly, I'm sorry, I won't get in the weeds, just reread the order that you have them in?
Yeah, create it. Well, where's my order?
Recently active. I think
Actually,
you had
no,
it there.
that's not my heat, that's like overall. So if I go down to that particular heat seeker, this is the order, and legacy tags is not in there anywhere, so I don't know how to get rid of it. Okay, so created, primary phone, last contacted, and then we have, current production, brokerage,
Then you tag it.
and then tags up in.
So no email.
No, because this smart plan is only text messages.
Okay.
I basically missed how to take
You
those
can-
people and
you can
put
add
it
You can
under
add
the
it.
smart
Yeah.
view of heat seeker, like I created a smart view of heat
Okay,
seeker.
now go to your filter and search for that. Oh, you know what? If you added created, you can search for that date. So if I go here and someone say clear all, right?
Thank you, by the way.
No problem. I
Got
go
it.
to,
I've got my created.
then what did you need? Oh, let's filter for those today, cause I don't know if you got tags for that. So if you go to created here in your filters and say within the
One
last
day.
day, 1 day,
Mhm.
and then you will see, only those that were imported today.
So the way to then, once you have this going, the system here is that every week we get a new heat seeker list, okay? Brooke, wonderful Brooke is gonna be downloading that heat seeker list from the OP, cause you can't do that. So, yeah, so she will be getting it from Jean's command, downloading that file and sending it to us once a week. Once you get that file, whoever's in your office that's leading that obviously has to upload that file and do exactly what we just showed you, okay? Now, the key to where you would really plus it would be that every week then you'd have just maybe creating one smart plan that is it's a text campaign. So first of all, if you do not have Twilio attached to your own personal account, you will need to add that. It's very easy to do, inside of the command settings. You can add Twilio to your account. We pay for like the max, like, I mean, I can text, I don't know, 15,000 texts in a month. I mean, it's absolutely worth every penny. It's not expensive, it's like $45 or something. Yes,
You can finish your thought.
Oh, go ahead.
I can go next.
Yeah.
I asked for a little bit of grace in this question.
Sure.
I know they say there's no dumb question,
Yes,
but
you're-
this is a little bit, from my realtor hat. With calling other realtors, is there any form of like DNC or like registry of like not being able to contact certain
like the
realtors?
compliance, yes.
Yeah.
There is. We know that all too well, don't we? Yes, and what happens is they can hit stop, like they can put stop just like you would if you were sending somebody spam. So you're sending things out, and if they hit stop, it will take them out. They're no longer gonna receive, you know, your smart plans or your information. I mean, our own agents will hit stop on things that we send them.
On your call list,
Unsubscribe.
is there something like that?
That you can run.
Is what I was hearing, is
Um,
there a filter on
so
that?
the heat seeker is, to my understanding,
Fair game.
like, we
Already vetted.
can't,
It's fair game.
yeah, it's fair game,
Okay.
because we can't identify if there's any sort of a compliance issue unless you try to reach out to, now, we've not had one issue. We have not had
I
one
can't
person.
imagine an agent being on the do not call.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and-
no, I'm not, and that's why I said
Right.
give me a little
That's
bit
fair,
grace,
yeah.
but just
Lion.
also thinking in the mind of prospecting.
Yeah, and
that is
especially how
something
they've done it now, like, is with email too, like, you have to give them a way to unsubscribe.
Right.
That's really the key piece, is they have to be able to be like, I don't want this anymore. And so that's why it's beneficial that every week when the new list comes out, it will scrub and, you know, not put in duplicates. So you're not getting duplicate people that you're resending the same thing to, which is very helpful. So how you're gonna plus this is create a smart plan that you want to go, you know, and just basic level, guys, like, it doesn't need to be complicated. You know, you can make one for producers and one for art ones. You can re-tag these people, let's say you end up, you know, talking to somebody that, you know, ends up moving into a different bucket or category, that can be changed as you move forward. But this is just we wanna lay the foundation to help you get started. This is step one. Step one is get heat seeker in your command, set up your Twilio, and as it comes in every single week, there has to be an action item. And it can be, you can plus it like 5 times. There could be calls that you're making, you're sending the text campaign. This is what we use to do our call night once a month. You know, so we're printing off these lists, we're bringing them in, you know, we're doing calls. If they convert to appointments, obviously they're moving into Command Market Center, right? They're still in Command Market Center. They're still there. It's just that they're duplicated in my account, okay? So that's when they start the journey with us, is once they become an appointment. Because, I mean, we could talk to leads all day long, but if they're not actually converting, we don't convert them back over to Command Market Center, okay?
So you only take the people that you set appointments with out of here.
Correct.
And put them back over in
Correct.
Command MC.
Yeah, because if that's, so basically look at your personal command is the filtration.
Yeah.
That's the filter to be like, is this gonna work? Are we gonna get into relationship? If we get into relationship, now you've moved over to Command Market Center. Now we've started our journey, if you will. Yes.
In the Command MC, in the reports of contacting Heat Seeker, when we're making contacts through our personal command, how can we also track that in the Command MC reporting for Heat Seeker?
Right, so that's what I just said,
Oh,
which was
sorry
that
about that.
I do not move them into Command Market Center and start a relationship journey with them until it's gotten to a point where we're in relationship having an appointment. Otherwise, you'd have to go back and forth, and it's too much work, it's double work.
Mhm.
So we keep them in mind as the filter, and then when it moves to an appointment, then they get moved over, and now we're tracking the process. Like met with, appointment held, you know, joined, committed, the whole process.
But for, say, like the dialed and the answer, we're not necessarily on the MC side.
So you have to determine how that's gonna look for you.
Okay.
Personally, for us, we don't have a full-time person that can add all that data in there. It is
Okay.
so much management, that it will, and we'll talk about this after lunch, cause we have a whole tracking system that we use outside of Command that we're gonna share with you, that is like the met with stages. And so it is very cumbersome to every day have to get in there, pull up your screen and be like, oh, we had this like for the call night, we had a ton of conversations from that heat seeker, but I'm not gonna do anything that's not necessary. Unless I get an appointment with them, I'm not gonna like go put in there, you know, did a call night, had a call, like it's too many steps to manage when it's not actually it's not turned into anything. So that's just kind of how we're doing it now. In the future, because we are gonna be tracking more data around like how many phone calls did you make and all that kind of stuff, you will probably need to have someone on your leadership team who is putting in more information, but we're at phase 1. Phase 1 is lay the foundation and get the system going, and then we're gonna be plussing it, otherwise it's gonna be way too overwhelming, okay? So, yes.
Did I miss, I just wanna make sure I didn't miss a step. I've got them uploaded, I've got them tagged and matched. I have got a smart view called Heat Seeker and the columns the way that I want them. Is there something after that?
Yeah, I could actually do the smart plan that I should have done probably Monday.
I remember you had saved it, when I saw on your call, you had saved it and the lists were dated out. I thought I saw under Heat Seeker.
Of the
To, like,
dates.
To separate week by week the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this created
This
is.
is the
Mhm.
creative. list.
Yeah, created.
Yeah,
So
that's
now
what'll
I-
show you what
So that's
the
when you
dates are.
imported the.
I just didn't know if there was a way to create a separate, so when I turn on my filters and I go under Heat Seeker, it'd be Heat Seeker for this week, this week, this week.
Oh, no, you probably can
Okay.
create that yourself, but that's how it works.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so just one
Okay.
column so I can see the date. Now, this is how I just put them on a smart plan, which is already created. I narrowed it down to 25 per page, and then I'm going to select all. There's an action button here. And FYI, the action doesn't really stick unless you have at least 10 contacts selected. Even though it comes up when you just have one selected, it's not, the action's not gonna stick.
Are you able to do more than 25?
Yes, but I'm just trying to make sure I don't recapture the people from the other week, that's all.
So you do them 25 at a time?
This is a system for us because we do it weekly. So every week when the heat seeker drops, she's attaching them to a smart plan.
And how do you get it from 10 to 25?
Show, right here.
Yep. Mine says 1 to 10. Oh, genius. Thank you.
Okay, so selected, 25 on this page. Actions, it says smart plans, and then I just have to find the one for the heat seeker. You know what it's called? It's called.
Mhm.
Did y'all create your own, or did you
Yes,
take it from
we
the
have
library?
created all of these, and it's been several years of creation.
Sorry, guys. What's the name of it? Oh, I got a better way to find it. I'm having problems with it.
Well, and
It's probably in your
regardless,
library.
it's, you know, the goal is that once you get them in here, you need to do a maximized approach. It cannot just be one way. It has to be, we're doing the text campaign, you know, we're making calls, we're inviting them to an event. Eventually in the future, you know, they're gonna see you on social media. Eventually, you're gonna do a paid ad that's targeted to them. Now we have a 5-pronged approach, so it's maximizing your marketing.
Well, to add to that, it's like when we teach our agents, hey, you build a touch system.
There you
It's
go.
the same idea. It's, hey, how do you maximize this one campaign to build as much touches as possible with, you know, with these potential new agents that would be a part of our team, you know?
It's just like, I mean, we are just like
Yeah.
agents running an MREA team. This is a 36 touch. Like, it's
Yeah.
the same concept exactly, but we're doing it with people.
And I laugh because the reason we're not consistently getting the results we want is the same reason they're not.
Exactly.
Because we'll talk about it, but then we don't execute and actually do
Do
this.
it.
We're like, oh yeah, we need a smart plan, and then you look up 3 months later and
Sounds
you're like, we
great.
still need a smart plan.
Right, exactly.
Mhm.
Well, and that's where I got, where I was finally just like, I'm
Enough.
done. Like, I cannot do it another day without, you know, getting some result, like, we've gotta fix it. So, so this piece right here, y'all, is gonna be, again, another opportunity for you to get 3 to 5 people a month. So we've showed you an opportunity with K-Score to get 5 a month. We're increasing your referrals by 50% through a system, and we're going to also increase lead generation through Command and through HeatSeeker. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Yes, and that doesn't, you know, and that's just on top of what you already have, right? It's intentionally creating more layers, and then there's, you know, again, phase 1, but phase 2 is then how are we gonna continue to plus that foundation through advertising and things like that? Because where, from a marketing standpoint, the reason I love the technology so much is it gives us a capability to be very much like a marketing agency. You know, you can have the quality of digital advertising that you would not get anywhere else, and that you would spend about $7,000 a month for. I mean, it's really a costly tool to have that digital marketing piece. You know, I've had a company for more than 20 years, I know the cost. It's very expensive to run advertising, and I mean, some companies spend $5,000 to $10,000 a month at budgets, you know, to run social media advertising, YouTube, and all of that kind of stuff.
70,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. So this is our leverage and what separates us to be able to take it to the next level. And as you saw on the call, you know, no one's doing this because most people are not experts in marketing. It just so happened to be my background, and then I know the technology, and I was able to go, oh, this can work for us, and it works. So if we can get all of us doing this, it's, you know, this is really gonna level us up. So
12 to 15 each market center.
There you go.
Minimums.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there should be no reason not to do that when you have the layered approach. When you have the system working in each one of those buckets, and then you go, now it's working, where can we plus? Because that's the scalability part. If the foundation's laid, now we can just tweak and add instead of, we don't have the foundation. If we're not at least getting 10, like, we can't get creative. We've gotta get the foundation laid. That tells us our foundation isn't solid. Okay? So, Mokel, anything else on your end before I move to broker metrics?
That is all for me.
Okay, right before lunch, I'm gonna hop over to thank you. But I will tell you, again, success through others, like, there is no way that I could do and or have accomplished what I have without Mokel, without the team, without everyone coming together to lead each part of the system at a high level. So, I mean, Mokel knows, she's like.
I'm very grateful, thank you.
She is, and actually, by the way, I will say, she actually won the award for the 201 Club. So she was the one in our office who, one of the top in the entire Southeast region, to get everybody in that 201 club. And again, systematizing, we added that to our onboarding. It's non-optional. Everybody's getting their 201, and when you systemize something, you can elevate it. So, okay, so we went over K-score, we went over heat seeker. Who uses broker metrics consistently?
Well,
Yes? Okay.
they've used it for a while now.
So, for me, I look at broker metrics as my ability to either discover something about somebody, right? Like I can look to see where are they in their production, has their business gone down? Somebody that left us and went somewhere else that I could see, have they grown? Are they in trouble?
Are they down?
When I look at my heat seeker, I might wanna go investigate, there is a world in which we have a hot list. I have a hot list of producers that I'm going after. If I don't have a target list, it really challenges us in your ability to actually execute, because it's a drip campaign. They're not gonna come over with one conversation. So if I have a target list or a hot list I'm chasing, I'm gonna constantly be keeping in production or keeping in communication with them over time. And guys, sometimes it takes a year. Like there are producers that I have been in relationship with, one of which specifically Jean and I met with this week, that I have been communicating with for over a year to make the move. And she's just now finally like, I'm ready, let's meet next week and build a transition plan. So, but it's the follow-up, it's the consistency, it's the checkpoints. So where broker metrics comes in handy is to see, are they thriving where they are? What's their business look like? It gives you that snapshot. And then secondly, if you're in a position where you need more leads, your heat seeker's not enough, okay? You can go in and actually pull lists by brokerage, by city, by zip code, and it allows you to kind of create a bigger farm for you to go after and chase people. Or for example, we got wind this week that a brokerage was having some challenges, and we brought one person over, and then we pulled that list and we gave it to our growth committee, and now we have 5 people coming over. So when you catch wind that there might be like a weakness somewhere or something's going down, you're gonna be able to pull that list and get the data and then create a targeted campaign approach. So that's where this comes in. So for me, how I use this, just to show you, obviously we go to the proficiency metrics here. You can search by office. So if you were looking to create a list, like a new pipeline, let's say, like you wanted to create, I want to target something that we do consistently is we target the and I don't mean low hanging fruit like negatively. I mean the people that, I don't know why the offices aren't pulling up. For mine, it's automatic. Maybe Michael knew, you might have to help me. When I pull up like office search, it'll pull up every office.
Somebody may have put that in there.
Oh, okay.
And Ahndea, the other thing that you wanna do when you're diving into broker metrics, it allows you to be able to do some homework on the agent.
Absolutely.
Prior to calling them.
Yep.
Know what type of agent they are. Are they a listing agent? Are they a buyer's agent? Is their business ascending? Has it fallen off?
Right.
Over the last 6 or 12 months? And so I use it to do a lot of homework on the
yeah.
agents, on producing agents, prior to reaching out.
Well, and what does that tell them? That shows them that you care.
Yeah.
You've done your research. You know, hey, when I look at your business over the last 12 months, I see you're about 60% listing,
Right.
40% buy. Where are your goals? What would you like to make that higher? So it allows you to be more just empowered in what you know from a knowledge standpoint.
And on the flip side, I see your business is down
Mm-hmm.
25% over the last whatever timeline, right? And that you're going right into a consulting opportunity from there. So
Exactly.
it's a great platform for doing homework.
So for the
Michael,
homework.
I'm in
Go ahead.
ours, if it gives you a hard time, you
Are
might
you
need to
using the
look.
same username?
Mhm.
That's why. You can't, 2 people can't be on the same.
Maybe I can use the feature one.
I don't know it. Do you know it?
Yeah, I'll pull it
It's
up.
Matthews something and then change me, I think, but I don't know it 100%. The other thing that's great too is, again, so you're either pulling lists of people that you want to target, and remember, it's just like a CSV. You can pull out an entire brokerage. Okay, so he was able to get it, thank you. So you could literally go through this list and decide, you know, these are the people, you can pull it by city. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. You know, you can pull it by city, you can see where they are in agent count, you know, again, this is called guerrilla warfare. Okay, so I created an entire document of guerrilla warfare when I was getting about 2-3 years into the business. Every brokerage, what they offered, what their value proposition was. If I didn't know it, do you think I can speak to it? No. And if I didn't know it, can I talk about my value better than theirs? No. So I knew what Compass's model was, so that when I had a conversation with a Compass agent, I could redirect the way that I'm speaking to them to talk about how our value is different than their value, because I know they don't make 100%. I know that now they have a licensing fee. I mean, there's so many things about the brokerage that I know that I can then bring my value proposition to win it. So the guerrilla warfare is very important in understanding what are the brokerage models, what do they offer, so that you can come back with the right prescription. So this piece, you know, it's really simple. I mean, you can decide which offices you want, you click on them, you know, pull them over, hit OK, and then, you know, search, create your lists, and now easily from this list, you can just go to File, Export right here, and turn it into a CSV. And what we just learned is that when it's a CSV, you can do what with it?
Upload it into your
Command.
command.
Yep.
The only caveat is that you won't get their contact information if you look under FMLS. It has to be Georgia MLS.
For us, I mean, I know for me,
I'm not able to get
I
their
can get
I
their-
can get their brokerage information, but not their personal cell and email.
Yeah, to sell.
That's only through
And
Gmail.
email.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
Georgia MLS. So,
Sal has some,
so
the
long as they're
emails.
not uploading the brokerage phone number in FMLS.
right, yeah, usually,
The cells are there, the
yeah, the
email.
cells are here.
It's in Georgia MLS.
It's email that
Email's
you
in
don't
the
get.
Georgia
I mean,
MLS,
I
yeah.
know for me anyways, email is what I can't get through there, but I do get cell phone numbers. So you can look at that, and then the other thing to look at would be, let's see, going back here, you can also look at agent movement. So like agent movement over here on the right, like you can select offices and see, has there been movement, what does it look like? Is this a opportunity? So if you're seeing a lot of movement out of a market center, you know, there may be some opportunity for you to then have some conversations. And quite frankly, it's pretty interesting when you look at your own. You can look at your own market center and see agent movement and where they went, which is interesting as well. So really, do you have any, I mean, are you guys well enough first to understand how to use this tool? Yes. I mean, and the important piece is just, again, more leads. You should be able to pull 3,000 leads from this in your farm area that, again, get it into a CSV. We break ours down by volume. So our target area is really that 2 to 5 million. You know, we know that those people are like the sweet spot because most of the time they're not quite making enough. They might get out of the business, but if you could help them double their business, it's life-changing. So if you pull that list, upload that into your command, and now start targeting conversations around, you know, doubling, tripling their revenue, you know, building their life by design, and that's kind of, again, how you create more of a pipeline. So we are going to, any questions before we break for lunch?
The other thing, we also have it separated by brokerage, right? For example, Berkshire Hathaway, that's a hot one right now, and they don't have cap, and their
Right.
franchise fee doesn't cap, their commission doesn't cap. And
Right.
so it allows us to like focus in on one particular brokerage.
Absolutely, and that's so smart to do. It really is, because when you can get one, you can get more.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
like, what happened with us was the one person I met with, we had a great conversation, she was over the moon, she joined with us, and then I asked her, are there other people that are feeling the same thing that you are? And she's like, oh my gosh, yes. I'm like, okay, anybody else that you think could value from a conversation with me, I would love to do it. And by the way, that's actually an opportunity for you to fund your life through profit share.
And so when you do it that way, you can also target the influencers,
Correct.
right? Because that's what's gonna move the needle.
The
When you get-
kingpins.
That's
Yes.
exactly right. You get an influencer and you could usually track 5 to 7 additional agents
Yep.
for every influencer.
And that's how you plus it. That's how you get more strategic. When you have the foundation laid, you can do that, right? Because now you're thinking smart. You're thinking out of the box. You don't have the foundation, you can't even start. So, any ahas from the morning?
Yeah, tons. I think this is great information, like you said, to enhance what we're already doing. And we were just having a conversation, no pressure, but I feel like when we can implement what has been shared today, I feel like we could get to that 15 to 20 range.
I do too. Ooh, you just gave me chills. Yes. I love
So
it.
Thank you for
Thank
what
you.
you shared this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's sort of like a reverse thing because I pulled us up and because we incubated another market center, our out number is so high such that I could see where it makes us a bigger target.
It tells a story,
And
doesn't
so
it?
us being
Yep.
able to tell the story
In reverse.
louder
There
than
you go.
that story
There you go.
is so important because I go, oh man, okay, if we compare, I'm like, Sandy Springs is at the top and those numbers are because we incubated.
Yeah.
So that was actually really
It's
interesting.
very
seeing where
eye-opening,
we
isn't
are.
it? Because you have to know how you're being perceived, even things you can't control. It still is a perception, so you have to be able to create a value story to outpace that negativity.
You feel like you're under attack.
Yeah, under attack,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, no, we're 100%.
Jim, do I get an aha?
I mean, you get it all day long, I do. 5 children, that's like, and that you, anyway, I love that you said multiple systems, I love that. And you have to have a system for the system, so I love that also, so. Cause you don't have multiple sources, you can't do just one.
You're right, yeah, layered
Is anyone
approach.
interested in Wright Brothers still right now?
No,
Anybody?
it has not worked for us.
You're not? Okay.
And
What-
it
what-
takes a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it takes a little bit of everything.
It does,
right,
yeah.
To move the needle consistently.
But yes, thumbs up, Ahndea.
Thank you, Jim.
You're a good girl.
That's a big deal for me, I appreciate it. Who else? Anybody else? Any other ahas? Yes.
I just want to say from my experience, because essentially I did transition from Compass into joining with KW.
Oh, welcome.
And so I've always seen these office names. I've seen these brokerage names. I've worked with some of your agents, but it's just great to see the reflection of the leadership and to see the psyche and know where the source of the success comes from and also to be able to be a part of the future growing. And so just this shift in perspective and being on the other side is something that I truly appreciate where I'm at.
I love that. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yes, I was with
Open Door,
when
okay.
first launched in Atlanta. So that's something when it comes down to recruitment. I did work on the recruitment side, but also was in a production role. And so that was something where that was totally new, telling the story, creating
Yeah.
culture, and finding ways to convert within that. And so both of those experiences are definitely great, but it all adds up to being in the right room today.
Being in the right
Good
growth.
to hear the differences, from there and what they have there, that'd be nice, because as you said, you had your list, here's what they do at other companies.
Yeah,
It's nice to hear that.
it's important to know that, to be aware. Anybody else? Yes?
I like the framework for writing value statements.
Mhm.
That's a nice little shortcut.
A nice shortcut makes it easier and you can make a ton of them,
Yep.
right? Yes.
So Trey and I had the same one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you look at it and you go, once you have the pieces, right?
Right.
You're
Just plugging it in.
And so many of them are the same. You're just
Right.
gonna be switching up a couple of the Legos.
Yep.
And you get a different shift, you
There
know?
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, well, I think we're ready for lunch.
Yes.
And then the back half, we'll get re-energized.
Did you wanna
Yes.
talk about Market Matters?
We have after.
Okay,
Yes,
so-
oh, wait, we do
Oh,
need to
okay.
talk about Market Matters
Real quick,
really
Jim.
quickly. Hold
Yeah.
on, before everybody goes, and yay, I've got Steven here. So, let me just pull this up, the one I'm showing really quickly and all of that.
We have 396 people that have
Woo.
RSVP, so
Yes.
keep pushing. Similar to, to piggyback on this conversation, events are such a great opportunity to recruit and bring talent in, and Market Matters as a resource. I mean, arguably, I think it's probably the best stats event that Atlanta has to offer. No one else is giving this and doing it to the level that we are. Spread the word, talk about it. If we need more than 500 seats, we'll increase that. It seems like a lot, but typically we have about right around 60% that show up from that number. So keep promoting it, keep telling your agents to promote it. It's such a good value. Let's try selling it out. We're really close to that push. So just
That's
keep promoting it.
That's Tuesday.
So that's Tuesday. So here's the thing, team leaders and your teams, by the end of today, we need names, okay? So we need 2 people for load-in, and I'll share this with all of you today. We need 2 people for load-in, we need 4 people for registration, we need roughly 6 greeters, and we need another 2 people for load-out. And that does not include the First Atlanta team being all hands on deck. This is in addition to. So I need you to go back to your teams or here today if you can help. Say, I'd like to help with load in, and that means roughly somewhere between like 7:30 and 7:45 latest. And then if you're gonna load out, the event is gonna end hopefully by 12:15, but let's say 12:30 and you're available for that next hour for the load out. And then greeters, that doesn't mean that we're gonna get distracted and sucked into something else. It means that we are tangibly connecting, saying hi, making sure they have name tags. If they get backed up at registration, we might ask a greeter to hop in at the registration table. Same thing, if your person is a high I sitting at the registration table and they like to wander, that might not be your registration person, that might be your greeter. Does that make sense? So we've gotta have these filled ideally by today so that we can connect with everyone early next week and we don't have chaos Tuesday morning.
And similar to last time, so greeters will be helping hand out the flyers that have the presentation download and social share download. We're in a new venue, which is great. So we'll have open table seating in the front where I think we'll seat close to 100 people there. And then we'll have a stadium row behind in the back that can seat up to 200 people, and then standing room on the side. So
we do have tables this time, so if you're like, I've got someone who really wants to write notes, tell them they get there early to get a spot at the table.
Yeah.
Because that is feedback that we've taken over time and this venue allows us to have that.
And for the stadium seating for the greeters specifically, it's important to make sure people have the flyers and just show them their seat because we can't put flyers, etc., on the seats because they're up and put them down. So just helping people find seats, find space,
Find what
get
they need.
comfortable, and feel welcome. That's the biggest part of that. Yeah.
And then last but not least, we're just gonna do a quick 2-minute run of shows so you know what goes where, and then if your people are presenting and speaking, you can be there to support them. So Cheever's gonna open us up, and then he's gonna announce the Stronger Together winners of the fitness competition. And then we have Cheever and Trey doing the national stats, Ray and myself doing the local. We will have our Supreme partners, so Kim and Luke will come and do a short segment on the data around lending in the last quarter. And then Ahndea will come up and she will introduce our luxury speakers. So it's Courtney Gardner and Cindy Contrucci. Thank you for that, Jim. And they've been working on their slides. JD Kellum, and he will be partnering with you just where there's filler. If you could stay on him. He said he's working on his slides this weekend. We have to have them by end of day Sunday.
Okay.
And that's pushing it for the team.
We'll be filling the new homes data that we have from Chartmasters, and then the national stats that Michael helps pull.
Okay.
So
Yep.
we'll be filling
Just
that
the
section.
specific things.
There might be,
yeah.
so like
We need
Warren
them.
in the past had provided like some more micro data, of, like
Yeah.
what the Southeast region is doing
Yeah.
for new
Yeah.
home builds,
Okay.
things like
Stephen,
that.
will you
So
send JD the slides that she used?
I've
from-
connected with
He's
all
done
of
it with
Okay.
everybody.
All right,
Steven
thank
is
you.
incredible.
Yeah, JD is a.
And
one
then
part of it.
commercial, it'll be Rocky Kaufman and Charlie Lockwood. Thank you. So Charlie's gonna get a chance to come up as well. They've already sent over their slides, which is fantastic. And then we're gonna bring Cheever back up to close out and Ahndea will come down. The goal is networking is from 9:30 to 10:30. Our vendors, our sponsors load in before. We want the least amount of people in that theater as possible. And we are not going to let anyone into the doors until, like, the earliest is 9:15, but it's communicated that it's 9:30 to 10:30. So if you've got agents milling about, we're gonna need your help to keep them outside because we need to make sure everything is set up. It'll be really hard to do once they come in. Make sense? If you are speaking or an agent in your office is speaking, there is a small window to do tech, right? If they want to get comfortable with the mic. If they're good to go, that's fine, but we do need our speakers there, I would say by 9 o'clock, no later than. If you've got someone that runs late, tell them 8:45, just so that we can make sure that they're all set and good to go. Any questions?
Are we doing a
Look,
walkthrough prior to?
So we are not, so, Cheever and Trey are getting together, you and I are getting together, and then everyone else has been partnered together. The most winging the morning of, if that makes sense.
Not on the stage per se, but if you wanted to get there, you're welcome to kind of come through the slides and work
Yeah,
together.
so like you and
know.
I would probably get there, like we would do our thing at probably 8:30.
Definitely go through the slides
Yeah.
before you
We're
get
gonna
up
do
there.
it, yeah.
And if you see anything lingering that you're like, hey, you know, let myself know or Michael know, hey, by the way, this still says Q3, it needs to say Q1, or Q4, it needs to say Q1. It's little things like that. It's easy to it's easy to skip over when we're just running through, 200 plus slides and, pulling in all this data. So small things like that, and that you're catching some little things and just questioning, hey, is this the right, is this the right point? Is this right things here? Having that feedback is helpful. We try vetting that as much as possible, but just let us know if you see anything that,
And please give love to Steven and Michael because they are working hard. They will be especially. We only just got the data in the last 36 hours.
Oh,
So
geez.
they inherently have 3 days to put a whole presentation together.
that was a fast turn. It really
Very
was.
fast.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, y'all. You
That's
guys
it.
do a great job. It really, like having the slides and the QR code is super efficient. Our agents love it. So, very
Awesome.
good.
Thank
And then
you.
just a quick, afternoon, mastering your pipeline, systems for follow-up and a tracking system for your pipeline, nailing your appointment, and then a quick demo on the ads. And that's it.
Go.
Okay.
1 o'clock, right?
Yep.
1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's break.
Go.
Oh, let me talk to them one-on-one and we'll get.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have to go get on the Zoom.
Chief, where are the lunches out there?
Oh, lunches are in, gang, so sorry, lunches are in the hallway. Finish your all through alphabetical order by first name.
I just have to have a quick Zoom with Andrea.
When do you want it, so 8:30,
So
Tuesday?
what I was gonna say is we can probably connect on a Monday,
Yeah.
and then otherwise we can do Tuesday.
Let's look at the calendar.
Yes. And it is best if you do it in the morning. I'm sorry, in person. Monday.
Oh, I'm good, like after 3 o'clock. Will that work for you?
So I have 2 appointments and potentially a career night after 3 o'clock, and I don't open up till 5. Do you have anything at 10?
AM, Monday? Not in person. I could do,
Or no, Zoom?
I could, yes, and I can do 12.
I have a pending appointment over the region call, or over the KW call.
What about,
That's my
what about
Katrina?
evening?
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Glad we got connected.
Let's do that.
So got your text, and
Yeah,
honestly,
that's what
you're
I
asking the wrong question.
Well, did you
So
almost
first question, are you the listing?
I'm always trying.
I'm gonna help you out, but I'm gonna lie too.
What are you willing to work for? Cause they're hiring you to
As my
do
phone
a job.
almost fell and I kind of reacted with it.
What do you think you
I'm
are
gonna help
worth?
you up, but I'm gonna laugh, man.
Yeah, right.
So I think it's as much as your team that you need to help with the onboarding. So, I'm like if you're can be 4,
Nice, I'll do this much.
Okay. And that what is gonna be when you do it, you're gonna always keep an
I got you. And then you, so, yeah, so I just.
Oh, I understand. Well, the first question I would be asking is, because you could offer all 4.5% to the buyer's agent and you take 0. That would be the greatest incentive for an agent to find a buyer. So that's why I ask, is the first thing you have to decide is what are you willing to do?
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Do you want me to bring your car?
That's my partner.
that's different. But,
Add that to my,
so,
my
the,
list, Jim.
you could do 2 1/4, 2 1/4.
Yeah.
And, cause here's the thing, is with, you may have whatever buyer shows up, asking the seller, to pay them the difference, or whatever's on their buyer's broker agreement. The buyer's gonna want to, and so, is the property gonna be an easy lease, sold property that you think? Is it a challenged property, because a first-time home buyer is gonna be the likely buyer, or is this gonna be a second or a dream home for someone?
$27 bracelet and I put it in your card, is that okay? Like after you bought it.
What time you want us there, Tuesday?
I'm sorry?
Tuesday for the market matter?
Oh, that is, no, that one is, I've moved on to, Empower, so I need some extra hands in Empower. If anyone wants to be there for that.
So, the split, 2 1/4?
Cheaper didn't get, he didn't order anything.
Probably. I would take 2 1/2 and offer 2, but I run a higher risk of, the buyer asking for the seller to pay a little bit more. So if I'm trying to keep that from happening, at 2 1/4, they probably know I'm not, I've made every effort I can to get that number up for them.
I was just afraid it was
and they might
cheap.
not ask.
Thank you for your
So,
help.
that's where my rationale is there.
Oh, so Trey's parents wanted to.
You are welcome. Okay. That is an extreme.
Thank you. She was pulling it.
Sounds like a great plan. I like that. All right. Well, if you need any help along the way, give me another call. You are so welcome. You have a great weekend.
So, that's good. What I'm gonna do is.
I know traffic was so bad last night that, when I went to leave, it was gonna take me, it will keep me an hour to get to my, destination. It was gonna be a 40-minute drive in between. I would have been able to, walk in.
Oh, yes, yes,
go in,
thank you.
And I was
Same.
2 minutes late.
There were some fires.
And I had hoped that I could bump in for 30, 40 minutes have fun. I love it. I love it. How many were there from our group? That's awesome. That's awesome. Beautiful. That's good. That's good. All right. Well, have a great weekend. I'll talk to you soon. You're welcome. Bye.
She's Elsie. She's married Elsie. I wish she would be. She's a really good talent.
See if I can get her on the next one.
I got some work to do. So, that's what I can do. Good. Alternating last week that she was at, what did Solid Source become? I forget. I know they did something like, I don't know, it's one name. He said, she said, oh, my partner, I want to meet, this is great. Very good. I'm smart, exactly. Thank you for that. That's good, thank you. I said, come on. So we're sitting there talking maybe 30, 45 minutes later. And I looked at it, I said, so how do you want to like the coach ball? She said, well, I like him, but my Asian friend is Keller Williams West. So Keller Williams, West Cobb. I went, and I assume they're both from Hudson. I said, well, we're supposed to do this. She said, I'll make
chicken and avocado BLT.
Ooh, sounds good.
Really good at it. Still not doing it, but our friend makes fun of it. Not like a mean way, but just
Yes, who are more the, yeah, whereas she's looking at it from a different angle.
No, it's the same list. It's the same list. It's just the difference is it's in spreadsheet form and it has their contact information, which has their phone number, which it doesn't have it in It just gave the heat seeker list is agents that with whatever algorithm that they have, agents that may be leaving their office. But with that list, the contact information was not on there. And yeah, that's the primary component. So like for the heat seeker I've called so far, I've had to like look up there. So this way it's able to be in a spreadsheet, quantified, uploaded, and then search mode, and then also just create easier action plans with it. It's the same people, just different formats, so yes.
Cause I would think, like, front person.
This is Trey.
Getting all the calls, right? That Ritz-Carlton experience.
That's right.
That's, you're in charge of, right? But we're really,
I
And so,
That's a little different experience, because you're working for the same person. You either have to fund it or earn it.
contract wise,
you gotta give it to me, though.
To be a
You
car
gotta
driver
give it to me.
and that's what
And I feel like something that's
really
like the next
in
week or two.
different manners noticed that have changed the dynamics over the last year and a half. And them adding in something $300 base penalty transaction on top of the not being able to have is something that has a lot of agents frustrated.
You figure,
And so
I'm just spitting.
depending on if there is a office you would want to focus on, I see myself, but
I'm from the book. If I can say that word today, I'm not doing it.
yeah. What I can share with you for today.
Especially.
Is it Dawn Thomas or Dawn Ahndea?
Armstrong because you got married.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, all right, sorry about that. Yeah, yeah.
The number
I
has
DJ'd her
Thomas.
wedding, I should know that.
I swear to God. So listen,
Do you know where our in and outs is at?
She's going out later today, but
Just for the one presentation, everything else.
Oh, just overall for months? That was
Yeah,
a-
Well, I'm just, this reason, like, if I end up screwing it up, so, okay, so.
Look, you good?
Yes.
I'm just used to people spelling my name wrong with a Y. So when I went in the spreadsheet, when I just heard you say that, I was like, who put me down for turn into that? So
Yeah.
But yeah, so now I know it's another J.
Yep, I already grabbed it.
Okay, nah, it's good, but somebody you probably re-added it or something like that.
Oh.
Cause I changed, I respelled the name and everything.
Okay. Thank
Good.
you. Thank you. I talked to Jazari, that was the recruitment interview that I did the other day. So I texted her and I texted her, she was like, wow, we're in the training and check how she got her background check today. She was able to get today.
Guys, take a quick bathroom break, we're about to start.
So we're gonna reach out to her over the weekend and I'll check when she's back with that. No problem. I'm Jayla, nice to meet you. Yes.
Okay,
Oh, okay, awesome. So I'm actually in my last semester. I finished my course already. I did the capitalist. So my course is completed and I actually need to take my test. That's been me. I had like 3 pages of notes. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just write everything down. Luckily, I learned about heat seeker Monday because I went to the the Zoom call that they usually have every Monday where they were talking about that in bigger. So I did learn a little bit and I asked one of my associates about heat seeker and just to explain that more to me. But some of the things I'm like, what is that? What system is this? But yeah. Yeah. What office? I'm over at the office down the street.
Okay, yeah. I was looking, I was in Rawls website.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Although I'm ready to.
Every day I walk in, I'm like, oh my goodness. So, yeah.
Even like, I think of
Whenever is it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's also very in model.
Real estate, yeah. It's just complicated.
I'm not gonna do all of it.
I had already started paperwork and started that course before I started.
You find it all day long. I'm like, would you listen to that? Something else? You go.
We ready? Everybody energized?
We are something.
Something, caffeinated, full? You shake it out?
I'm still slightly on fire from the fire producing.
Oh, good, okay. That was me
Still slightly
yesterday.
burning.
Right?
I'm a little
I was
crispy.
looking at my phone going please don't let me have any.
I'm a little crispy
clients
currently, but
and
I'm
pub issues today. That was me yesterday.
Are we back to recording?
We will be.
Yeah, I got a little charred in the last hour, but I'm back to
Uh-oh. No charring.
Just a smoldering ember.
Just a small, yeah, listen, I mean, I ended up having an issue though that we did get solved, with the top agent, with the pay at close, how the drama is.
Is this what you were
when it's
working on
about money.
yesterday?
Yes, this is
Yeah.
what I was working all through Diana's thing. And, anyways, we got it all done and handled. And then I got a text at 11:58 from this agent. And you know how you can't please you work really hard to, like, you know, win and please people and make them happy and do
Yeah,
whatever.
ultimately, you're not the problem.
11:58, it was a backhanded, you know, I just wanted to say, this is the first time I've ever said something, or had a complaint and got it handled. So thank you so much, you're awesome.
What?
I was like,
It's a win, but you're like, really?
I was like,
Thank you.
you just can't say thank you, or
Yeah.
you know, thanks for going above and beyond. It had to be like, you know, this is the first time I've ever been, you know.
And yet, did
in
you just
10
differentiate yourself
years.
as a leader? You did. You just created a unique feeling that makes them more bought in. We're flipping the script on this.
I know, right? But it's funny because so outside of all that we're discussing today, that's the stuff that we have to deal with all the time, right? We're getting interruptions in our day, fires in our day, and we have to but this is also why this is so important, is because when you have these systems and these things are working for you as leverage, you are so much more efficient, and efficiency allows you to be able to see better results faster and able to handle more things. It just makes you more productive overall. So we're gonna start the afternoon with mastering your pipeline. So who in the room, we looked at your questionnaire, some of you had or used to have a tracking system, some of you did not have a tracking system, and this is outside of command. How do you have a way that you're currently tracking your met with appointments?
Yes.
So the minute that you've met them and able to follow their stages and understand where they are in the process and know what you need to do to follow up, do you have that in place? And if you do, what is it?
It's a not a DocuSign, a Google spreadsheet.
Okay. Is that what you have, Ray?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna be sharing with you our tracking sheet. If you need it, fantastic. If you don't need it, fantastic. If you wanna add to what you already have and or, you know, add some things or use some things, great. So what this is when I have, yeah,
I'm so sorry, the sheets that you're sharing, we need permission on them, because we can't get into them. We just have to change the share settings on
they
them.
should be all,
No, I
they
keep having to
should-
request access.
oh, you are? Okay, I'll edit all of that afterwards and make sure it's right. Okay, so the key here, again, going back to a system, this system for me is the lifeblood to what I am doing every single day, literally. Like, this is my daily, every day, everybody's looking at it, everyone knows what's going on, because this is the pipeline to the people actually coming in. So you've got what we dealt with this morning, which was the big overarching pipeline. You know, who are we talking to? Who are we in relationship? Who are we trying to get to an appointment? This is now having an appointment and what happens after you have an appointment. Because to be honest, where I realized one of our biggest gaps is after we had the appointment. We'd have the appointment and it'd be like, oh, are they going to get their paperwork? Did they get their sponsor form? You know, when are we meeting them again? When are they coming to onboard? Did we send them paperwork electronically? You know, where are they in the process? I mean, it became like all these caveats that we were then starting to lose people on our pipeline because we didn't lead them to the next thing in a short amount of time. So this became kind of our, okay, we've got to figure out a solution for once we've met with them, a new way of tracking and mastering our pipeline. So what this looks like is that, you know, once I have you've got your R1s and you've got your R2s. The majority of these people on our list are going to be R1s, okay, because that's the bread and butter. So when we meet with an R1 and I have met with them, it looks like this. They get to my calendar through an appointment, either through my K-Score system, so somebody in my office is putting somebody on my calendar from K-Score, or Ahndea is creating the appointment on my own calendar. Or I have a Calendly link and it's been booked through my Calendly link. So those are the three ways that people are getting to my calendar. So for example, last night when we had the call night, I have about 12 messages that I need to follow up with from yesterday, I immediately sent all of them a video already, like just as an immediate action item, so that they see my face and then I make a connection with them, because the next step is gonna be that I actually have to book the appointment, right? Now, I personally do that. In my position leading growth, I feel that it is faster, more efficient, and easier for me to be able to quickly grab somebody and throw them onto my calendar than to say, hey, so-and-so, can you get so-and-so on my calendar? Like, we started having disconnects when I started doing that. Just for me personally, it's way faster if I'm getting a three-way text with somebody to go ahead and get them on my calendar, like immediately. Because I can look and quickly add them and shoot them an email and it's over. Yes?
Do you have a video that you've created and you're gonna go plug and play, or are you creating one in the spot?
So I created one on the spot last night because I had my growth committee there, okay? So I knew what they were doing, I'm involved, I'm hearing the conversations.
What did you say?
In the video? I mean, literally, my video last night, I just did it right before I left at like 7 last night, and I just did a, hey, I am so excited to get the opportunity to have a conversation with you. I know that we were just introduced on a three-way text, looking forward to setting up a time to have a conversation about opportunities and hear more about your business and maybe how we can align and we can help you grow. Like I'm throwing that out there, it's not exactly what I said, but very similar.
Have you found more success with kind of the impromptu videos versus having like a canned?
1,000,000%. So for me, I've won a lot of opportunities because I sent them a video.
Are you texting that video?
I'm texting it. So on my phone, I have all these three-way text messages, and my step one is, okay, I wanna make immediate contact, so I'm gonna send them all the video, but I know I have this today, so I'm not able to get everybody on my calendar right this second, right? So then, over the weekend, what I will do is I will go ahead and then connect with them and see about where I'm gonna plug them into my calendar for the next week. And that's where this piece is so important, because it's how are they getting to your calendar, which is step one. So the efficiency in booking those appointments. And again, on my calendar, I have windows already blocked. So for example, I have windows of time that say new talent. I am booked from sunup to sundown. That is just how I operate. I have 5 children. There is no way I could function efficiently in my life if I did not have a time block schedule. It starts at sometimes 5:30 in the morning, and it can go till 10 p.m. Okay, so that is just how I function. So for me, I've got windows of time blocked where it's new talent appointment, new talent appointment. Now, your goal is at minimum to be having 2 a day, at minimum, right? So, making sure to have those times set so that if someone on your team is setting appointments for you, if Amy's gonna book me an appointment, she already knows where my times are. She's not having to reach out to me to be like, where can I find you, or go get on my calendar and try to figure it out. We've already predetermined this is my appointment time, okay? And then when I'm making an appointment, I'm just looking around that to go ahead and throw somebody else in, okay? Yes?
And I'm sure you're gonna go over this, but can you talk about who has access and what it looks like for the appointment tracker? So if you put an appointment on versus if somebody else puts an appointment on, and how it gets to your tracker, because this is my pain point right now.
Okay, yes, so it starts with my calendar. Once they're on my calendar, then there's a system for what we call our intake tracking sheet. So what we use is a sheet that will collect information from that agent, and and basically it's their name, how long they've been in real estate if they're licensed, their email address, how they heard about us, so who their sponsor is, so we have it in writing, in some sort of a writing form, what they're not getting from their brokerage and or what they're interested in getting from us, and it's essentially an intake form. And that intake form is what is sent to them beforehand, and they can fill it out and send it, and then every day my front desk, my director of first impressions, is pulling those and printing those off so that they're ready for my appointment. And of course, the appointment thing, y'all, it's the whole office. Everybody's involved. Everyone has, a place where it's a greeting, it's a tour, the whole thing is we're creating an experience. So we have to give them the experience. So it starts with the calendar to then the intake tracker sheet. I get the tracker sheet and then I go have the appointment. After my appointment, there's some things at the bottom, like, are they gonna be in coaching, 60-40 split, you know, just the details, right, of like what we need to inform them. Are they getting their license still, the details? But you better believe in that appointment, I have already discovered
All of it.
what's their next step, what do I need to do to move them forward? And I always say, here's the next step. Every time. Diana said this yesterday like 4 times. We are leading them. They don't know what they're doing. And 97% of people need to be led. They're gonna do what you tell them to do. But if we don't tell them what to do, they're not gonna do it. So for our benefit, we have to lead them through the process. Here's what's next. So for example, there's a K-scored person that just passed. They're meeting with me, they're on my calendar, their intake tracker is ready for me. I meet with that K-scored person. I already am aware and understand that they still have to go take their test, right? So I am immediately telling them what the next steps are, giving them their sponsor form, you know, all of that's handled right then and there. And then what happens is they go on the tracker, and then do you see where the blue is at the top? In the top, I'm saying like K-score, you know, going to take I'm putting the notes of like what's important. So, because this is how we follow up with them on a weekly basis. And then what we do is we move them down the line, and so that the people that are in that bright blue are like actually in and onboarded, and the people on the right are people that are still coming and funneling in to onboarding. So when we think about projecting and we think about creating a system of bringing people in, this is how I can at any moment know where my numbers are gonna be. Because I can look at this every Monday. I meet with my growth team, I meet with the leadership team, and then I have a separate meeting with the growth team. And I am looking at this pipeline. And I'm not looking at command for this, and the reason why is because when you pull up command, it's just a big, long, you know, boxes of people that you would have to click on each person individually to see the notes. It's too much. So this is gonna keep you hyper-focused. It is very clean, and it gives you the ability to keep moving. What you're doing is moving them down the line from I've met with them to now they're onboarded. So that's the system here, is met with them, onboarded. So every week, we are re-following up, reconnecting, recalling these people to get them to their onboarding date. So that this is the channel, this is like the funnel of how we move them along. So it goes from appointment to tracking sheet to meeting with them to updating what the tracking sheet has from after meeting with me. I then give the tracking sheet to Amy. Amy adds this person to command. So this is when my person is being added to my command market center, and we're starting the phases and the stages of moving them along. Okay? So that is our system. And then I'm gonna tell you right now, there's testing category, there's people that are dealing with GREC issues that have to be, you know, oh, I need to redo my 25 hours. You know, I still have to get my license, you know, needs to be, there's something with GREC. Like, for example, I had an issue with my background check. You know, I got my license, but now I gotta wait for GREC to go ahead and approve me. So that's on there. A reciprocal license. So, you know, if I met with 40 people, there might be 15 of those that have a caveat. Like, they're testing in 2 weeks, do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you don't know what that path is of what they have to do to get in, then you're not able to create a really strong follow-up approach to keep moving the needle. The amount of people, I mean, so every Monday, you know, we're doing at least like, you know, 20 follow-ups every Monday. Just checking in to be like, where are they? And then what's next? Oh, okay, great, you passed your test, fantastic. Can you come in Thursday for your onboarding? What's next? You know, and so that's, again, we're leading them. So any questions on this? Because I'm gonna give you the link. Again, take it for, if you don't have one, great, now you do. If you do have one, you might find it, because on the left side, you're gonna see there's a whole checklist of things that happen throughout the onboarding process. And so some of those you may be doing and some of those you may not be. Okay?
How all do you consider to be on your growth team?
So for me, I have, I lead. I've got Amy on my growth team, and then I also have, my growth team is my ALC, my growth committee. So every Monday, I meet with my growth committee. I mean, they are my partners in this. So I 100% use and work through the ALC to, you know, make them a part of this experience. It's not Ahndea leading and you need to give me a bunch of referrals. Y'all are leading and you're a part of this and we're accountable together and it's a team effort. Mhm. Yeah.
What do those Monday meetings look like?
We do a Google Meet, so we all hop on a Google Meet, and it's essentially a check-in. What conversations are you having? Ahndea, I sent you 4, you know, people over the last week. Where are those at? And I'm going to be honest with you, they're getting on the calls. So, for example, my people on my growth committee, my ALC people, not the agent partners, but my ALC leaders, I'm teaching them. I'm modeling for them how to hold an appointment. So they're getting on the Zoom with me, or if I have somebody live and in person, they're coming in. And I'm doing the whole meeting with them. Yes?
You finished.
Okay. And so that they can, because ultimately, the more they know and the more they hear how it's said, the more valuable they become to be, and more comfortable they be, you know, get. And I'm telling you, they're getting better and better. Like you would not believe. Eugene Plummer, you know, who's on our team this year, started as an individual. His wife got her license. You know, they've more than 4 times their business in the last 3 years. They're now starting to coach, you know, but he has literally thrived in this by working with me teaching, modeling how to do this. He's attracting people left and right. What were you gonna say, Jean?
What I love about this system is one of the pieces of information that would flow to my desk is a lack of accountability. So what I heard you saying is you have a Zoom call, your ALC is holding you accountable to the referrals that they gave you.
100%.
And without a system, traditionally, I've always heard from producers, I gave my team leader a referral, the referral never heard from the team leader. And that's because there's not a system. How many jobs does a team leader have? And without that system, then the confidence falls in the top producer or any producer.
Right.
Doesn't even have to be a top producer. Someone who wants to build their profit share and all of a sudden they're like, no one on the team even contacted my person. So to have a system that tracks that and you can actually give feedback to the agent who gave you that piece of referral, you'll get more.
Yep.
But if not, it clogs up and stops, and sometimes it never opens back up.
Yeah. Agreed.
So from the time, so just in terms of like understanding better your system, right? So it sounds like whoever sets the appointment puts them on the pipeline.
Yeah, which is there's only one other, there's really Amy, Princess, and me are the only people that are touching my calendar.
Who then goes and puts them into command?
That
Like-
only happens once they've met with me and they're given that intake sheet, and that is Amy right now. Which
And then
could be
for
anybody, yes?
The Google Meet, is it your full ALC or is it just the growth?
So that's a great point. So so something I instituted this year, a couple things. One is that the ALC was gonna lead the team meetings, and that we were gonna focus on developing their leadership skills and helping them become better trainers and educators, because ultimately, when you become a top producer, you're not looking to sell houses the rest of your life. We want to develop your skills in other areas, because you may wanna become a trainer, you maybe wanna become a coach, you might wanna move up through Keller Williams and other leadership positions. So that was number 1. Number 2 was that we started an alignment call every Monday. So where I was seeing disconnect in my ALC was we were only meeting once a month, and that was too hard. So every Monday morning at 10:30, we do a Google Meet. So Mondays I meet with my leadership team in person for an hour, 9 to 10. Then I meet with my ALC on a Google Meet at 10:30 called the alignment call. And it's essentially, are you in alignment to the goals that you said you wanted for your life and your family? And we go through that, everybody has to check in, everybody says where they are, we encourage each other. It also allows me to give any vital or information and tell the story. On this call, I'm reporting my numbers just like they're reporting theirs. This is where we landed for March. We're on track with this. We had 16 gross. We're positive in company dollar. You know, I'm holding me accountable just like they're being accountable. And also I can get ahead of something. I can say, hey, just so you know, a D Weismark, who's been at our office for a really long time, is an incredible agent. He got an opportunity to go to East Cobb with Jim and join a team. And I get to get ahead of that narrative to tell the story so that it's positive, instead of, oh my gosh, why did a D leave? You know what I mean? Like, instead of letting it slip out and it be reactive, I'm leading and getting ahead of it. So that Monday call, and then after that call is when I get on the call with the growth committee. So then we have so it's just back to back. Mondays are my day to realign with my team, get everybody on the same page, to get on then the call with International for the growth leader call. And then, I am like following up with everybody and making sure my calendar is stacked with appointments the rest of that week.
How long are
What
those
do,
calls?
what do you do
with
for
ALC?
the alignment?
Alignment
How
call?
do they report alignment to you?
It's
Because you got 30 minutes.
It's 30
right?
minutes,
So
yep.
there's
So
gotta-
we have, because we already, in the beginning of the ALC, everybody shared their goals. And I have a one sheet with everybody. I have a cardstock sheet with the word of the year and then what their goal is. So everybody's reporting in, they say, yes, I'm in alignment. I picked up 2 listings, they're telling me their
So you give me your
numbers.
numbers.
Yep, exactly. Or no, I'm not in alignment. I had this going on, and people share personal stuff sometimes, like we had this hardship or whatever, but this one is really about realigning everybody and then making sure that the right stories are being told and giving them updates on things in the market center that just can't wait, guys, a whole month. Like sometimes a whole month goes by and it's too much you're not connected enough.
Yeah.
So that's the system for us that is working really well, but that decision to make the growth committee be the leaders instead of it being the team leader who's just constantly asking for referrals. No, y'all, this is you. Like, what do you think? So when we launched our call night, every one of the growth committee leaders, I had them do a video and put it in our private Facebook group. And so they're sharing about what it's gonna look like to be a part of this growth committee and to fund your life and da-da-da. It's not Ahndea, it's them, come be a part of this, right? Same with our team meetings. When they're leading a team meeting, they're doing a video to say what the team meeting's about. It's not me. They get tired of us, right? They hear us all the time. So, and they're way more likely to come in and hear one of our top agents, sharing their listing system, and it came from them out of their mouth, right? So it for us has really changed and moved the needle in referrals and holding them accountable and me accountable. Because I have to also be accountable to what the numbers were, where we are, where we're tracking. I treat myself like I'm leading a mega team at the market center. So just like they're saying their stuff, I'm saying ours too. And then when I talk about things like, hey, here's where we were with core profit, owner profit, here's our challenge right now, which is AR. And then I was able to give a solution that we've already put in place, which, by the way, I wonder if my command is still up. Really quickly, I need to share, because this is another system. When I go over to this little box right here, you're gonna see, oh, right here, from Alyssa Little. Can you read that? I do apologize. What is my total balance that is due? Is it okay if I pay this on Friday? So I was telling Jean, we just got tired of it. We're tired of it. So we just created a whole system through Twilio Smart Plans for AR. And so once we prove that it works, we're gonna give it to you all, because it is such a challenge to keep up with this process of people who are not paying and need to pay, and how do we handle it, and how harsh do we be, and do we just rip them out of the system, and what's this whole thing? So we created a smart plan that we tested this week. We met as a leadership team, and I said, we're all hands on deck, and we're getting this, where it needs to be. And so we've already collected several thousands of dollars from just the first run on the smart plan, but we've also shifted the language and put the responsibility back on them and connected it to them being an active agent. So no longer is it your office bill is behind. You're behind on your office bill. We're gonna cut your FMLS and Georgia MLS off. That creates negative, doesn't it? That creates defense. That puts a wall up. That makes them go, ooh, okay, well, I don't like you anyways, right? Release my license. If we come from a place of, hey, we noticed that we noticed that your card didn't go through this month. Please let us know if you have a new card to put on file. And also please remember that this is what keeps you an active real estate agent. We need to remind them that this 139 is not for Peachtree Road. This 139 is for you to remain active. And by the way, I've already shifted my language in my attraction appointments. So if I'm meeting with a new agent and I'm going over numbers, I'm saying this is what it costs you when you're closing business. Here's the cap. Here's what it costs you to run your business. To run your business is 139, E&O insurance, FMLS, Georgia MLS, GAR forms, contracts, all the things you need to be an active real estate agent. So I've just immediately started saying it because that's the new language.
That's a
It's
nice
no
touch.
longer like you owe us an office bill because they don't even see it as something that they need to pay, which is mind blowing. But if they
It's
see it,
nowhere near the top of the list.
yeah, but if they know that it's what keeps them active,
Right, I love it.
you're either active or you're not. Because if you're not paying your FMLS, we are. Really? We're paying your, we're gonna be out money? You're a business owner. So we're really working to shift this and make it better and really get them to take that responsibility and also create some automation because so that our hub world, is not dealing with just the end of the month of 45, 50, 60 people that are, not paying.
Well, when I saw the text or the message, that just sounds like leverage to me.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's leverage and the fact that she's unaware. And by the way, again, proving the model that people respond to text. They do not respond to phone calls and emails anymore. Unfortunately, we're not getting that response. We do get response from text.
I'm guilty.
I mean, I will call people and they will text me right back and be like, what's up?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want to talk on the phone, believe it or not. It's what it is, but they will collect, so now we're thinking about, okay, we're gonna plus that by, is there a link that we need to direct them to with DocuSign if they need to update their credit card? Like, how many ways can we automate it, right? But that was just something exciting to share with you, that once you get this foundation laid, it's automation all around. It can really make your life so much easier. So, okay, I'll flip out of that now.
Ahndea, you are getting results on the call night?
Oh, absolutely.
So people are answering or responding?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Like I told you, I have 12 three-way texts right now from last night. Yeah, and so what's amazing is that, again, now so the last one we did, Eugene had connected me to probably 3 people, just Eugene. We immediately, for that next week, already had the appointments. He was on it with me. He jumped on with me so that he could be a part of it and listen and, hear what was going on. One of them came into our team meeting that next week. 2 have already joined us. Like, the conversion, it's super fast. But that's the other piece of this, y'all. You have to be super fast. It is speed to the lead. There is no difference between you as an agent and you attracting talent. They will go somewhere else very quickly. So you have to be fast. You just have to be able to pick it up, get them to the next thing, and get them in.
Ahndea, do you have I'm looking at that, where are people's names in
You
the
wanna
drop
see
down?
the
Like, if
field
you have a
names?
funnel
Yeah.
inside of that?
Well, I can show you ours
Yeah,
for the
that's
month.
great. So this is
This is an
monthly.
empty one that I'm giving to you all.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously.
So this is a month, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is like what ours looks like right now for April. So basically, everybody on this left side is already in, okay? So I know what my numbers are all the time, where are we, what's going on, who's projected to onboard. And then on this right side is what's happening with everybody. Like this is my pipeline coming in, okay? So these are all my people. These are my people that are funneling to be across that black line, okay? So I've got data for each person. So Raina, she's onboarding, Tuesday or Wednesday. I also have my lead source here. We are tracking our lead source. We need to know where it came from so that we have the data to know where we need to push more, what's working. If it's working, we need to lean into it more and keep scaling.
Now I get it, you're putting them across the top and then they go down.
Yeah, so
Those are-
they're little columns like
Got it.
this.
Yeah.
Like-
First person joins, and then you put the black line, right? I didn't see the
Yeah,
black
so
line. on
every
the-
month every
Yeah.
month we create a new tab, and then we move over the new sheet, and then when they join, they move to the other side of the black line.
Oh, the black line.
It's
Yeah.
almost like in front of the paywall, behind the paywall.
There you go. But it allows me to see real time all the time, Okay, I'm this many in, I've got this many, I'm funneling in. Where are they in the process? What do they need to move to the other side of the black line? And then this is also the system, y'all, for our whole team. So my team has a piece, on this left side. So for example, if you keep scrolling down, you're gonna see, like, we've got a whole system of things here that are happening. We also put, what their split is. We put, what day when they're onboarding. I mean, and then
They go into coaching.
yeah, all the things. Because this is really the key to setting up a smooth transition. Again, if we're leading them, it's always here's what's next. So now you're in, now you've had your onboarding day, right? So now there's a whole system attached to that. So it's just moving everybody across. We always put also who the referral is from. So at the bottom, we're always putting like who gave the referral. And that's critically important because when I'm having the conversation with them, I'm always saying,
Your sponsor especially.
hey, oh my gosh, I'm so excited that Robert sponsored you. Like, it is our job as team leaders to make sure that we're giving that credit back. And so that way when they're onboarding, there's no concern. How many of us have had somebody put the wrong person down, right? Like sometimes that can be a challenge, but we really try to lead ahead of that. So I would say that this increased our ability to
Follow-up.
I mean, by 50% at minimum. Our numbers immediately, why? Because this is where all the gaps were. This is where, and I'm gonna be really transparent with you. At the time, when I started at Peachtree Road, the agent services was in charge of this, and team leader knew nothing about it. Like, it was like, agent services has got it, and they're gonna, I meet with them, and then I hand over the name and the sheet, and then I go off and meet with more people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of how it is, to be honest, in most offices. It's like, do your job, I'm doing my job, I'm over here. The problem is that I would meet with all these people, and I'd be like, where are they? They haven't come in yet. And then I'm realizing, guys, your agent services is not a closer. They don't have the relationship. That's not their wiring. You are the one that met with them. You need to close them all the way to onboarding before you hand them off to somebody else. They can be onboarded by somebody else, but you have to close them. You have to get them to their closing date. That's where all the room happens, because there's that disconnect in somebody else calling, somebody else following up, and they're like, well, who's that? Now, not that you can't say in your meeting, like I set Amy up, and I'll say, so the next step is you're gonna come in and you're gonna do onboarding with Amy. Okay, so we're gonna set your time, she's gonna send you a calendar invite, and you're gonna come in and you're gonna do onboarding with Amy. So I've already set her up. It doesn't have to be me, but I've set it up, and I've set the expectation. The other thing we have to stop doing, and I've had many, Jim, the OP that you connected me with the referral people, those network people, he said like 75 or 80% of market centers are still doing digital onboarding. And I said, we changed that about 1.5 years ago, and it's increased our conversion hugely. Digital onboarding leaves so much room for gaps and errors and confusion and questions and changing their mind. If they get in there and they start reading all this stuff and you haven't given them all the answers and they're confused, and then they talk to their friend who now over here is like, we'll do a transaction fee, and you're gonna lose them.
So do you have a system where it's like 1 or 2 days a week
Yeah.
that are designated?
Yep, we usually do, it depends. We usually tack it onto Wednesdays. We invite people into team meeting before or afterwards, and we try to load them up. We can do 3, 4, 5 at a time. We've had 4 or 5 people in our bullpen, all onboarding at once, and I'll just be like, all right guys, here's what's going on, and I'm like, I make it fun, and I'm like, this is exciting, and then I just go over. You must go over the paperwork, y'all. You cannot just send somebody something and not give them a setup to what they're getting. So I'm modeling for Amy, so again, if someone's not in the role yet, you're doing it. We all get that, right? Team leaders?
Are you going over the paperwork?
Yeah, so if the role isn't filled, like Amy's new, okay, so it's Ahndea. I am going over to the onboarding, I'm setting it up, and I'm saying, and I'm letting Amy listen to me, and I'm saying to them, guys, you're gonna get 2 links. And by the way, we do not send the email to them until they get there for onboarding. We're not letting them look at it before they get there, okay? So they show up, we email them the links, and then I will say, hey, here's what you're gonna expect. You're gonna get 2 links. One is your traditional 1099, and one is a KW link, okay? The 1099 agreement, you're gonna fill out everything in red that's required. You don't have to do the things like your bio and things like that, because we'll handle that later in orientation. And I literally tell them exactly what to expect. And I just say, there's something and I know what they're gonna question me on as well. So I'll say, there's something about insurance, there's something about antitrust and GREC, and, I'll go through kind of the overview, and I'm gonna say they're gonna also ask you for a deposit account. They're gonna want to know a deposit account to put money into if you were to get profit share, and obviously at this point, they already know what it is, because they've met with me, okay? And then I say, and then there's gonna be a debit account. And the debit is gonna be your credit card or your debit card, and that is what keeps you an active agent. That is for your office fee that keeps you an active agent. So it takes me all of 3 minutes. I set the whole thing up, and then I'm off and running, and then Amy's like checking in, to make sure that they're good, and then she's collecting their licenses. And eventually it will be Amy, not me, but because I'm training and modeling, it's gonna be me until that time is ready. Because if it's, otherwise, what's the choice? We don't do it? Yeah.
So, Ahndea, I'm kind of listening to this, and I'm hearing what the story Diana told yesterday about the agent that left to go fill out paperwork and bring it back, right?
Yep.
And she said, literally, I didn't leave until it was signed. Right? So you have them there live, right? You don't if we were consulting with an agent, and listing agent, we were saying, okay, hey, once you get to and they're telling you their process, and they're like, okay, so I go through the whole thing or whatever, and they say, yes, I'm gonna list with you, and then I leave, and I have my listing coordinator follow back up with them until they have the paperwork signed, right? And I'm not getting the conversion I want. What's the first thing that we would suggest to them?
Yeah. Get it signed when you're there. Do not leave without it signed. Yeah,
So-
I'll be right there with you. Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, I'm getting into the details because in the past, the thing was, we just let them go and send it to them. And I did the same thing. I said, no, you always get them, sign it right then and there. It's like the listing agreement. If they don't sign it there, someone else is gonna get it signed, like Diana said.
Right.
Do you send both links at the same time?
Yep.
And here's my caveat. Let's say they do it and they have time just barely to fill out the one, but now they've gotten the KW paperwork and they don't sign that for another week, and it affects between months, like
That doesn't happen, because I've already set up the expectation that it's gonna take you about 30 minutes to do your onboarding with us.
Yeah.
So I set it up that this is gonna take you 30 minutes, here's what you're gonna get, here's what you're gonna do. I lead them through the whole thing. Nobody has anyone ever been like, I'm not gonna do that?
No. But when we do, there's been like maybe 2 cases since I've been here where we've sent the paperwork, and it's 2 weeks.
It's a
You're
nightmare.
tracking them.
Well,
and then
that's
someone
what we're
deciding
living right
not
now. That's
to.
why it's such a nightmare, because I'm having to call and I'm saying, hey, do you have any questions before you come join the family? Right? Like,
It puts so much
I
more
have
work.
to soft close
over and over
again.
When you get them in front of you and they're there onboarding, it's done. They do both links. I even tell them they're gonna get the confetti. I literally say, when you complete the KW link, you're gonna get confetti, and that means you're done. This is elementary, y'all, but it is what you have to do
And if,
to get them through that.
last week's question, if they're like, hey, I can't come in, I'm dealing with this, or my kid, or whatever, then what are you doing?
Yeah, so there are times, caveats, that are not the standard. Our standard is, you come in and you do your onboarding. I'm gonna be honest, even our dual career agents come in for onboarding.
Yeah.
Like, when I tell them that this is what it is, they wanna work with us, so it's what it is, right? And of course, it's just a standard that we have, that this is our process. And then, if there are times, caveats, where somebody's like reciprocal, or somebody's not in town, and then we send it, but then we send it, and then there's a follow-up of hey, setting an expectation of when to receive it back. I'm gonna send this to you today, and if you can have that back to me before 5 o'clock, that would be great. 4:30, they're getting a text.
Love it.
Hey, just making sure that you're completing everything, and you're gonna get that to me by 5. Let me know if you have any questions. So it's rare though, yes.
I would interject and just say that at minimum, they need
KW one?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna bring Michael, cause I, just a quick question. So Michael, if someone signed the KW paperwork, but then they hadn't signed the DocuSign and they went into the new month, isn't there something with their cap that affects it?
No, so, like,
They're like start,
it depends on when you activate. So, when they sign the KWRI paperwork, that sets their royalty date, whether you've activated.
Royalty date.
Right, yep.
And then if you activate them, say a month later, then they can have opposite company dollar and royalty dates. It can all be fixed.
Right, but that's not a system you wanna get into.
Right.
But the key to
that's what I'm
this,
saying, is if you
the
have that
key
gap and they
is
sign
to
that
do it
first.
together.
Yeah.
It becomes very difficult when you let them separate it.
Thank
The
you.
thing about the market center piece is you can get the command league done, which is great, then you're chasing them for the 1099, as you know. And then if you don't get that in, they don't count. You know what I mean? So it creates a challenge. That's why getting everybody at the same place at the same time, get it done. Do you know the relief it gives me to know that, like, okay, we've got 4 people coming in for onboarding, like they're onboarding. It's not a question of did they get onboarded, it's happening, it's done. What were you gonna ask, Jalen?
System on sales meetings and bringing recruits to sales meeting. You spoke on the positive reinforcement for the agents that bring guests, but systems for those guests coming to sales meetings, because that is something that I have been doing, inviting agents. And the ultimate goal is getting to that place of where there's 4 or 5 and
Yeah.
then going into onboarding after. So do you have a system in place for the guests that are first timers at sales meetings?
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, because
Okay.
actually that's one of the things that we can, that the first thing I would start running ads on in your market center is your team meeting. Cause that's an immediate thing that you can add value to people and invite them in, but our agents know every single week we talk about bringing guests to team meeting. The best way for someone to know who we are and what we offer is bringing them to team meeting, so they already know that, and then if they have a guest, they're letting us know. Because then when and I ask at the beginning of every team meeting, I say, who's a guest in the room? And then we have a little session that we call getting to know you. And so then people stand up and they introduce themselves and who they are and where they're from and all those kinds of things. And so I already know, I've got my eyes on every guest in the room. And we usually have like 5 to 7 guests a week. Like literally it's because again, if somebody wants to learn about you, they need to come to your team meeting. It's the best way to do it. Now your team meeting needs to be valuable, yes? If it's not valuable, then it's not gonna be a big of a win. But that system of bringing guests, inviting guests, and then layering it with the marketing, with a smart plan, with an ad, so now you've got stack of ways to bring people in. But any more questions on the actual pipeline? Do you guys, everybody feel good about from getting them to your calendar to the pipeline of I've met with them to then getting them to onboarding?
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
let
is
me-
great, thank you.
Let me get back because now I need to go to, okay, so now let's talk about appointments and conversion. So now, listen, we can get as many appointments to you as possible. Now the next question is, what does your conversion look like? And how can we help improve that? Because that's where it gets fun. It gets really fun when you can master this piece and really be able to value add, value attract, and then be able to prescriptively bring value to somebody through what you offer at your market center. How many people brought their presentation? Or do you have a presentation
For which?
for your attraction meetings? Like, do you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have a presentation?
I don't.
Okay, do you have a presentation? Do you have one? Okay, perfect. So with this section, I would love to just, I feel like the way that we can be the most valuable to each other is kind of really working through this appointment and understanding where are our areas that we can improve, because everybody does it differently, okay? So I would love to just kind of, if you have your appointment, or if you have a presentation, or if you don't, if you could just share a little bit about what does that meeting look like. Now, there's a difference between an R1 and an R2, obviously. So why don't you each share a little bit about your R1 process and your R2, just to kind of identify, what does that conversation look like? What are you walking them through to set expectations or talk about what you add from a value value standpoint. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first, and starting with the producers conversation. In the beginning, it's a get to know you. It's a get to know you. Let's build a relationship. And really, over the years, it's become a process of which questions can I ask that'll allow that person to speak for as long as they can. Because when you just sit back and listen and let them speak, they'll give you all of the information that you were looking for.
Yeah.
And so I'm doing more note taking than anything, so that I can come up with that prescription. But one of my favorite questions to ask a producer, once we've gotten probably halfway through that process, well, what does the next level of success look like for you? Right? You've accomplished X, Y, Z so far, and what does the next level of success look like for you? And oftentimes you get a pause because they hadn't gotten that far.
Right. Well, you've made them think.
Correct.
Yes.
And sometimes there will be times where people will say, well, I need it to be this volume or this many units. Okay, great. Well, in your mind, how do you plan to get there? And that's where it drops off.
Right.
And
They
you
don't
can
know.
really solidify yourself as the consultant to get them to that next level of success.
Love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so since you brought up R2s, you want to start there then? Anybody else have an R2 conversation that they use or like to use? Yes.
So I do have a system when they come in and then they're taken into, like, I'll get the heads up that they're there, right? They'll come into the room, now they're gonna be coming into my office. What we do is, now if they get there late, it's different. But typically, if they're getting there even on time or early, we play the KW Thrive video. Just to start the conversation about being an entrepreneur and what it looks like in KW and answer some lingering things they have. And then I actually do the same thing, I'm taking notes and I'll let them know, hey, do you mind if I take notes? I wanna make sure because it's, everything is important and I don't wanna forget. And then I follow the questions and I go through the quadrants, which is what Diana
Yep.
went through.
Yep.
So positive, present, negative future, positive future. And then I actually love the question that, like, I follow it like a prescription to a T. What would having X amount more do for you, for your family? What happens if you stay where you are? Right? Fast forward a year from now, what would that look like? And I just try and keep them in the pain for as long as possible. I do. I mean, you do. You kind of like insert the knife and twist it a little bit. Sorry.
It's hilarious.
And then you go, and then like the prescriptive, because
Yeah.
then my prescription is inviting them to something that we have coming. And then it's like, I completely understand this is a big decision, and I want you, when you come over, I want you to for sure that you've made the best decision for you and your family. And that's if I can't close them there.
Right.
Then something prescriptive to match their pain point. But I actually love the script he gave us, like almost verbatim.
Yeah.
Because it's got questions for me in every single quadrant. But I like to get them starting with that video, so they feel more connected
Like
to
set
the
the
company
tone.
and Gary. Yeah.
And
Well,
it's different. It's different for every meeting.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because you've uncovered more. You've gotten to know the person more. You've gotten to know the realtor more. You can accurately assess their business, right?
Right.
And see the homes buyer. Maybe the prescription is more listings.
Right.
Because that's market share, and you should get 2 to 3 opportunities for every listing. And so the conversation grows with each meeting.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and it's interesting because I think you can this is a skill, okay? So meeting with a producer is a skill that you learn and that you sharpen over time, and you get better and better, and it becomes more of a flow. And, obviously we have so many tools with Keller Williams. I mean, we have all of the conversations, the needs analysis. I mean, when I was listening to Mike Bastian, I was like literally thinking to myself, to ask that many questions, and the truth is, for me, everybody's got their own way. Like, you have to lean into your authentic self.
Do it like portions.
Like, you're like nailing the pain point, and I'm coming from a different place. I come from development. So I'm coming from like, I'm hearing all of the things about them and their story, and my brain immediately is like building them. So now I'm like casting the vision about how we're gonna build you as a leader in your business and da-da-da-da-da, and like, then they're seeing it and the light bulb goes off, and then I can tell, you know, if I'm gonna be able to get them in. And then again though, what's the next step? Then there has to be the next step every time. The next step, you know, I'm gonna create, and if I think they're interested, here's the next step. I'm gonna put an offer together for you, and I would love to be able to, you know, send that over and have you take a look at it. We'll meet again the day afterwards, you know, to go over what that was, da-da-da. I mean, I paint the whole picture. Then we're gonna create a transition plan, you know, and based on my conversation, I already know what I need to offer. I already know. Are they going to need a little boost? Do they need some cap management? You know, are they gonna need branding? Like, what do they need so that I can get them the right value to get them over to us? So it's interesting because, you know, but and as team leaders, and this, I'm gonna be really transparent here, if we're not nailing the R1s at a very high level, it's gonna be very challenging for us to nail the R2s. And for all of us who are in the team leader seat, if you have leverage and other roles of growth and things like that, you know, your position then moves to producing agents. So now you're literally, your job is attracting production, you're attracting high-level teams, JVs, indies, you know, development, new homes, like you're in the high level. So if your skill set hasn't lended to seeing huge results on the R1, then we need to do some sharpening, and that's just transparency. I mean, I would say the same about myself. I didn't start off and I was great at an R2 conversation. I had to work and try and navigate and see what worked and what didn't work and lose some, right? And be like, ooh, you know, now I gotta fix it. So it's a constant skill set of evolving. But I will tell you, you know, in an R2 conversation, you know, I don't use a presentation. I only use a presentation in my R1. Now, in my R2, I may have done some homework, depending on how big they are, to identify, you know, kind of where they're at, what's going on. It depends on who referred me to them. I usually have some sort of backstory.
There's pre-work.
There's a lot of pre-work, a lot of
broker metrics. Are they down for the year? What do their numbers say?
Right.
We validate that those numbers are accurate.
And truthfully for me, the R2 is easier for me, because the R2 for me is I'm pulling up I mean, this is literally what I do. They come in, turn around, Michael. They come in my office, I've got my notebook, and I'm like this, I'm like, oh my gosh, so tell me about you. Give me your background, your story, you know, kind of give me a little bit of your real estate journey. And like, all I'm doing is listening. That's it, for at least 25 minutes of just listening, and then I might ask a couple questions, and then we get into the real estate. And by this point, we've made some connection. Like, you've said something and now I've told you something personal about me because I knew where I could connect with you. Your guard is down, right? So now the guard is down, now we feel connected, and now we're talking about, like, now we're getting into like, what does the next step look like for you? Like, where are you going? What are you trying to achieve? And then immediately it's my job to be like, how can I partner with you in making this happen? And I think the piece that we don't do well is we don't cast enough vision. You need to vision cast for them because they can't do it. So when you're working with that R2, I'm immediately like, you know what, Michael? Okay, your skill set's insane. Like, I hear your background, what you've been through, what you've overcome, how you've built your team. I'm hearing what you're saying you're wanting to do next. Let's play this out a little bit. You know, we set up a way for you to be able to create this environment that you're looking for to really build your team and scale. Expansion's important to you. You know, here's how we're gonna be able to do that. And I'm literally like replaying what he said to me and painting it all out. And so by the end of it, he's like, well, yes, I can do that because I gave him the vision for it. And so then now he sees it and he's like, oh, well, wow, that sounds amazing. And then it's like, okay, awesome. So the next steps would be, I'm gonna give you a proposal and an offer that's really gonna nail all the things that you said today that were really important to you. So now I'm telling him what I'm gonna do. Give you the offer and I'm gonna give you what you want, right? And then after that, now we're talking about your transition plan and how we're gonna move your business over. And this is where we have to get really skilled, because this whole system of moving somebody over and transitioning them as an R2, it's a deal. And I'll tell you, you know, we had to build that. That was not in place. So that had to completely be built of how we were gonna transition in a white glove way the producing agents, and I'll go into that more. Let's shift back. Anybody else have something to say about R2s, attraction meetings with R2s? We can move into R1s. I know a lot of us are doing R1s, yes.
I've only done 2 R2 appointments, so this isn't speaking from just the experience that you all have. But coming from a brokerage that was primarily experienced agents in R2s, a question that I have asked within all of my appointments is how can you be better served? That's an initial benefit that I found of our Atlanta North office is a lot of frustration comes from the staff support not being there, not being responsive, not being to the agent's standard of performance, and that's something in the East Cobb office. Our supportive staff is amazing, and that's something that I see from our producers, them going in there asking questions, them calling the staff, them emailing, if that is where they need to be served. Sometimes it's on the financial side. That's a issue I saw from my previous brokerage. People were very frustrated with the pay at close or pay
Right.
after close process and things like that. But just that being able to diagnose where they can be served better because they're already producing.
Right.
So adding to their production is something where it may naturally happen, but they're already producers. But it may be things outside of the production that may speak more to them, and then being able to lean into the benefits that we do have to offer.
Well, and what I love is you being new, you already just did what we talked about this morning. You asked a question that created a pain point and a gap, and then you immediately saw where your value was, where you could create a prescription for that in your value.
Or something that you said earlier, what are you not getting from your current brokerage?
Correct. What are you not getting? Because you're putting their mind there. That's a call that we do on call night. Hey, are you getting everything that you need from your broker? The answer is no. And honestly, 90% of the time it's no. There's very rare do we do a call and somebody says, yeah, you know what, my broker's amazing. Yeah.
I was gonna say, the question that's been working for me lately to get the next conversation is when they go, I'm happy, I say, fantastic, I'm so glad to hear it. Let me ask you, what would make you happier? And that's one of those ones that creates the gap, and that's what I was thinking of when you were
Yeah.
saying that. is
And
that
I mean,
question.
that's what this is for. This is for you guys to just become more aware around these little things, that little things create big things. And if we can get hyper-focused on the details in our conversations and how we're working to convert and prescribe and get people moving and moving them to the next thing, like it becomes, you know, so again, if you're not succeeding at a high level on the R1s, then your challenge is gonna be to work on the R1s. You've gotta get that nailed, because once you get that nailed and you can convert at a really high level, that qualifies you to move to the next level. You know, to really be able to, I mean, I love doing the R1 appointments, and I could do, I mean, literally, I could probably do 50 a week. Like, I mean, I have these down to 30 minutes appointments, and if I can get them to sign on the spot, they're signing on the spot. I'm walking them out, I'm like, send the paperwork, we're like bringing them right over to the computer, you know? I mean, so it's just, I mean, I love it, because I'm so energized, I get so much energy out of hearing people's story, and like how we can help them, and I believe it, I'm super passionate about it. It's real. I'm like, we can change your life, you know? And again, let's talk about energy for a second. Energy creates energy. So if you are coming into an appointment and Cara, you're my guest, you know, and I walk up and I'm like, hey, how are you? Oh, thanks for coming in today. Hey, okay, well, you can come back to my office. Okay, right? I mean, hello. Or, oh my gosh, hi, Cara. It's Ahndea, so nice to meet you. You look amazing. Oh my gosh.
You look fabulous as well.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, let me give you a quick tour, and then we're gonna get right to it. I can't wait to hear about you.
Awesome, fantastic.
So, you know, I mean, just energy. You have to have energy because it will immediately make them feel safe. It's contagious. And then they're not gonna, if they were feeling down, all of a sudden they're not, right? I mean, the people in my office will laugh because they'll be like, oh my gosh, I hear Ahndea. You know, I'll be in my high heels and I'm like, you know, I'm just like purposely walking through the office, like just high energy, right? Because
it's a non-negotiable at City Side.
it's a non-negotiable, and it has to be. So that piece, again, if you're going to be an attractor, you have to lead with energy. So that is going to be very important in your conversations. What else are you doing? How are you having these conversations with brand newbies? Like, how are you winning a newbie? What does the system look like when you're, Lorena, when you're doing yours? Do you have a presentation you're walking them through?
Kind of, yes, kind of. Depends on the situation. I'm big on asking questions. So what led you to real estate? What are you doing now?
assumptive. Because with an R1, y'all, we should win those every single time. We should have no problem. We already know their pain. We already know their challenges. They're brand new, guys. 85% of people who get licensed do not make it. So when I start my and I have a presentation because I've already thought through what they're gonna ask. So I'm literally going, now in the beginning, it's 30 minutes. In the beginning, it's all about them. So tell me about you, how we get here, give me your background, right? For a few minutes. Then when it comes to me, I'm not saying anything about me at all, really. I don't even give them a story about me or this is our ones, okay? And I just say, okay, well now I'm gonna go through a little presentation and hopefully this is gonna share a little bit about who we are, what we offer, what makes us unique, and how we can help you win. That's it. I go through the presentation, I say, do you have any questions? They never have a single question. Why? Because I've already assumed everything that they're gonna ask. So I've already laid it all out for them. So there's no questions. And then it's, what's the next steps? What's next? And then I'm telling them exactly what the next step is. And if they're ready to sign on the spot, we sign on the spot. If they need to get their license, we get their license. We put them on the sheet. Bam, ready to go. But there's no reason we should not win an R1 because the truth is, there is no other, guys, if you're not explaining the 3 types of brokerages in your meeting, you need to start doing that immediately. No one in real estate school explains the 3 models of brokerage. Nobody. So when they're coming to you and they're meeting with Berkshire Hathaway and 4 other types of companies, EXP, transaction-based businesses, you have just won by telling them there are 3 models. There's dependent, transaction-based, and then there's Keller Williams, which is built for entrepreneurs. And I'm already explaining in a dependent model, you cannot have your own brand identity. You are working for that company's brand. You are selling houses for that brand. In that model, you do not reach 100% commission. I'm explaining all the things that would be negative, okay, in a nice way, factual. Then we go to transaction-based. I also say in that model that they don't have coaching programs. So you're probably going to be asked to join a team. And unfortunately, when you're starting as a new agent on a team, you're going to be in a situation where you're paying your broker, you're paying your team, and then you're not really making much money. And then you're learning from the team's perspective instead of from the authentic foundation of real estate, which is a different approach. So I am already pre-setting up that whole thing. Then I get to the transaction, talk about transaction-based, talk about how they have, they don't have the money to support the leadership team, the coaching, the training. So I'm dealing with every objection in that one slide. And then I talk about us. We are built for entrepreneurs because they've already told me they want to be an entrepreneur. Why do you want to get into real estate? I want time freedom and I want to be an entrepreneur. They've already said it. So we're built for entrepreneurs. We have 100% commission cap. You can have your own brand. So by the end of it, it's now, every time, by the way, if they're competing with somebody else, if they're looking at an EXP or somebody else, they've already heard why, because they'll go, oh, I didn't know that Berkshire Hathaway was a dependent model. You've already handled it. And then at the end I say, are you interviewing with anybody else? And to be honest, most of the time it's well, I was going to, but I feel like I don't really feel like I need to now. I mean, again, you've already handled all the objections. We have the training, no one else does. No other brokerage has the new agent training that we have.
Yep. Oh, you go, Kate. The other thing with R1s, you don't have to make as many deals as you
None.
would sometimes with
No
R2s.
deals.
Zero.
Right, and these are future cappers. So
Correct.
if your calendar is right, and your culture and environment is right, these are future cappers.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons that I love R1s.
Okay, so question. Knowing that we have our own unique value proposition, and I get that, there is that special sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes our greatest competition is, guess what? There's another office in Roswell, and the agent lives
Another
in Roswell.
KW, right.
I could throw a rock, and I'm gonna hit 6 offices, and
Right.
they've just come from this one, and hey, I know it's Keller Williams, right? But it's you and this office, right? How else are you all setting yourself apart, in addition to your own, secret sauce, but how else are you finding that you're setting yourself apart to make it so easy for them to do?
Honestly, Cara,
Like a
it's
new
the
agent would
same
say.
stuff that everybody offers. It's how we say it.
Yeah.
Remember how what you say is so important? So we all have a coaching program, somehow, we have some kind of coaching in our office, yes? So it's how you talk about that coaching program. We have one of the top coaching programs, in the company, in Georgia, whatever. I mean, now we really do, with our dual career and with our numbers. So it makes sense for me to be able to say that. You may not be able to say that, but you have to come up with a way to say that that makes sense, right? But it's how you say it, not so much what it is exactly, okay? The technology, I really lean into the technology because guess what? It's a hot button. It is a hot button for people to be able to have their own brand, be on social media. Like we're the only brokerage that partners with Meta. That's Facebook, Instagram, Google, TikTok. We're gonna help you build your digital brand. So there's so many things that you can, it's how you say the same thing. Yeah.
What are the common myths or things that aren't true that you find yourself having to myth bust during an R1 or R2 interview?
So I would say nothing for R1.
KW,
R2.
it's a company for new agents.
Yeah, R2 would be, actually R1s will say, I was told to come to KW because of their new agent training. So I immediately flip their thinking and say, well, actually, that's fantastic. We are the best at new agent training. And in fact, we're also the best no matter where you are in your business. So, and I've been able to easily myth bust the fact that, well, what's amazing is the fact that you can net $1 million at our brokerage and pay $18,000. So the opportunity where you would maybe want to go start your own brokerage, you don't have to do that with us. You can have that same exact experience, build an incredible team that we can support and take leverage off of you as the leader. You can wealth build and have multiple streams of revenue through that model. And then you don't have to take on the expense of dealing with a brick and mortar, E&O and all these other additional things. So I immediately can flip it around to what we offer and how great it would be here. But really, I would say the biggest, sometimes the objection can be, Keller Williams takes all your money. People can say that it's more expensive, but you just have to paint the picture to show them not. If you take somebody, let's say in guerrilla warfare, there's a transaction-based company and they charge, $500 a transaction. Well, when you do the math, how successful do you want to be as an agent? Because if you want to sell $2 million and you've got $500 a transaction, we're really close. How far do you want to go? We want to get you to 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. You're gonna only be able to rise to the level of what you're challenged to rise. In that model, there's no development coaching training. So you can be there and sell $2 million and pay $500 a month, or you can be in an environment that can help you get to 20 million and reach an 18,000 cap in 3 transactions at 550,000, and now you're making 100% of your money, and now you're a wealth builder. You have to say it differently so that they see it differently. The other thing on the conversation piece is, you really, again, leaning into those referrals. R2s, they are the ones who want to be referred. They're calling their friend in the industry. It's very unusual. Now, we were able to pick up a lot of R2s through digital marketing, through our pushes, through advertising, because it was the market that was allowing that to happen. There was a lot of people raising their hand. But this year specifically, most of the R2s that have come in, we've had 5 so far, are referrals. So it's who do you know that we need to know. It's the mirrors that you're creating a winning story, that then you're sharing that story, that's attracting other people. You're having an incredible consult that you can then say, who else would this be valuable to? And you're teaching them how to give you that referral. Do you guys, they will not think on their own to give you a referral. You have to teach them how to do it. That's just something that, again, if you're having 30 to 40 inside business consults with your people, adding value to them, and you're not asking, hey, was this valuable? Did you, what did you get out of today? Oh my gosh, this is my aha, blah, 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 right? Amazing. Do you know anybody else that you feel like this would be a value add for? Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna give you a link to invite, whoever to the next upcoming event that we have, or shoot me a 3-way text, or your biggest opportunity with R2s though is bringing in the R2. So like usually if I have an R2, I'm gonna bring in another 2 or 3 with that same R2. Because if they're somewhere that they're not happy, there's more than one person that's unhappy. So that's the stacking, it's called stacking, where you are able to attract somebody who then can attract and bring others with them. But that's not gonna happen unless you tell them. You have to share that. You have to say who else will, and you have to paint the picture of profit share. Hey, did you know that if you bring in capping agents to our office, we have a program called Disappearing Cap. Let's talk about how we can build you some additional revenue streams. So if you know 4 people that are producing about $2 million a year that may be in the same situation as you, they could join us and you would have no cap. That $15,000 would be gone for that year, and essentially you'd be now making a profit on profit share. You'd be profiting more money because your cap is no longer there, and you're profiting from real estate. This is like win-win-win. Everyone wants to hear about multiple streams of revenue. Everyone. So put that down as like a key point that you bring up in conversation, because that is a hot button.
There's a new agent that I recently recruited. She's a new licensee, and she was very interested with the whole profit share concept. And when I explained it to her, she has referred 6 other people already to get licensed and join our market.
That's amazing.
awesome.
See, and it won't happen with everybody. You have to teach them all, but then you're gonna see the ones who catch fire like that and do it. But if we're not teaching them, they don't know. So that's amazing. I love that. Okay, so is everybody feel, I think again, phase 1, moving more down the road, we may get a little more in depth on the conversations and working together so that we can kind of, really fine tune so that our conversions are quicker, faster, better. And then now we're gonna talk about your onboarding experience. So once they have onboarded in your office, who feels like they have a stellar transition from the minute they onboard to coming into orientation? You may not even have an orientation. New agent orientation, getting into coaching, like that whole system flows.
It's broken.
Okay. Ours was broken.
We have probably a singular email. Welcome to our onboarding experience.
Welcome to the office.
That's pretty
When
much it.
listen, when I audited this, y'all, it was hilarious because there was like 4 or 5 emails that were going out, and I was like, wait a minute, like this is so much information, I don't even know like where to start. I was like, my head is spinning, and then I'm like, and it's emails, nobody's talking to them, right? So it was just, so when we audited this process, we found a lot of gaps in our onboarding experience, because again, going back to the word experience, if we give them a great experience, are they gonna share it?
Yes.
Yes. So once they hit that onboarding and they get the confetti, again, here's the next step. Every time. Next step. You can expect to receive an email from our onboarding team. They're going to be sending you an invitation to our new agent orientation. It's every Tuesday at 9 o'clock. So we've bucketed down our new agent orientation is every week at the same time, and we're funneling everybody into that orientation. So what you can expect, you're gonna bring your laptop, we're gonna go over your passwords, we're gonna identify, all of the tech side of everything, you're gonna go through a presentation with our tech trainer, you're gonna meet your coach that day, and you're gonna get your headshot. And we are systematizing this, and it is a program. Because again, they're like deer in the headlights, right? Drinking from a water hose. We need to make it simple. Here's the process, follow along. They don't know what they're doing. The reason that we attract agents who are at other brokerages who don't have any training is because they are floundering. They don't know what they should be doing. They don't have a training calendar, they don't have a coach, they have no clue. Yes?
How many times a week do you do that, and do you have any special days or times for your dual career people?
Yes, so we do it every Tuesday at 9 o'clock, and we funnel everybody from the week before to that meeting, okay? So before they get there, the checklist is being done on the back end, okay? The email is being sent, they also get a text message being sent, and then it triggers everybody else in the system. So Brenda knows, and she's our lead PC coach, she's gonna be coming into that meeting, introducing herself to everybody, getting everything set up for their next meeting to come into coaching, so that the connection has to be made right away to coaching.
Yep.
And I learned that very quickly. I'm like high-fiving, we've got all these people, this is great, and then it's like, if they don't get right into coaching, or they don't have anything going on quickly, they're floundering, they're lost, they're like, what am I doing,
Or they're
right?
texting you or calling you, what do I do next, and how do I do this,
The
and when do I get
amount
that, and.
of questions. Okay, so one of the things that we created right away because of all the questions I was getting was just an FAQ page, which a lot of people have that. So we have a landing page that is also sent in this email that is essentially where we've got our broker code, you know, all of our information about FMLS. Yeah, we have a whole landing page, you know, that we built for that. It has our marketing tools, like all the things on it in one place because I kept getting text messages and I was like, okay, we gotta create a solution. I can't be the solution for all of this, so we're gonna build a system to avoid me getting all these questions, okay? So we do the onboarding or the actual new agent orientation. They go through that process, they meet their coach, they get their headshot, then they start the coaching program. So for us, they get an agent workbook with a schedule, we have a program, we have, you know, 4 or 5 classes a week that they're following a roadmap to success, like it is all planned. So if it's not planned, I can't talk about it, can I? So if I'm leading them and I'm trying to tell them what's next, if it's not already planned, there's no next.
I'm winging it.
Yeah, so there has to be the what's next, what's next, what's next. And it's get them onboarded, get them to orientation, you know, get them with their coach and get them set on their first 90 days. And they're immediately in their coaching, they're getting their goals set, they're put on a 30, 60, 90, they're coming into classes, like we are, you know, getting them up and running. And the reason why is we have about a 90-day window to see if they're gonna do something or not.
Do you, sorry, how long is your orientation?
It's about an hour and a half orientation because they go through like a whole presentation. It's a lot of, they're putting their contacts in, the 201 club's happening, like all that's happening to get their foundation set up. And I've already set that up with them. They know what to expect. They're bringing their computers, right? So if they didn't know, they'd be like,
R1s and R2s?
no.
No, this is
Just
our.
our-
This is just R1s, yep. So R1s are going through this process, and then once, like I said, once they're onboarded, they're directly handed off to coaching. Then we also have a follow-up system with a smart plan about them joining a board, you know, so some automated things just as reminders of things that they need to do to stay, you know, compliant. And then, and then that really, you know, gets them in and gets them connected. We have to keep them sticky and connected, or as we know, they're lost. So it's the system that really keeps them flowing. Now with R2s, it's a completely different process. We follow a very high level white glove experience. The R2s are really my responsibility, and then I'm creating a transition plan that leverages other people, but I'm leading it. So I'm never handing that R2 off to somebody, okay? It is me with the relationship. I am then saying, you know, we're gonna come in, once they finish their onboarding, they're meeting with me on their first meeting, we're setting their goals in command, you know, I'm getting them on a path. Like I said I was gonna help you grow your business, we're gonna grow your business, right? So we're doing your goals, I'm getting your tracker set up. They are gonna be coaching with me, one-on-one, for the first 90 days. At
Is
that,
monthly?
yes. And well, the first 30 days is like it's every other week until we hit the 60-day mark. So in the beginning, they're meeting with me twice in the first month. One is goal setting, you know, getting their action plan in place. And then the second one is a technology meeting. And so that's when I'm bringing in Mokel, but Mokel is not leading that meeting independently. And the reason why is because top agents, it's a different conversation, okay? And it's the ability to be able to understand how you're going to plug a very successful business into a tech platform, and it's not the same as just throwing in 201 contacts. So my part in that is I'm very involved because I'm helping them build something from an automated standpoint that then connects to marketing. So now how are we gonna use this for marketing? So I'm involved heavily for those 2 first appointments, okay? Then from there, we're gonna decide is if after the 90 days, are they good to go and they're coming to our top 20% mastermind, they're coming to team meeting, I've got them connected to my ALC, I introduce them to my ALC so they've got like a little, you know, buddy situation, or do they need more support? And if they need more support, then we have power coaches who will take and coach them at 5% for an additional maybe 3 transactions, if they need a little bit more. So that way I'm not the one who's, I can't possibly carry everybody, but I need to get them going. I'm a big part of that, getting them going, because they came in because of
What you
me
sold 'em.
and my value, what I offered, right? So I can't just be like, oh, see you later. Good luck, go figure it out. I gotta help them get up and running. So then from there, we have already decided the prescriptive pieces we're gonna offer them. Do they need signage? Are they coming in with listings? Do they need branding? What do they need that's important to them to get them up and running so they don't skip a beat in their business? Things, even little things like the signage. I mean, we had somebody coming in with like 3 listings, and it's like, what's your system, to make sure that they have a white glove experience to get their, if they need a brand, if they don't need it, if they already have one, getting their signage taken care of. And so, we have a partnership with Brian, with Farmer, and it's made my life a lot easier, because then I can create customization, I can actually set them up, and the market setter can pay for, doing that first sign, and then they just continue with the subscription, where Farmer holds the signs, and then they're just paying like $100 something each time to get that sent out. But that's a value add. I mean, that's a huge value add to get that done for you.
Are you getting special pricing or anything from them because you're referring agents?
Yeah, so we have a whole project that we're developing with them, with our own website and a whole thing. So I'll share it with you once we're complete. We're in process still.
So one of the things with signage and marketing materials, I get ahead of that conversation with cap management. We are waiving or managing your cap so that you have that time to
Yep.
rebrand yourself under the KW umbrella.
Yeah, and money. You have the ability
You have the
financially,
ability,
yeah.
Right. So the market center is not paying for that signs. That's the reason.
Correct.
That we're managing your cap to whatever that date
And that's a
is.
great way to do it. And we have done that and done it that way. And then I felt like I was missing some opportunity in the fact that I could just do it for them.
Yeah.
If I could just, not cap manage them,
Yeah.
and just give it to them and offer them that quick, turnaround, and we could provide those systems. Now that's something to build into, because it's also time. I mean, you have to put it together and get somebody to lead over it, but that's a plus thing that you guys could do as you get going more, because now it makes you more versatile. So you look at your offerings and you're like, when I'm talking to the R2, what's, in the past, our only bag was cap management. It's like,
And it's not
that was
one
our.
size fit all.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, we can cap manage you. But the truth is, like, I try to avoid it. I really rarely cap manage unless I'm in competition with somebody else who already offered it. And usually it's a KW. And sometimes you'd be surprised. Like, one of the offers that I was in competition with was giving cap management for like a year. And I thought to myself, so I mean, I was able to like work around it a little bit, but I still had to offer some cap management. So I try to, yeah.
I just wanna add, we want to look at cap management.
Yes.
Especially if we're weak in certain months.
It
of
can help us.
utilization.
Yes.
So bringing back Michael's phenomenal winterization report.
Yes.
Is one reason that you would want to combine.
No, absolutely, you're right. And I have that sheet, the last one that you gave me, Michael, is on my desk. So I will pay attention to that month to month to see if I need to offer it or not. But it just means you as the leader need to be very aware of your offering and what you're prescribing to make sure that it aligns with what the market center needs and or how you can service the client the best.
You
So.
know, the honest truth is we have a lot on the buffet to be able to serve.
Right.
And you really do need to know what's on that service chart.
Yeah.
To be able to be value to the agent and value to us at the office.
Yeah, and I think what I've learned is that, again, the key is what's next, always leading them to the next thing and having a system or a process or a who that can help you do that. But then the other piece is too just, you can't get out of it. Like, this is not something, when you're in the people business, our job is not just to attract them in the door and then you're like high-fiving and you're never a part of it. Like, there is a connectivity there that they have to have a win. What's gonna be their win? you're just gonna bring them in and then you move on to the next and you don't talk to them and they're not invited to all of your, masterminds, you didn't connect them to your ALC, they're not gonna make it, or they're not gonna see that high level value that you shared with them that they were gonna get. So where are you winning in the experience? Because that's the part that's gonna matter to providing you guys the success stories. You need a success story. So bringing an R2 in and getting them up and running and successful quickly, whew, there's no greater feeling in the world. Because now they're singing from the rooftops, you're doing a video testimonial, that you're sharing it, by the way, with your ALC, you're sharing it with your market center, like everybody's happy because you're running the narrative. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So being part of the SOP of real estate administration in the past, this is where agents are lost. Because it's one thing to have all these leads, so everything you're saying is so true. Because we want to get agents in our brokerage, but retention is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
If you miss any of these things, something as simple as a sign, something as simple as a coaching system, all of these systems, who's greeting them at the door even, you can lose that agent that you
Yeah.
worked so hard to build that trust with. So how are we marketing to them, aka giving them expectations, and how are we meeting those expectations?
Yeah.
And also keeping their trust. It's huge.
It's huge. And how we know that is by doing surveys. We do exit interviews and we survey the agents to understand, where we missed the mark. We have to know where we need to improve. And then every year, at the end of the year, we do a survey to the whole office around specifically, what classes, like what education do you want to see? What one event, would you like to see the market center do, i.e. like a fall festival? How can we help you win? So it's a big, very robust system or survey. This last year from our survey, we probably got 75 ideas around the classes and things that they wanted to see. And that survey is what I used when we went to our ALC and did our workshop, because we literally took it. And then when I went to the agents, Jean, you'll remember this because I said it in the video, we heard you. We put out a survey, we took your feedback, we listened to what you said. We're not saying that this is what's best for you, this is what you said. And then we've taken what you've said and we've built it into this incredible training program this year with our ALC, and they're gonna be training and teaching on all the things you said you wanted. Right? Versus saying, here's our amazing classes, this is what we're giving you, this is what we're offering. You have to remind them that this is what they wanted. Like, give them the opportunity to tell you their feedback, and it's not always good. But that's how we get better and that's how we grow.
Ahndea, I have one question. You mentioned the R2 marketing. When you sit down, so you have 2 meetings with R2s in the first month they're there, right?
Yep.
And so one of the, is it similar to what you're doing from a build it, feed it, communicate service? When you sit down and get prescriptive with them on the technology, is that similar to the same things that you're doing as a market center and that you're recommending they do as an agent?
Absolutely. Like this model that I'm teaching you from value attracting is the same thing that we would teach our agents to do, and we do teach our agents to do. So in that appointment, the first one is all about them and their goals and their value, and we go through a similar kind of value conversation around really identifying their 3 main sources of business, how we're attracting agents and people into their world. Are they farming? Like, I get to all the details. Then when we go into the technology, it's who are we targeting? So who's in your sphere that we need to get into command? Mokel helps me, so she gets them tagged. We get them going on smart plans. So immediately that R2 is gonna be touching their sphere more than they ever have with us in their first 30 days, because they're not doing that right now, okay, if we're honest. So we get that set up for them, and then I help with the marketing side of basically, how are we getting your brand out there? What does that look like? How do we elevate it? How do we make it better? For Mira, for example, she wanted to do some farming, so we really found the neighborhood that she was really honing in on. We created some postcards. Like, we had the whole thing set up for her so that she could just start. And then actually I met with her marketing girl that she has full time. I actually created a 1-sheet for her with all of the, like, she's in Live Luxury, so she's got the links for all the tools for Live Luxury for marketing. She has the links that we provide, all of that, so that way, when her marketing team is building out her social media and her marketing strategy, like, they have all the tools. And then it's, hey, are we doing a newsletter? How are we basically building their 36 touch in a very customized way? So not generic, like very customized to who they are. But yes, that is what we do very quickly in the first 60 days. Yes?
With that, are you pretty much pointing them to command and templates that you all have created?
Yeah, so we have created our own leveraging system.
Yeah.
So we have all of the tools, the marketing, all of the pieces that we offer for free.
Sure.
That the agents can utilize and make it their own and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But then we also can provide services if they need logo design, if they need other additional
Sure.
pieces to development of their brand, we can offer that as well.
Yeah, so for the most part, you're pointing them to, hey, here's these templated resources that you can use,
Correct.
we can customize for your needs. Anything additional, we can do that too.
A la carte, yeah, we have
Yeah.
an a la carte service, we have leveraging company
Yeah.
that we partner with, yep.
Sure.
Yep, so just, again, providing the solutions, because if we just say you can go do that, but we don't have a solution
Yeah.
for it, it becomes tricky, yes.
I don't know if this is a portion that you may talk about, but you had mentioned exit interviews.
Uh-huh.
And what does that look like for you? And then, like, how do you handle sometimes if you have an agent that may reach out and the weight of the market is just weighing down on them and they're like, I don't think selling homes is for me right now. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question. We're in relationship with our agents, so hopefully, if they're in the bucket of coaching, they're having those conversations with their coach. If they're in the top 20%, they are having those conversations with me. So we've kind of bucketed down who's talking to who from a communication standpoint, but we get that all the time. So if it's an exit conversation, it could be maybe they sent an email about AR and they're like, I can't pay this bill anymore. And so then that's a conversation to say, we need to hear from them. What are your challenges? How can we help you? Do you want to get out of real estate? Do you need to just get another job and you want to move into dual career? Or do you want to move into our holding company? Like, there has to be a conversation to assess where are they going to go from here? It's one thing if they want to switch brokerages, right? Because then it's, what are we not giving you? That you're missing from us to go over here. And usually that's a simple, well, I'm not making enough money and I need to move to a transaction company. Or I'm working another job and so I need to make sure that, I just want to keep my license active. Well, then I would say, well, have you considered the holding company? Because I would hate for them to leave our ecosystem. So if they're gonna technically quit and take another job, just go into the holding company, keep your license active, and then you can still take referrals. And then, by the way, we're calling you periodically and we're bringing those people back. Those people are coming back from the holding company into full-time real estate. So, there's ways to be prescriptive. Again, it's prescriptive, but you have to have the conversation. And if it's not you having it, then you're training somebody to have that conversation, to do the exit interview, to understand, where are we missing the mark, or how can we help them move somewhere into a different part of it. I mean, there's a lot of times, guys, I'll get a conversation and, somebody's really having a hard time and maybe they just need, to have a one-on-one with me. And then I bring them in and we can kind of get them back on the right path. Or sometimes people are just done and you can tell. I mean, you can tell when someone's just done and you're not going to be able to save them. And then we send them we have like a Google form for the exit interview. But for the most part, I do almost every exit interview, either Brenda or I. But I handle all of those just because I kind of like to know, what's going on and and to be honest, I can save them a lot of times. So if I have the opportunity,
how often do you
a
find
lot.
yourself?
I can save them a lot. And usually it's because it depends on, it's maybe something they didn't know. Like maybe it's somebody who is not in our coaching program and they were in like maybe a capper before, but now they're not making as much money this year. And so it's just like they're not connected to the office as much, and then they realize, oh, we have a dual career program. So maybe it's just kind of pointing them in a different direction around something that they didn't know. And sometimes too, like, I'm willing to work with people. If somebody is just struggling and they need, maybe giving them, maybe instead of a 70-30, we changed their cap for a period of time or for a year, to let them kind of get back on their feet. Now, somebody who's been a capper, somebody who's proven that they're in production, but I usually gauge those decisions just, person to person. If they have a heart for it and they're driven and they want to stay in it, like, we want to align with you and partner. If we can't, we can't, right? And then I always say every time, like, I do not take it personally if somebody leaves. And that's, it's hard, and I have taken it personally in the past. And now what I look at it, the lens that I look at it through is it's about them. I want you to be in the right environment for growth, to help you get to the next place in your career. And if for any reason that does not work out, I want to be the first phone call that you make. I mean, like losing Kenya, that wasn't easy. I love Kenya, right? But I knew that after having multiple conversations with her, that the next right move for her was to work with you. That's amazing. I'd rather her work with you than leave the Rawls group, right? So same with Ahndea. I have a great relationship with Ahndea. We worked to kind of get him on a team in our office. He interviewed a couple different people. They weren't the right fit. You happen to have a team that seems to be the better fit for him. I'm not going to throw a fit about it. I'm not going to be angry. I hold those things with a loose touch. It will come back to you. How you treat people will come back to you. So if you make it positive and kind and like, I'm so happy for you, I'm going to fight for people I'm going to fight for, and I will work really hard to get them to stay. But if I know that it's not going to work, that they're going to go, then it's a very much a positive, experience.
I was gonna say, I actually asked that to one of my agents the other day. I said, what would help you the most? Right? Because I will fight for you. Or is it for me to wish you the best in your next chapter on this journey? And if you go there and it's not the right fit, hey, make a U-turn and come on home. But
That's
almost like
perfect.
asking them like what
You have to say, what do you need? Some of them want you to fight for them. And by the way, there was an agent that left us that we later heard that we didn't fight for them. Yeah, and it was like, wait a minute, you're telling us you want to leave, right? But some of them want you to say, I will fight for you tooth and nail. We're going to figure this out, whatever we need to do to make this work. Yeah. And I've had to do that this year, actually, with an agent who was being really chased down by the bilingual office. And, we have a great relationship, and that Chattanooga office, really wants her over there. And I was just like, this isn't happening. I'm like, whatever we need to do, if that means we need to get and really what it was is they need more bilingual classes. So, I called Dawn. I was like, Dawn, we need a bilingual Ignite. We don't have one, and either does Chattahoochee, so we need to figure it out. Within days, she had somebody from somewhere across the United States that was willing to do it. They're already working to get certified here, for the 25 hours.
They just chased endlessly down one of my agents, and they convinced her with all these things to go there.
Oh, really? Yeah. So
they've been working on her for a
and
couple
see, that's
months,
the
I found
thing is
out.
it's like it's when it's really hard because there is a value proposition there that we don't have in the sense that we're not all bilingual, right? So it's then then I had to move it around to say my understanding is that you were building a very successful referral based business. The referrals out of our office versus a solely bilingual office are not going to be the same. The agents here who are working in, sports and entertainment, who are working with those soccer teams who have bilingual agents, and we had already built referral programs for her.
It sounds like Angelica or something.
Yeah, so just things like that, and we've regrouped her, she's good to go. The other thing is she needed me to meet with her about her technology.
Yeah.
She was frustrated with her smart plans, so it was like, what are all your, basically this is what I said to her. Give me every pain point and I'll solve it. Literally, that's what I said. So she gave me every pain point and we had it solved within a week. So immediately now you can't do that for everybody, but in that case, I was like, I'm not losing her to them because I've been working with her for 3.5 years and I'm not ready. I don't think it's the right decision personally, just because I think what she can build here is better and bigger for her. So
Ahndea, are you making any deals to get people here?
what do you mean by deals? Offers?
If you'll come back, I'll give you a half cap for 1 year.
I have not offered.
Sure, listen, good.
Oh, no, I have not offered anybody for a comeback, although I do have somebody coming back that I'm offering the JV situation with, so I am using that.
How about to stay?
I have offered cap management for sure. For sure to stay, I would offer, okay, so for an example, there's somebody that has a license in a couple other states, and I talked to those other team leaders, and we all reduced our cap to half cap. because he's, you know, the issue is that if you're with EXP, you can have one flat fee and you can service all 50 states. Here, you have to have a full cap at every market center. So we all agreed to reduce our cap to half cap for that agent.
We did the same thing for an agent who's with KW in Florida,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah.
It just made sense.
It makes sense. If it makes sense, but here's where I do not do the deals and where it doesn't make sense. If you're giving them a deal because they don't see your value, they will never stop asking you for a deal. Okay,
And
so,
they'll leave eventually.
yeah, and I'm gonna give you a quick example because Amy and Brenda met with an R1 agent. And now mind you, Amy and Brenda are also both modeling and learning with me because Brenda really hasn't taken a lot of appointments. She's just now starting. And so we're practicing this whole like how one word in your conversation can kind of shift something. And so they met with somebody and this girl just, it was like, she wasn't all the way sold, right? She didn't see the value all the way around. And then Brenda started offering her stuff. And it was kind of like, oh, well, we'll waive this, or we'll get you, I'll pay for your Ignite. And I mean, if I called Brenda and I was like, Brenda, we don't offer, like, if we're having to offer an R1 agent something, then they're not the right fit for us. Because if they don't see the value, either we have to go back and reshare a value that we missed. So basically, let's clarify, where are they missing the value, right? Or they're gonna be the person that's constantly asking us for something, and that's not the right fit for us. We don't take everybody. We don't. So that's just an example of the fact that, you know, if you're having to keep making offers, then it's one of two things. Either they don't see the value, and you need to make sure that they do, because you shouldn't have to convince. The offer to people is not to convince them. The offer is to make it more of like an incentive to making them whole. So we understand how hard it is to make a move as a producer. And so it's more of a, you know, we see so much value in you, Jim, as somebody who's been in the business for 20 years, that we want to offer you something to come over. So it's more of that. And we do it when we need to do it. But like out of our 29 cappers last year, we probably have maybe 6 or 7 that were cap managed out of that. Several had gotten some like signage and marketing and branding stuff, because that's a hot button for people. And then some nothing. If I don't have to give anything, I can tell in the meeting. And I'm not gonna offer something if I don't have to. And a lot of them, guys, a lot of the R2s, they come in and then they're paying for coaching. They're coming in and I'm setting them up with pro coaching at 5%. So some of them are not getting an offer, they're getting coached and paying for it.
Y'all, if you've got somebody who's a top producer and they're hung up about $15,000, you need to really go back and look at their production. You know, I mean, seriously, you know, it was never even, I didn't even think about cap. I mean, a cap in a month, right? It's like, done.
Do you get that objection, Jim? Do you have people that ask you?
I talked to a team this week where they got an offer to come in for them at half caps as a team, for the first year for another Kelly's office, why I asked.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
you can do
teams
that.
is totally, like,
Absolutely,
no,
that's
I thought,
different.
sorry.
Mike, can you hear me? Both of them, nobody at 18 thought they want both be at 10,005.
Well, there
Oh,
are
it's two
some,
people?
yeah, but there are
But
some.
they're not married.
So
and
like
they're-
a partner
A
model?
partner,
or-
it's a
or like
partner
where's the
model,
cap
but there
and
is a
half?
partner model that,
But it's interesting that that was from another KW.
Pardon me?
Separate
That was
teams.
in the office, yeah. When they want to go to, when they were offered that, that.
well, I would do that. If they're coming in and they're gonna be on a team, depends on who they are, you know, like, you know, who they are. But if, we've got a couple in our office, including the Sidoti group, where it is a situation where people are on a 10-5, they're a group, you know, and or a partnership, and then they all pay a certain amount into an account that
Team cap.
contributes to marketing. And so there's some structures, and we've, you know, listen, we have to be innovative. You have to be willing to look at things and go, is this something we can offer or not? We have to be willing to open up on some of those things. Now, of course, for the majority, teams have changed a ton. And I have worked with probably 9 or 10 teams over this last year who we have rebuilt, reshaped, created different structures. It's not the same as it used to be, where you're on a team and you know, you're just paying 50-50. Like, I know Ahndea is getting a 90-10 split. I mean, so we couldn't beat that, but she's offering that to him on his, you know, so I mean, that's not a normal team situation. So I think we're all willing, probably at this point, to look at each case and what we would need to do to kind of get it, if it's worth it. It can't just be I'm offering it because I'm, you know, trying to convince somebody to get over here. Is the value really there? Yeah.
This is just something a little bit new for me. I know in the process, if someone wants to move from a KW, have to get permission from the other team leader.
Mhm.
But how do we engage in KW to KW competition?
I would say, like for me, I mean, KW is usually our greatest competition, most of us, right? So I always phrase it that, you know, Keller Williams is an incredible company overall. Each office is owner-led, right? So in our case, I would say everything rises and falls on leadership. So you're gonna wanna go visit the other offices and get the feel, the energy, the vibe. Everybody leads differently. And so you're gonna find kind of your group that you're attracted to. And then here's some of our unique identifiers. So this is where your value comes in. So I never bash anybody else's company. I never say, well, they're doing that over there, or they're not doing this, or they suck. I mean, you'd be surprised sometimes what people say. And I never say anything negative. And the reason why of that too is because, guys, if I'm talking about somebody else negatively, do you think they're gonna wanna work with me? It says a lot about you as a leader. So I always shift it to what we offer. So it's everybody's leadership office is led differently. I'd encourage you to go visit every office and get their energy and see if it's the right fit. Here's what we do at Peachtree Road. Here's what our value proposition is. And then I just make it about that.
The only thing that I would add to that is, by the same token, you might find that geographically your market center is not the best fit, and that ultimately they will leave, and it might take them to another group or another company. So if I've got someone who geographically, for them to be in Ray's market center, it's more desirable, and I know that there's other competition, and I'll just say it in West ATL, but I want them in our group and I want them with Ray, I'm gonna call Ray and say, hey Ray, I've got someone for you. And by the same token, and this is why we're stronger together, Ray might have someone that he goes, Kay, man, this agent is 2 minutes from you, and I really want them, but I think the best thing is for them to be in your market center. I want you to meet them. And he's gonna be like, you need to meet them, and he'll make the introduction.
But I would filter in on that to say, do not assume because they live closer to someone's
Correct.
market center.
Correct.
Because we have had people be in this market center that live in Loganville.
Right.
I mean,
and it's
Shannon's
all-
in Houston, she's an hour and a half away.
And there are reasons, so first understand, why did they
Yes.
come here to interview? Are they friends with the top producer? Were they attracted to the team leader and the leadership team? And they're willing to do that drive because they have heard
Right.
the amazing, legacy stories of other agents, so don't just assume.
This is if they're not gonna join you,
Yes.
right?
Right.
Then it's like, have you had a chance to sit down with? So this is not to deter
Cause
this
there's some
from you.
crazy people who will drive over hills.
They do. I assume that they will. I mean, I
Yeah.
assume in the meeting that you're gonna come, I mean, also we offer things digitally, remotely. Like, I never assume that you're not gonna wanna drive or get here, also because I do like a 2.5 hour
Well,
commute.
I'm gonna credit Michael Cheevers for this. He said to me, why wouldn't they wanna drive to be in our market center? The whole entire business that they've chosen to be in is all about
Is on the
driving.
road. Yeah, exactly. You're driving all the time. No, so I don't see that as an objection, but just to go over the guidelines and standards of the Rawls Group and Keller Williams with the whole, if somebody comes to you from a different market center, if somebody is coming to interview at your office that is already at a KW office, not just Rawls Group, any KW, your responsibility is to reach out to that team leader and give them the respect to say, hey, I just wanted to let you know, Michael reached out to me. He would like to have a conversation about Peachtree Road. I'm giving you that heads up so that you can connect with him, okay? And then that way, when it moves forward and Michael does come meet with me, he's had the blessing of his team leader and it doesn't create that dissension. Now, it doesn't always happen. In my 5 years, it has rarely happened, but we at the Rawls Group want to hold that standard very high and be very respectful. And sometimes it happens like when we don't know, like Cara has called me many times to be like, hey, this is going on, have you heard, and it's, it's a respect within each other to make sure that we're having that conversation.
I will say, someone had done this for me, another team leader, because that way, before they even set an appointment with them, they'll send them back to have the conversation with me before they'll accept an appointment.
Mhm.
And I thought that was really great, because it's almost like the moment you accept the appointment, they've, in some cases, mentally made the move already. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Very
So
true.
someone did that with me, and I really appreciated it. And I'm not gonna stop someone from
Right.
doing it, but I at least get one more chance
Yeah.
to be in relationship with them and see if they did just need me to fight for them.
Well, and there's a respect to the fact of that you've had a relationship with this agent.
Mhm.
So by me saying, hey, just letting you know, there may be a story that I need to know. Maybe there's some feedback or
Yes,
something
maybe
that's
it's
going
negative.
on, that might be important as you're looking to, bring somebody over. So it's just, Jalen, it's the respect and the standard of just making sure that we try our best, to be able to share. And in any of these, any kind of offers that you're looking at, for those of you that are in a role that is not the team leader role, that of course would run through your team leader. You wanna make sure that you're in alignment. The only people getting any kind of offers really would be a producing agent anyways, so you don't wanna start offering things that you can't follow through on. And that has happened before too, where you get excited and you're just like, sure, we can do that. And then we realize we can't do that, or then the MCA world is like, oh, pump the brakes, like, we actually can't do it this way or whatever, or change their royalty or, whatever it might be. And so just, make sure that as you're making the offers that you have that step. Okay, so as far as the onboarding systems, again, we will continue to kind of work through how to continue to make those better. Brooke over here is gonna be helping with some of those things. So I know you guys are working on websites, there may be some of these elements of onboarding could be more automated with your websites, landing pages, things like that to kind of help that system become smoother. And then the last piece of today was before we get to Q&A kind of thing, would be to give you the sneak peek of the running of the ads to kind of just overview for you if you wanted to start with something simple, like running an ad to your team meeting and just testing, because guys, this whole advertising piece, it's a testing of the market. You have to trial and error this. This is not like you're gonna start off and get 50 leads, and it's just gonna work immediately. You have to try and see what people are gonna raise their hand to. So you're gonna start leading from value and or pain points. So thinking about what the agent's pain may be, so if we know, it's so bizarre to me. I talked to an agent yesterday and it's always about leads, right? And I just think to myself, you're thinking so small, because if you're thinking about leads and getting leads from somebody else, like a Zillow or a team, I'm like, you have completely missed, you didn't get the real foundation in business and real estate. Because if you would have started with us, you would have understood that this is an organic referral-based business and that your business will be faster, it'll convert better, it will give you longevity, it gives you the ability to be able to scale quicker. And I'm not saying that leads are a bad thing, because a lot of our teams and high-level teams have additional layers, right, of stacking their layers with lead streams. But for the most part, our opportunity is in people who know, like, and trust us. And so when agents talk about that, I think, well, how about I reframe your thinking? Have you ever considered, because the guy I talked to yesterday was on a team, made very little money, and the 3 deals he had were all from his sphere. And I'm like, so you were on the team because you wanted the leads, but then you ended up leading in with your sphere and you ended up sharing 50% of that money. Can I give you another way? And then I painted the picture. Here's how we could do it. Bring you in as an independent agent. You're gonna go through, so I just painted the whole story. Oh, well, that's fascinating. That sounds really good. Great, Pip. Do you wanna come to team meeting next week? Yes, I wanna get the vibe, right? So it's the same formula. You're just, doing it repetitively with each different person with energy. Don't forget the energy. The energy goes a long way. You can actually be not that talented and have really good energy and win because people like your energy. I'm serious. Okay, so I'm gonna show you this really quick. So whoever is gonna be leading this, pay attention. Now I think I sent you all, did I send you the recording from last week that has the exact directions on all this? If you were on the call, you got the email. I sent it to you and Brooke.
I gotta look.
Okay, if I haven't, I'll resend it, because it actually is the whole class of how to do value adds through command, and like how to set it up and how to run them and like the whole 9 yards, okay?
I don't think I got it, but I'm
Okay.
gonna double check it.
I don't know that you did, because I think I just did it. Okay, so I'm popping back into command. And
Once
remember.
again, you're running this through your personal
Yes,
command.
once again, this is going through
Yeah, you sent
Ahndea
the
command.
video.
We cannot run ads through the Market Center command, okay? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna pop over to this left campaigns button.
And what you said, which is true, your Facebook has to be set up in the
Yes.
sense of your admin to the Market Center's Facebook page.
Correct, and Brooke's gonna be working with you guys on this, because where we have made mistakes in the past and had total nightmares is that the Market Center Facebook page was set up by an individual leader, not through, like the Market Center's MCA email or something that's gonna stay with the Market Center. Because if it's your email and you're not with the Market Center, it creates a huge problem. We lost our whole Instagram account several years back because it was attached to somebody, so we had to completely start over. So just know that in order to run these ads, your personal Facebook or your personal command account has to be connected to the Market Center Facebook page. And that doesn't mean you own it, it means you have to be an admin. So you have to be the admin to be able to have the connectivity to run an ad, okay? So once you're in here, you're gonna go over to Manage Paid Ads channel.
I'm sending this to everybody right now, so, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the recording, so if you wanna sit with your team, it's like step by step, okay? So we're just high leveling today. So see how it's connected to me right here? So if you had not been connected, you would need to open up the Facebook page in your tab and be logged in to that Facebook as an admin. And then when you go connect it, it will let you make that connection. We
That'd be
learned that
true
the
for
hard way.
any business page. too,
Correct,
right?
yes, and it has to be a business page, yes. And then once you're in, you're gonna go to programs, and then you're gonna click on new program. And this is actually really easy. This is not hard to do, okay? So for us, from attracting talent standpoint, you're gonna go, this non-listing right here is a single image or a video, but it includes the Facebook lead form. The reason that that's important is this is beginner, okay? We're starting with beginner ads. Beginner ads is we use the Facebook lead form. And the reason why is because the minute they click the button, you're capturing their lead. Okay, when we get to advanced ads, then we can actually target people in your database or in your smart views, and we can send them into a funnel. Okay, but for today, we're gonna start with the basics of the beginners, which is you're gonna run an ad on a non-listing, and it's gonna go to a Facebook lead form, okay? So once you click that,
Which one did you click, the recruit or, non-listing?
non-listing, yeah, so this one is a non-listing lead generation form, but the key is that it includes the Facebook lead form.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't do the recruit agents branding one and you would do the non-listing lead gen one?
So,
Or is it
there is
just
a
'cause of
couple
the-
different, hold on.
I thought I'd run a few
Cause
ads.
usually,
When
well,
you can-
cause the recruit agents one uses your landing page lead form, but the other one uses the Facebook lead form, so you're saying use
No,
the
I'm
Facebook
saying
lead
use,
form.
yeah, beginner level is Facebook lead form. Okay, so if we go back to programs, and I click on new program, the options are the non-listing with the lead form, or the recruit agents branding, use your own
'Cause
landing
I've
page.
done that before.
Yeah, that one is more advanced,
Yeah.
because you have to have a powerful enough lead form to capture their lead. And that's really hard to do unless you know what you're doing, okay? So, we're gonna start with the non-listing, and here, you're gonna connect, very easy. I've already got my, Facebook page connected. Right there, we're gonna go to targeting. So here, I personally usually always do a 30-mile radius because we live in Georgia, so like everything's 30
Spread out,
miles,
yeah.
right? So I'm gonna always do a 30-mile. Media type, so this is where, when you guys are doing your classes weekly and you're, creating marketing for your classes, this is where you're gonna need some sort of a marketing piece, through Canva or through designs, or like when the office gives us something for Market Matters or stats, like you're gonna use the graphic for that marketing, for whatever it is that you're marketing. So if it's, get sponsored to real estate school, like you're gonna need to have a couple designs And if it's your team meeting, it's, powerful free training around the NAR settlement. Like, you can
Market
create.
matters, it could be the
Market
snap
matters, like, it can be whatever the value, remember it's value, so whatever value it is, it's the value, and then you need an image. So you're gonna create that marketing piece, have somebody do it, it can be made in Canva, it can be made in Command, but you're gonna add that there from the media.
And to add to that, it could just be a simple photo.
It could be a
You know,
photo.
Sometimes just a
Yep.
photo
Like a
captures
lifestyle
people-
image, right.
captures people more than sitting there trying to figure out what the verbiage needs to be for
Yep.
this ad. When it's just a simple video or a simple photo
Yep.
with a nice direct caption, sometimes that gives.
Like for us, we have like a lot of team meeting photos of just agents working together, sitting together, something like
Yeah.
that. Just a visual to kind of cast what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So don't overcomplicate it. And then the text has got to be that, the body text nothing needs to be too long, y'all. This is marketing, this is quick capture, so it cannot be too long. It just needs to be something compelling enough to get them to click that photo. And again, with agents, it's coming from pain. What are they not getting that you're going to provide? And to me, it would be high-level training, conversation like the Value 2 series, the NAR conversation, masterminding with top agents, sponsoring to real estate school, like things that are gonna grab and be that hot button. And then you're gonna put your tagline in there, and then this is the post-lead submission. So this is where, after they click and you capture the lead, where do you wanna send them? So for us, it's usually targeted to our website, depending on what we're addressing at the time. If it's coaching, it's going to my coaching page. If it's about development, it's going to development. Like, where do you want them to land on? So that's what that URL is. It also could be, like we have a MailChimp landing page that has like kind of our value proposition on it with a video, and maybe it's that. So all of us will have our own kind of how are we telling our story elements that, we're gonna help you build some if you don't have those pieces. And that's what that goes there. Then the tags, you can create tags, which is amazing. So you can say, this is Facebook leads, or this was for team meeting leads. You can tag them so that when the leads are coming in, they're already tagged as Facebook lead or whatever it is that you're trying to attract. And then the beautiful thing is you can put them right on a smart plan. So literally you can already have a smart plan created that's a quick, maybe 5-6 touch over the next, couple weeks of time of re-engaging them into something. So either inviting them to your weekly team meeting, connecting them to a Calendly link to make an appointment, just stepping them into a further conversation. And then the final step is choosing, you obviously have to have your compliance, so your logo, would need to go there. And then it's not gonna let me move forward.
You're gonna have to do everything.
The final step is the budget. And for the budget, you need to make sure that you have a credit card already on file in your command system, okay? And then the budget, we have tested all the numbers. Like, we have done $50, $30, $25, $100, like we've tested it all. We really think 35 is kind of
For how many days?
about the magic in a short amount of time. So instead of, we've done the long burst where we did like $100 over 30 days, we've tested the market multiple times. We get the most results when it's a short burst, like a 7-day window for like $35 or $50. It picks it up quickly because it's right in their face for that short amount of time. Remember, people have to see things 15 times. So that, over that 7 days, I'm seeing my own ads and I'm like, oh, I wanna click. And literally our own agents are clicking. It's hilarious. Like, we'll be pushing stuff out and like our own agents are like, oh, I wanna come to that event. I'm like, fantastic, it's working. So again, this gives you the opportunity to just cast a wide net. Jason Abrams was talking about brand being your reach. How far are you reaching? Because your reach is your story, right? So you've got to get yourself out there. So if this brings in, for us, it brings in about maybe two real leads that turn into something for that month, but that's the difference between 18 and 20. So it's another layer, that you can add, but it's also, guys, brand awareness. Like, when you look at the ads that we've run, our exposure is like thousands and thousands of people have seen Peachtree Road. And people come to my market center and say, I found you on social media. So that advertising is getting that net casted where they just keep seeing us, seeing our name, seeing who we are, seeing what we offer, telling our story. Okay, so that top of mind, just like for our agents. And here's the beautiful thing. Once you guys know how to do this and you're doing it well, don't you think you can teach your agents how to do this in their business? It's exactly the same. So what I do with, what I just did with this whole system is the exact system, that I'm coaching the agents to, is how to get their business up and running, lead from value, attract people, run ads, get their digital marketing in place, like all the things. Was that helpful?
Yeah.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
These ads are solely on Facebook? Or
No, they're connected. So if you have an Instagram account, some of us don't, but some of us do. If you have an Instagram, when you run it through Facebook, it automatically goes to Instagram too. So it's both. Okay, which is really great. And we also ran a couple TikTok. We did like a video through TikTok. We had like 4,000 or 5,000 views, but it's definitely a different animal. So you're gonna have to that one we're gonna have to work on to just test it. Again, it's trial and error. You're gonna have to try things and see. And if it picks up and you get a lot of leads, do it again, do it again, do it again. You know what I mean? Like you have to kind of practice to see what's working and what's the hot button.
Yeah, each platform has a way that the algorithm responds to the content that you're putting out, but the good news is if your content is good, it's gonna
Push it
start
out.
sharing it. And that's what the algorithms are all kind of basing now. And I think we'll get into that more in the future
Yeah.
to help you guys out with that, especially when it comes to the research on the latest data for that.
Right.
What are the proven tactics? Like that will definitely be future
Days and
things
times and.
that
Right.
we get
All of
into,
it.
because then, like you said, that can be given to our agents.
Oh,
That can help
absolutely.
us grow so many different ways.
Well, and today, the goal today was to help you lay a better foundation, to get you more focused on strategies and systems that work, to take you from maybe inconsistently reaching 10 to double digits to consistently reaching double digits. And then once we're getting the consistently double digits, then we go to phase 2 where we can plus things, where we can get a little bit more creative, where we can be a little bit more strategic. But we have to get that foundational piece operating at a high level so that you're not chasing the numbers, right? It's really working for you. Okay, so we're at 311, yes.
Sorry.
Final ahas, things, thoughts,
Just a couple
questions?
curiosities,
Yeah.
just from like an ad spend perspective. I guess the first curiosity is if you're running them through Facebook and Instagram directly, is there cost savings running it through command?
100%.
Yeah.
And I do believe the algorithm is better
Through command?
through command than
Okay.
if you directly go through, because I think they apply a whole new set of filters, and I feel like they started doing that about a year and a half ago. And we
Yes.
adapted in command as what they shared with us to make it more effective to reach the broader audience you want.
Yeah, and owning a branding agency and using out before command, so I was running ads through all the platforms, YouTube, everything. It is so much more effective through command. And the reason why is because we are a very large brokerage that bought ad space. We have the partnership. We, from a team leader standpoint, there's nobody that can compete with us to be able to reach people better than what we have. So the price per attraction number to your cost per lead to your exposure is like exponentially better running it through command than it would be if you went independently through Facebook or Instagram. So and then on an agent level, we can say to our agents that we can position your client's property better than anybody because of our technology. There's no other company that can allow you to do targeted ads to international buyers it's exponentially better when you can use the platform because we have the partnership and it allows us to be able to do more.
The second part of the question is, I know you're saying, $35, per post. Do y'all set like a monthly allocated budget that you're running with the Market Center? What does that look like? And what are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing about 300. We're spending about 300 a month, which for us, if you have ever used Indeed is extremely expensive. So we audited all of our systems we were using for recruiting, okay, and attracting. We were paying for Recruiting Bridge, we were paying, some of us had cyberbackers, some of us had, just different softwares, plus, all other things that we had. We were able to get rid of everything. We do not use Indeed at all because Command is 1,000,000% better. And we're spending about $300 a month running 3 to 5 ads per month. And I'll tell you, one of the targeted ads we ran, we ran a targeted ad with the lead form that we created, okay? And, I mean, we got a capper from it. So, one targeted ad at $35 brought in $15,000 of company dollar all day long.
Yes.
I would've spent $100 for it. You know what I mean? So you start thinking about that conversion to picking up one or two here that are company dollar or somebody who's because what these people are is raising their hand. We want them coming to us. We don't want to be chasing them down. So if we can get the net cast raise their hand and say, I want to talk to you, it's pretty much closed, right? Because they're raising their hand. So yeah, those are great questions. Yeah.
Not a question. I would say you did a great job today. Thank you for
Yes.
moving the vault. Peachtree was the vault. A lot of what you shared, I feel like, is probably missing pieces for us at City Side. So thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy. I really wanted to come. This has been brewing. You know, I just because I was able to go through it myself, and once I did it and rebuilt and had, went through this whole thing, it made me so much more passionate about helping other team leaders, because it's like, this is hard, right? This is not easy. And if you don't have the right stuff to help you get the results you're looking for, so I was honored, to have the opportunity.
Well, it goes back to that video you shared, and ironically, I shared that same exact video at our last leadership team meeting. Change is inevitable. Right? And this is the new way
Yep.
of moving the business.
You're right. Yeah, we have to be innovative, and we can't do what we've always done.
That's right.
Very true. Any other questions, thoughts, Q&A?
Just a thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad that it makes me happy to know that you felt value. Yes.
I have a question for the entire group. After having been here for the day, what would be your next steps going back to the Market Center?
We've probably been talking strategy off and on throughout the morning and the afternoon. And what I just shared with Brittany maybe 2 minutes ago, a lot of this can be leveraged off to my virtual assistant to really get this moving forward. Like, I feel like this is our missing piece, right? So we're gonna chunk it down,
For the
figure out.
command ads,
Say that again.
specifically the command ads going to your virtual
I mean, everything.
assistant.
Just like all this is-
We're gonna prioritize, right? We're gonna prioritize, but I can use a little bit of everything that was shared today. I don't know anyone who's perfected this role, and if you think you have, that's just ego, right? And so I can use a little bit of everything that was shared today. It's almost like family reunion. You gotta prioritize and decide which
Right.
1, 2, 3 things you're gonna move forward right now, but honestly, a little bit of everything that was shared today we can implement.
I made an action item list and a who next to it, so then when we sit down and do our one-on-ones, it'll share and then get their feedback of what they think is the one thing they can do, and then we earn the right to move on to the next, and little by little, we'll chop it down, and as we bring in people, like I've got the systems of onboarding for agent services, and I just opened a document and just wrote out everything, it's like, okay, great, we've got something to work with now. So,
Great.
I mean, I feel like you're almost renovating every 50 to 75
Yeah.
agents anyway, because what you were doing at 200 doesn't work at 275, and
Right.
so on and so forth. And so I think this allows us at City Side to speed up or shorten that learning curve.
Sure, shorten and scale,
Yep.
and be able to keep building, because we have to keep auditing, we're auditing our systems monthly.
Yep.
If they're not working, what got us to 475 might not get us to 520, right? So we have to keep auditing. Anybody else? Yes.
I just think a last aha is, and for the team leader call, is this is where we get the accountability of what one thing did you implement and how's that going, and it's almost like a check-in and continued accountability of what have you done since, and how is that, and who, and so
Yeah.
I think it just gives action and execution as well to our time that we invest together as leaders.
Yeah,
Nice.
I like it.
Ahndea, as a question for reference, or, just confirmation on this. My understanding is you started this at the end of 22, like fourth quarter, like October-ish, right?
I started the auditing process in July of
Yep.
that year, and then really kicked it into like effect by probably August.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, so coming into like just, so
Almost-
for
almost
context
2
on
years.
everybody, right? So that process of trying all these things, of auditing what the thing was, what works, what didn't, all this, how long did it take you until you were starting to see success from
Results.
implementing these
Mhm.
things?
I mean, we did have immediate success. Like, we came out the box, and you were with me, we came out the box in November with like pushing pushing out marketing mofers and things like that. I mean, we had $82,000 of company dollar in December that year. So I mean, we did start immediately seeing results happening with some of the levers that we added. I would say as far as the agent referrals, that probably took us about 90 days of consistently talking about it in team meeting, making it a thing, creating energy, giving them a reward. You know, there has to be a system you do consistently. If it's not consistent, it's not gonna show up for you. So I think, you know, the referral piece, we started to see a change, back, I would say that took a little bit longer, the beginning of the year. But, you know, truly, I was surprised at how quickly, I mean, coming into a role where I was in a market center my first year as a team leader that needed rebuilding, some of us have been there where you have to rebuild from scratch, you know, I was thinking this might be a 12 to 18 month turnaround, right? But we were able to get in, and part of that too was we had our biggest win ever the year before. So we knew what to do in some regard, but we just didn't have the systems to scale it and continue to see the growth and sustain the growth. So I think that, to be honest, if you're doing this the way it should be done, I think you should be able to see immediate results. And quite frankly, I said to Jean the other day, I've already started to see results with some of our groups in the fact that we've just been talking about it more. Because what you bring into awareness becomes a focus, and we've been talking about, you know, double digits and getting to, you know, so now we're all on the same page. Where are we going? Because what you focus on happens, and, you know, that affirming, that keeping it in your mind, focusing in affirmation. And how I feel about this is we're gonna start with double digits. You know, I think many of us can black belt in gross this year at 120. You know, black belting net is very difficult to do. You know, it's a challenge that it takes kind of a lot of your levers working all together and everything kind of, you know, all aligning, the stars aligning, everything happening, and, you know, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna run for it. And we should always be running to be a millionaire owner profit and a millionaire in profit share. We should be running all the time for MREA. Even if our budget isn't that way, mindset from a leadership standpoint is we need to stretch our goals beyond what we might be able to even comprehend, because you'll at least get closer to the goal and throwing your body across the floor, and you're gonna get further to it than you would have if you set the bar at like 500,000, right? If you set it at 500, you're like, you get 500, right? If we set it in a million, even if it feels impossible, you might get to 750. So I just think, you know, this is the pinnacle success, you know, to be able to reach that. And by the way, you have to be leading so strong in culture to be able to accomplish that. So that means you're leading at the highest level in culture. You know, you've got all the systems in place. You've got your ALC working at a high level. You know, your agents are super productive. We all know every plate that needs to spin. But I think that this is the start, you know, to us being able to really lay the foundation to be able to help us get there faster. Yeah. Well, I'm super thankful for you all. I'm glad that you got value out of today. I was excited putting it all together, and I'm thankful to the Rawls Group and Jean and Michael and Stephanie for letting me jump in and hopefully help us all start to make things a little bit easier when it comes to growth systems. And it's not stopping here. We're not walking out of here and then it's like, okay, nothing's happening. We are going to expect execution, right? Just like you said, and I appreciate you saying accountability. And that's why when we talk about what we did with the ALC and that alignment call, that's what our Friday call is. We're either in alignment with our goals or we're not. And I think we can level up that conversation a little bit more around accountability to say, hey, you know, this is where we may be missing the mark. This is kind of what we think we might need to do to tweak that for next month. Like there has to be that conversation instead of just, it's okay. right?
Yeah, 100%. Awesome. Thank you all, everybody, for being here. Here's what happens next.
Oh.
Good job, Michael.
We need the volunteer names before everyone leaves
yes,
for
okay.
Market Matters.
Yeah.
I've had several of them all time.
Do we have volunteer names for Market Matters?
I need to get it.
Huh?
I'm on.
I need to know who's
helping.
doing what.
Yeah.
You're also gonna be
Apparently
presenting,
I
you're gonna
mean,
be presenting and
my car
doing-
has to take the TVs over. So.
Yeah, but you're gonna be
Well, we just
doing.
need one TV this time,
Oh, we just need one?
Yeah, you can help us with setup, but in terms of being a greeter and or a, what's it called? We just also need to be able to get you to stage on time. So
Yeah,
this was like a
How many
backup.
greeters do we need?
I mean, ideally, we probably need 4 to 6.
And so it sounds like we have a greeter coming from every market center, that's 5, and that's a number between
And we need 4
4 and
registrations,
6.
so